Beautiful, bustling Budapest, the capital of Hungary, the vibrant city, full of culture and history. Hungary also has a rich chess history, one full of great players. Now it hosts one of the world's most storied chess events, the Chess Olympiad. Every 2 years, players from almost 200 nations gather in one place. Their goal? Win glory for their country. Hungarians have done this many times, including the women's teams in 1988 and 1990. I was there. But no host country has won since 2010 in the women's section and since 1998 in the Open. The last Olympiad in 2022 was full of excitement. The winning nations only clinched victory in the very last round. In the end, Uzbekistan and Ukraine reigned supreme. Who will come through this time? Welcome to Budapest, my friend. This is the 45th Chess Olympiad.
The largest chess event in the world. Nearly 200 countries represented, 371 teams across 2 sections are fighting for gold, silver, and bronze. Not that many spots available in the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad. We are live from Budapest, Hungary. I'm John Sargent. With me is Grandmaster Robert Hess. The playing hall is bustling with activity as we get ready to play our first moves of the day. Another day, another theme. We had sacrifices, we had opposite side castling. I've got no idea what today's gonna bring. I just know it'll be exciting.
Well, John, I think today is the day where upsets are bound to happen. Not just individual upsets or 2-2 ties between mismatched teams. I think today is the day where the top teams are going to be truly tested, and that's why they're bringing out all their best players.
We've got, a couple of changes to the lineups. No doubt people in chat will be itching to get a view on a couple of them as well. I'm not going to spoil it for all of you early on. We've got the entire afternoon and some of the evening to talk about that. Yesterday, though, we did still have some upsets, although you're right, Robert, mostly in the form of 2-2 ties, but my god, some of those were absolutely astounding. Let's take a look at some of the notable upsets from yesterday. In the open section, O'Gorman beating Nabati, that is huge. Of course, Israel is an extremely strong chess nation, and we actually see them here twice. I'm going to skip a row. That's 2 wins for Ireland over Israel there in the open section, meaning that match was a 2-2 draw. That's huge.
That is huge indeed, and Ireland is a dangerous squad. 2 years ago, their team was the talk of the Olympiad because they had a player who started undefeated and it was going deeper and deeper into the event. You're like, is this person ever going to lose? But now we see them tie Israel 2-2. We also have an upset where the very established grandmaster Robert Marcus from Serbia, he lost to Seaman, who is over 200 points lower rated. And John, of course, in the women's section, we talked about that Ukraine-Lithuania match briefly, but we see an upset of 300 rating points. That is quite a notable upset indeed.
That's right, Martin Kova there getting the victory over Ozmak. We're looking forward to seeing more of those upsets a little bit later on today, but we have to see them play out first. And if I'm being honest, a word on yesterday, the 2-2 draw, Canada-Norway, it's impossible for us not to mention that because we spent so much time looking at it. The games really were. It wasn't just an upset. It was expected result, upset, expected result, draw, upset, draw, upset. Every time we looked at a game, we were on course for a different result. It was incredible.
It's the seesaw of the Olympiad. It's a roller coaster. Sometimes the evaluation will go up for one side and then way back down. There are nerves. There are huge expectations on certain squads. So every single player who is put in the lineup, they're in there for good reason. But it also means that they want to keep their spot, they want to keep their country going, and they want to win this Olympiad.
Exactly right. You might be listening to this going, hang on, what are you talking about? Team scores? People getting subbed out? This is chess, not football. What's going on? This is a little bit of a different version of chess than maybe you're expecting if you've watched, for example, the World Championships or something like that. Chess is an individual sport. It is played between two people over the board. However, in the Olympiad, we take on a slightly different format where 4 players are contesting on behalf of their country on each team. Let's go ahead and show you guys a little bit more about what this specific tournament is all about.
The Olympiad, it is the ultimate celebration of chess as an international game. Every 2 years, players from all over the world come to one city to answer one question. Which is the best chess country? This year, the Olympiad is being held in my hometown of Budapest, Hungary. It is a storied event first held officially in 1927. Who won that event? Hungary, this year's hosts. In 1957, the first Women's Olympiad was held. The Soviets won every one they played until 1988, for 30 years. But that year, Ildiko Model, my sisters Susan and Sofia, and I won gold medal for Hungary. So, how does the Olympiad work? Countries send a team of at least 4 players and possibly one alternate. Each round, every country's team will be matched with one opposing country's team, and they will play 4 games. The top boards play each other, the second boards play each other, and so on. If a team scores 2.5 points, they won the match and claim 2 match points. In the event of a tie with 2 points apiece, each team gets 1 match point. The tournament lasts 11 grueling rounds, and at the end, the team with the most match points wins. This year, there are 193 countries from the United States with the highest average rating. The smaller nations like Niger, Belize, or Vanuatu. It doesn't matter where you are from, the Olympiad can be for you. It was at the Olympiad where I chose to play my last competitive chess game. Players from all over the world will cherish the memories they make here. But only 2 nations will claim gold. Who will write their name into chess history?
Welcome back, everybody. Who will write their names in chess history? Indeed. It is round 3 of 11, so we've got a little bit of time to go. But Robert, maybe for the people who are tuning in now to this stream for the first time and they've missed the first couple of days, how would you sum up as a player what the main differences are between one-on-one over the board chess and the kind of environment you're in and what you're expected to do in the Olympiad environment?
The Olympiad requires sacrifice because there will be players who have an uneven amount of, say, black games compared to white games. You're put on that board to hold steady, to make those draws so your teammates with the first move advantage can win. So the Olympiad requires chemistry. It requires teammates to work together at times to prepare for certain opponents. And then at others, during the actual match, you look across the 4 board, you say, I see our board 3 is completely winning. I'm going to shut down the action on my board and hope the others do the same. So we'll win maybe by the slightest of margins, 2.5, 1.5. But the point is we're getting the job done.
Isn't chemistry a little bit of a tricky one as well? Because these are national teams, right? So I would imagine that in so many of these federations, you're not just teammates, you're sort of rivals when you're not at the Olympiad. You're trying to outdo each other, outsmart each other. Maybe you're even contesting, for example, for the player who's on the board above you, and you're busy trying to leapfrog each other, and suddenly you're just expected to mesh and become friends. I'm guessing that's not something that comes naturally to every player in the whole.
No, it doesn't, because as you're discussing here, like for the example, the U.S. Championship, Fabiano Caruana, Wesley So, they've won U.S. Championships in the past, and they want to keep winning. So do you really want to share your opening secrets with the other player that they can use against you a few months from now? The answer typically is no, but that's why teams like Armenia, Ukraine, China, they've done really well in the past because they work together. It's harmony amongst their 4 boards, in addition to the reserve, who's working super hard when not playing, preparing the teammates. So we just know what it takes to win these Olympiads.
Not all of the action from the Olympiads are from the playing hall, though. As some of you will know, if you've been watching the stream for the last couple of days, we have had Mike Klein on site interviewing players and perhaps other people involved who aren't just the players all over the playing hall. However, today we've sent him somewhere just a little bit different. Take a look at this.
Thanks, guys. A very exciting round 3 awaits. But before we get to the action today, I want to show you a little bit of chess history. We are inside the FIDE 100 exhibition, and this clock right here and the chess set were played on by Max Euwe and Alexander Alayokin. Quite a piece of history there. We can see some posters from previous Olympiads, but what I really want to draw your attention to is this case over here with a bunch of medals. You can see it's already getting some attention. These medals are from many different Olympiads, also some World Championships, but the coolest one is this one here in the corner. You can see it says SSSR and SSA. That is from the Karpov-Fischer 1975 World Championship match, and our astute historians will recognize that match didn't take place, but the medal exists. A bit of history, but what are we going to see today in round 3? Well, this is the round where the Grandmasters clash. In fact, 31 of the top 32 boards will be all GM matchups. We've got Bulgaria, USA on board 1. Interestingly, Levan Aronian will play again after dropping a piece and then a rook. I asked him yesterday, what's he got in store for round 3? He jokingly said he might give away a queen. However, I don't think his wife's nerves are going to be able to hold up to that today. John Donaldson clearly sticking with his plan of sitting a different grandmaster every round. Hungary A is going to play next to Hungary B on boards 2 and 3. That's pretty cool. And fittingly, Judit Polgar will make the first move today. Also, Magnus plays his first move today. He sat out the first 2 rounds, but it cost his Norway team because they were only able to draw against Canada today. They will play in Colombia. In the ladies' side, interestingly, Alexander Kostyaniuk playing for the Swiss women's team. She will play on board 1 against Harika Dranovali. I asked Kostyaniuk in Paris last week why is she playing for the women's team and not the open team. She basically said she plays for the open team. She's just replacing another 2,500, but she can really help the women's team. We'll see if she can help them out today in their upset bid. Also, we've got Canada, USA. This rivalry exists in women's soccer, and today it exists on the chessboard. It is the world's largest undefended land border. However, I don't think that is going to fit in the next 6 hours. There's going to be a lot of attacking across that border. That's the action. We'll see how it all plays out in round 3.
Thank you very much for that, Mike. A lot of today's pairings covered there. Mike actually doing a much better job of that than I could on this screen, but you at least get to see some of that visually right now. On top board today, we've got Bulgaria facing off against the United States. Austria-Hungary are then on board 2, and exactly as Mike said, Hungary B are on the board just below, and they're playing India. That's going to be a really challenging matchup for them, but I am sure they are up for the challenge. We then have Slovenia taking on China and Uzbekistan, Croatia. That completes the top 5. Italy, Netherlands, Lithuania, Germany, England, Denmark. More great football games. I love this. Iran, Georgia, and Argentina, Poland will make up the top 10 team pairings in the open section for round number 3.
I love the comparisons to football, John. I mean,
I know, it's great.
Bring up all these matchups.
And there's more.
They don't end.
But a notable absentee from that first screen is Norway. You might be asking yourself, where on earth are they? Well, guess what? They are here. They're on the second screen. They're tucked away on the bottom right over there. And they'll be facing off against Colombia. They've brought out the big guns now. You've awoken the Magnus, and he is not happy at all. He's going to be looking to score his first win, well, out of 1, obviously, in the Olympiad today. Colombia are by no means pushovers, though, and they're going to try and make it as difficult as possible. Elsewhere, Azerbaijan play Moldova, and we also saw Australia, Ukraine in the open section. But Norway, Colombia with Magnus Carlsen is probably where we're going to be focusing some of our day. Some familiar names, but with Magnus coming in, Robert, someone has to make way as well.
And it was a question we pondered about yesterday. Would Magnus come in? The answer is yes. He gets the black pieces against a 25-50. That is not going to be a walkover. That's going to be a difficult match. And typically, when a team loses a couple games, they have to decide who to sit. Elham Amar is out of the lineup for today. Of course, he will rebound and be back in future lineups for Team Norway. Johan Sebastian Christensen gets the white pieces again. And how important is that game on board 2? Taking on a young player in Jose Cardoso. He is going to have his hands full. Yes, he gets the white pieces. He looks to recover. And all eyes, they do look at the top there, John. Let's be honest. Magnus Carlsen in for Team Norway. The whole Olympiad Hall will be staring at that game.
If I'm perfectly honest, though, I feel like the game I want to look at is still Christensen, because I've seen his game 1, I've seen his game 2. I feel like the fireworks are all going to be on that board. It is so hard. It's impossible, though, to deny the star power of Magnus Carlsen for sure. But I'm 100% laser focused on board number 2 when we check out that matchup later on. That covers the open section. Let's take a look at the women's section and which of these key matchups we're going to be following later on. On top board, we have Switzerland playing against India. That should be a really fun game. And Hungary, Uzbekistan on board 2. Georgia play Romania and Greece take on Poland. China play against Italy on the 5th board. We then have Israel, Ukraine, Azerbaijan, Argentina, USA, Canada on board 8. That's going to be fun from a rivalry perspective. Germany play Slovenia and Cuba play Spain. Now, I think it's fair to say we have a couple of names that we definitely want to check out on top board today.
Well, I think the board 1 matchup, Alexander Kostyanyuk versus Harika Dronavali. These two players know each other very well, both in terms of playing in events over the years, but also competing against one another. And we heard the interview or the discussion about Kostyanyuk, where she is playing for the Swiss women's team instead of the open team because she feels she's much more valuable to the country in this section. And there's no denying that. Look at the next 3 boards for Switzerland. They're all under 2,200, but all dangerous players. These are the top matchups, John, that teams like India cannot look past because Alexander Kostyanyuk gets the first move advantage against Harika Dronavali. That's dangerous in and of itself. And the other 3 boards, these are not going to be gimmies. These are going to be tough matchups where not just half points, full points can be won by Team Switzerland if India does not bring their A game.
Exactly. And if you end up in a situation where Kostyanyuk, for example, we know what her experience and her strength is, if she takes home a win, which, let's be honest, isn't going to be easy, but is very much within the realms of possibility, even if the other 3 boards are outgraded, outrated by a couple of 100 points, you just need one of them to score that full point, and suddenly you've at least drawn the match, right? So Kostyanyuk playing in a really important anchor position for Switzerland there. Would you say that there's any additional pressure on board 1 when the rating difference between you and the rest of your squad is maybe larger than a couple of dozen points? We've seen this for Kostyanyuk. We also saw this with Magnus Carlsen in the Open as well. Does that make a big difference?
It does. There's a lot of pressure on the top board in that scenario because in an individual event, if your opponent just equalizes, you're like, okay, we'll make a draw. Tomorrow's a new day. But for Team Switzerland and, say, Team Norway, you may need your heavy hitters to score the full point. And look at this. We have one of the best players in the event, the highest rated player in Fabiano Caruana, taking on Ivan Chebrino. Right there, we see Judit Polgar, the legendary Judit Polgar, who at her peak was fighting the likes of Fabiano Caruana. She is now retired from playing chess, but she is the ambassador for this Budapest, Hungary Olympiad.
Polgar could so comfortably slot in on top board on so many of these teams in both sections of the competition. An absolute legend of the game, a living legend. It's really, really cool to have her live at the venue as well. Super excited to be having her with us this Olympiad. Not going to hide my excitement there. The games are going to be starting soon. Players are all sat down. They're looking... I'm going to ask you a bit of an offbeat question there. We've just seen 2 very, very different fashion styles, Robert. We had, like, you know, the formal shirts and the jackets. Wesley So looks a lot more comfortable. I can't tell if that's a bomber jacket from here, but that's what it looks like. We've got... Do you not just play chess better in, like, I don't know, tracksuit bottoms and like a t-shirt? This feels awfully formal to be sat down concentrating for 6 or 7 hours in, you know what I mean?
Well, some of the best elements of the Olympiad are team uniforms. It doesn't appear that we just saw Peter Lecko on the screen. He's taking on Marcus Rager. That's a really interesting matchup. But some teams have uniforms. Team USA typically doesn't. They have just a lightweight jacket, a fleece, things like that, but not a full uniform. And I think that actually some of the teams that we don't see as much of their chess, they come in stylish. They come in with just the team chemistry, the pride, just the happiness to be in the playing hall and none of the expectations. at least not to win the gold medal. But we see here there are many expectations placed on Team Uzbekistan because Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he stares through the souls of his opponents. You know, he can be like in Mortal Kombat, your soul is mine. He does not mind taking his opponent down and just stomping on them just to help his team Uzbekistan to another gold medal.
I think the problem with that, of course, is the seesaw nature of some of these matches that we saw on days 1 and 2. I feel like the words "finish him" could have been uttered in both directions about 7 times each in some of these games. Here we're looking at Richard Rapport getting ready to sit down and start his game as black for Hungary. This is going to be an awful lot of fun. The players, though, looking very deadly serious. I'm looking for someone smiling. I'm looking for someone cracking a couple of jokes. No, everybody is dialed in and they are getting ready for a fight.
They have to be, and here you see Ding Liren with the black pieces taking on the big fish, Vladimir Fedoseev. He slots in on board 1 for Slovenia. It's going to be a tough matchup for Ding Liren. If he shows the form that he has in recent months, Slovenia could be staring at an upset in the making, and it wouldn't be a tremendous upset, John, because Slovenia, from top to bottom, they have grandmasters on their 4 boards, and some very strong grandmasters indeed.
Yeah, that's going to be really fun to watch, not just on the top board, but all the way down the order, just like you said. The matches are starting in a couple of minutes, folks. You've probably worked out in chat that there's a minor delay. I don't 100% know what's going on, but I can reveal that Team Norway are currently MIA. So I wonder if this is all preparation so that Magnus can enter the playing hall. You know, fanfare, trumpets, confetti, the lot. I'm not sure. But I suspect the games will be getting underway in a minute or two, and it's probably just a really boring delay, maybe a bus at a roundabout or something like that.
That sounds like the likely reason, and we see media taking photos. We also see many arbiters at the boards making sure that fair play is upheld. And here we see the players, Fabiano Caruana against Ivan Cheparinov. For those of you who do not know Ivan Cheparinov, longtime second of former world champion, FIDE world champion, Veselin Topalov. Topalov should be a name that chess lovers have known for many years, and someone who played against Judit Polgar and Fabiano Caruana many times. So Cheparinov, he wants to do his own damage on the board, not just in preparation for another, and he can do damage. He is very well prepared. He's a sharp theoretician, so Fabi can't just rest on his laurels and say, I just regained my 2800 rating. I'm one of 3 players in the world with that. John, he needs to show up. He needs to anticipate what Cheparinov's going to do. And if Cheparinov wants to force a draw, he, unlike Johann Sebastian Christian yesterday, might have to acquiesce.
That was a fantastic example as well of when I'm pretty sure Christensen maybe wasn't expecting to have to face that 3-fold repetition so early in the game. But it was an excellent example of what happens when players, even at Super GM level, are caught off guard. If you're expecting something in particular, or you're thinking, right, one of these 3 things is going to happen, and you get surprised at the board, all it takes is for one inaccuracy, I'm not even going to say mistake, once you get surprised, for the position to suddenly morph into something you completely didn't anticipate, and maybe half an hour into your game, you're staring down the barrel of the next 5 hours are going to be horrendously uncomfortable. So you don't want to be trapped in that sort of position. The stronger players like Fabiano Caruana, you have so many games, you've got such a massive database of games to search from, you can prepare to hell and back for these kind of players. So the amount of prep he has to do in return, also a strong amount of work. You can't underestimate that, and we maybe saw some of those consequences yesterday. I've got no doubt we'll see similar games later today as well.
And here we have Vincent Keimer on the camera representing Team Germany on the top board. He has a very tough opponent in Titus Streamovicius. That Lithuanian squad, they're deep, they're talented, and they are very strong, especially in the quickest of time controls. In particular, board 2 for Lithuania, Paulius Pultonovicius. This is a dangerous lineup for Lithuania, but here we see one of the most dangerous attacking players of all time, John, Judit Polgar, ready to make a first move.
Here we go, and it looks like the ceremonial first move is being made. Handshakes all around. It looks like round number 3 is about to begin. Excellent stuff. So the games will be getting underway now. So many top players, so many new names as well being introduced. Magnus is simply the name at the top of the list, but we're seeing some of the lineups get, shall we say, sort of tinkered with, experimented with in round number 3. And we might well see that for the rest of the event as well. Maybe one question on that, now that we see some new players in the mix, Robert, is it down to every federation what they want to do with their reserve player? So do some countries deliberately rotate out every single round a different player, and others only take someone out when they're on a losing streak or they have bad form? Or, I'm guessing there are no set rules around that and everyone can do what they want.
They absolutely can do as they please, and some reserves never play. Armenia was known to play the reserve in the first, maybe also the second round, and then shelve them. You are destined to prepare for your compatriots, for your teammates, and I'm prepared for some battles here with these GM matchups. Fedoseev versus Dingley Ren, those are two super grandmasters, including the world champion, and we have Richard Report on screen right now. He won his game yesterday. Now he gets Valentin Dragnev from Austria. We know about the Austrian-Hungary Empire, but right now they are combatants. They are not part of the same entity, and this means that for Team Hungary on home turf, they're looking at Richard Report with the black pieces to drum up something special. And we have a Sicilian at the top left. That should make the many chess fans out there happy. We have Peter Leko on screen. That should make even more people even more thrilled. And John, it just looks like as we get out the gates, we have all sorts of different openings.
Exactly right. I'm looking for the possible intent to just have a little bit of a quiet game. And when I saw C5 on the board in Report Dragnev, I was very, very happy to see that. So even though we're not going to be talking too much about the position right now, I already know that we're going to come back in an hour and go, yes, this is starting to look properly spicy. So plenty of moves now being drummed up and down the playing hall. Who do you guys want to be checking out today? Are there any particular large groups of supporters in chat where we should be looking for a specific matchup? Do let us know if you think that a particular player or a particular position is super interesting to look at. But you're right, just taking a look at the names on this screen, we are absolutely spoiled for choice today. Does that mean this is, I don't want to say the start of the serious bit of the tournament, Robert, because that's doing it an injustice. But what I mean is, you know, Magnus is coming out for Norway today. We've got like a lot of heavy hitters who may be rested, who are coming into the competition. Is this the first time where we properly see every team focus on just being full strength 100% of the time?
I think this is the start of the streak where the players, they don't sit anymore unless their team starts stumbling. And for Gukesh on the screen here, he wants to play each and every game. He's getting in practice before his world championship match against Dingley Ren. But you can't just look into the future and say, oh, that my toughest test lays ahead. He knows that his opponent today, Adam Kozak, is a serious player, a strong player. And for Gukesh, the pride of India, we know how much they love chess in India, thanks in large part to Vishwanathan Anand, the legendary world champion who has inspired the nation, and all of these youngsters look up to him. We've shown that video during breaks where he's sitting at a table joking around with all the best players that India has to offer, but there are so many more waiting in the wings thanks to Vishy. So of course, if you're a fan from India, you don't need any introduction to Vishwanathan Anand. He's done Subway commercials. I'm sure that's where you know him from. But he is an absolute legend. He's one of the kindest people on the planet. He's brilliant. And Team India is brilliant even without his presence.
He's always come across as really laid back and humble. Like, I don't know him personally. I've spoken to him a couple of times at the London Chess Classic, for example. But absolutely delightful individual. And if you had randomly bumped into him and for whatever reason you didn't know who he was, you wouldn't, because he's just so kind. He'll talk about anything. He's not here to drum up his own ego. Over the chessboard, though, an absolute monster and super, super scary. What an incredibly fierce competitor, but you just wouldn't know that from talking to him because he's so humble and so well-spoken, but softly spoken at the same time. He's a really great role model, to sum it up.
He is for sure, and there are many role models in this competition. We see Arjun Erigaisi, probably a role model for all of the teenagers out there who look at him and say, How did you get to 2780 so quickly? What a beast. But we will get to Team India's matchup in a bit. Why don't we start at the top of the pairings table? We can start with Team USA against Team Bulgaria, because Fabiano Caruana takes on Ivan Cheparinov. And here is our four-board view. John, as we look to the left, that's Fabi against Cheparinov. Let's maybe table that for the moment. When you look at the other games, does anything stand out to you?
Well, I don't know this for sure yet, but I'm smelling a Ray Robson Queenside Castle potentially, so that looks fun. That does seem to be the theme that we had yesterday. We're certainly open to the possibility of white and black castling on opposite sides of the board, so that's what my eye is naturally drawn to first. What would you say?
I'm with you there, and I just want to make mention that Levon Aronian in the lineup for a third day in a row. He's 2 out of 2, but his results don't really tell the story. He was what you would call completely lost in the first game, down a minor piece for just 1 pawn, managed to survive. Yesterday was trickier. His opponent's king was not safe, his opponent in time trouble, and he won that game too, despite Fabiano Caruana's pessimism. He thought the match might even be a tied one, yet USA won 4-0. But let's start on board 4. John, your eyes do not deceive you. We both have 4 eyes. We wear glasses for a reason. We need that extra strength in our vision. And as you look here, well, we're getting a position where white is very likely to castle queenside even on this turn, and black is likely to castle kingside in the near future.
So I guess the idea here is, or an idea here, I should say, is that white does technically still retain flexibility here, right? Like, well, castle queenside has been played, but sometimes, maybe even depending on the opponent you're playing, you might even reserve the option of just making a move with your light squared bishop and asking black, look, do you really want to go kingside? I'm not going to let you guess whether I'm going kingside or queenside. I get the impression, though, that this is probably comfortably within both players' prep still.
Oh, for sure it is. And there are a number of options here at this stage for white. These positions have been played thousands of times, and Ray Robson from the white side, I'm sure, has played it, many, many times himself, dozens. So in this position, there are different setups that white can take. For instance, you can just strike forward with f4. The downside of pushing your pawn 2 squares, even though that's what we typically want from an attack, is we may leave this e4 point a little bit vulnerable if black, and it won't happen now because the knight on c6 is threatened, but in the future, if this knight were not hitting the knight on c6, b5, b4 comes at you fast, the e4 pawn could be a target. So f4, even though at the moment the e4 pawn is safe and sound, later in the contest it can become weak. So that opens up an alternative. What about f3, creating a pawn chain? But it's a flexible pawn chain. You could play g4 and h4 in the near future. It feels a touch slower, John, because you're not throwing your pawns forward all at once, but it does keep the heart of your position very nicely protected. So f3 is very tempting for many people, and you can throw all of our pawns forward. That's one of the things of you do here in against a Sicilian when black is likely to castle kingside or keep the king in the center for the foreseeable future, is you can just throw all your kingside pawns forward and ask black how that king will remain safe.
That's one of the things that I occasionally find frustrating in my own games when I'm trying to push, like trying to mount some sort of pawn storm. I want to be able to play g4, h4 in these positions, but I always know that unless I lose the tension by, swapping off a knight for a bishop on f6, I can't play g4 straight away, right? I have to play f3 or I have to play h3 first to shore up that square to prevent that pawn from immediately being gobbled up. And I look at the black position and I go, well, actually, with a6 on the board, b5 and b4 can come in straight away, and in some cases it almost psychologically feels like black's attack, or black's pawn storm at least, is getting there just a little bit faster. But then you have to remember things like white's castled, black hasn't castled, white's got pieces on the opposite side of the board at the moment, black hasn't. All of black's pawns are on their third rank, and nothing is pushed further forward except for that b5 pawn when it gets pushed. So even though, I don't know, to my eyes it almost looks like black can be faster, but there are things that sort of claw it back and make it a lot more interesting. It's nowhere near that simple.
It's not simple at all. And Ray Robson, he's deep in thought. He's one of those players, a la Alexander Grishuk, who spend quite a lot of time, gets in time trouble, still finds the perfect moves. He is the puzzle-solving champion for a reason. But as we look at this position, you mentioned bishop takes knight, which doesn't just open up the move g4. I'm going to bring up an analysis board for the first time today, because if white takes on f6, your first instinct is to not double your pawns with g takes f6, but bishop takes f6 is objectively a bad move, because the knight can take, the pawn takes back, and there's a little problem here on d6. We have a queen and a rook behind it, staring down the d-file. That bishop was doing an important job defending the pawn, so white can successfully grab a pawn. Sure, black may have some play, but you're down a pawn. Objectively, white is much better. If you have to trade queens, you're not going to get an attack. If you try to keep the queens on the board, you're not getting anywhere, because even a move like knight a4, hitting the queen while stopping any sort of checkmate ideas, will be good for white. So after bishop takes f6, John, black plays g takes f6. Not the end of the world, not at all. In these sort of Richter-Rauser structures, this is what you get. And white then can play moves like f4, because the e4 pawn is not tender, but we have an imbalance. Bishop pair for black, but a worse pawn structure. Castle queenside for white, black king in the center. That would sound like it's worse for black, but you know exactly where the white king remains, and that could allow black some attacking chances in the future as well.
It's these sort of imbalances that sort of make us think, well, even if the game is fairly relaxed now, we know that there are going to be fireworks later on, right? So we enjoy being able to see those kind of positions. We know that something is going to happen. Even if the game ends in a draw, it's going to be a dynamic, really exciting draw. These players, of course, will know how much is on the line. They've not only played each other before, actually, Bulgaria and the USA have a fair bit of history when it comes to the Olympiad. They've played each other a lot of times. The last time they faced each other, I believe, was in 2010. So a surprisingly long time ago. But bear in mind, there are nearly 200 teams in the section. So you don't play every single team, even every decade, at that sort of rate. And the US did win on that occasion, but literally by the skin of their teeth, by the smallest possible margin of 2.5 to 1.5. Overall, though, the US is leading. They've got 6 wins, 2 losses, and 9 draws against Bulgaria.
You're going to laugh, because 2010, I was on the U.S. team. So I remember that matchup. Team USA took down Team Bulgaria. I was the reserve player for the lineup, but it was Gatakomsky taking down Ivan Cheparinov for the U.S. squad. The other boards were drawn. Veselin Topalov was a player for Team Bulgaria back then. But this is a different Bulgarian squad. Unfortunately, they have not been able to replenish. The youth has not been able to shoot up the way that a Topalov and a Cheparinov did in the past. They also had Kirill Georgiev. So that lineup, unfortunately, it's a bit watered down compared to that 2010 lineup.
But still incredibly dangerous. And the US have to watch out, even if they are basically among the favorites to win the entire thing. At the end of the day, one slip up, one move on one board could lead to a different match result against such a dangerous team. So we'll be checking in with them a little while later. Good to know that we have at least one opposite side castles, so plenty of games to come back to. Let's take a look at another one of the top teams in Hungary who are playing against Austria. Now, Hungary, of course, they are the host nation. They've got 3 different teams here, and in fact, their first and second teams are playing on boards next to each other today. I get that there's such a thing as, do we call it home board advantage in chess because it's home court elsewhere? I don't know. But I appreciate that it's home turf for them. But does it also add additional pressure? Is there a downside to that as well?
I'm just looking at their games here. I'll pull up the correct one, because that is Marcus Rager at the board, former 2700. His rating has dipped to 2601, but I don't know what to call it, John. I mean, home board advantage sounds really weird. It's like it sounds more like a corporate boardroom than the chessboard. But I do think that there is a lot of hope for this Hungarian team. Richard Report is back. He played for Romania. He transferred federations. There was so much discussed and written about that decision, but now he is back for Team Hungary, which has also inspired Peter Leko to come back to the board. He is an elite commentator. He is beloved by his fans and also by his fellow commentators, myself included. But I have to say, I always like seeing these stars back at the board. So Peter Leko welcome back to the Olympiad stage. And he is second from the left on the board that we see. He has the white pieces against Marcus Rager. And John, I have to say, as I look across these four boards, so far, solid approaches. I mean, we don't see all that much tension, no fireworks. It doesn't look like we're getting opposite sides castles. So this is going to be more of a positional battle for these two teams.
I think so, yes. There's technically the option for opposite sides castles on board 3, but with no other pieces on that side of the board. I question whether or not that's something that Horvath is seriously considering in that position. Still remains an option, though, admittedly. I do like the pawn on the queenside rook just getting shoved forward as well on board 4. So we've had a couple of initial sparring jabs, if you like, in this matchup, but nothing particularly fireworks, like you say, so far. But the setup work has begun.
Yes, it has. And you are right that board 3, that's second from the right, there may be castles on opposite side of the board, but a couple minor pieces that have been traded. It stems from the French defense. It does look like Black's king will not come under fire, at least not yet. That is still a strategic matchup rather than a dynamic tactical one. But let's tune into Peter Leko's game. And the reason why I want to go there is not just because we've been singing his many praises, but it's because Leko, as we see, the moves are coming in on that board. I like to call him Encyclopedia. He knows every single opening under the sun. He will tell me, Robert, I don't really know this, and then say, well, actually, I think Korchnoi first played this against Portish, and then tell me all of the history after that. So he is super humble and modest, but in this position, it may be a modest opening. He's playing for a slight advantage. At this stage, he can take back on a2 with the rook. That is the most commonly played move. He can also take back with the knight, and taking back with the knight does open the c-pawn in some positions. But this is about little pluses, John. He can take back on a2 with the rook here. Once this knight moves back, let's say, to c6, the bishop comes out to g5. You're trying to get rid of a knight because it's a closed position. So your bishop, at least the black bishop, is not as powerful, doesn't have as much potency as a knight that will eventually try to hop into d5. And we do see Peter thinking, John, because the knight can capture, as I mentioned, and then white can play pawn to c4. So that's two different directions he can go down. He is weighing those options.
I think some of the best people you ever meet are the ones where they really do just know everything about everything, but they wait first. Like you speak to Peter about, oh, I'm not so sure about this opening, and what he really means is, I only know 99% off the top of my head. Let me search my memory banks for that last 1%, and he digs into Chess GPT back there and manages to get you the eventual answer. It's always, they are the kind of people that's always the most fascinating to learn from. I think it's safe to say. They tell the best stories. They're able to remember absolutely everything. Nothing gets past them as well. And it's absolutely no surprise that someone with a personality like that makes an absolutely fantastic chess player. And even better, arguably, when you're able to recall all of those things on command for commentary. I mean, he is just a legend of the game, both on the board and off it.
An exceptional human being. It's a true privilege to call Peter a friend, just such a great person. And his opponent, this is kind of Spider-Man meme potential here, because Marcus Rager got to 2,700 plus, that coveted Super Grandmaster threshold, by playing in kind of the style that Peter Leko does, this positional squeezes. And while, of course, Peter's peak was higher than Marcus's, that's no slight to Grandmaster Rager, who is phenomenal. It's just that Peter played for a world championship, so we just want to, again, remind our viewers that he's not just a world championship level commentator, but also a player. He is playing this in the positional fashion that we come to expect. He put his bishop out to g5. After pawn to h6, he will indeed take this knight. He then will put his knight on d5, a light square, and he's going to claim, I have an ever so slight plus in this position. We have all pawns remaining, so we may see some opening up of files later on, but the bishop that black will have after a swap on f6 will be slightly inferior to the knights. I mean, the dream come true for white would be getting a knight on a light square where it cannot be kicked by an enemy bishop. That's the goal here, but Marcus Rager is not going to make it easy. And John, I want to point out that Rager has more time than he started with, so it's not like he's out of his preparation.
And guess maybe a word on not just preparation, but positional styles of play too. One of the good things about playing in the way that Leko is that, you know, you're squeezing out those tiny advantages. You know exactly what you're doing on principle, even before the moves are played. I'm sure you're about to accurately predict the next couple of things that are going on the board. Is there a risk that, or what is the risk, I should ask, that when you play like this, if your opponent, for example, is out to try and make a draw to shore up for the team, is there a risk that you start becoming predictable or it's easier to prepare against? What's the reward for that later on in the game that ends up swinging it in your favor?
Well, this has all been seen before, and it's why Grandmaster Rager from Austria is playing so quickly. He just brought his knight into d4, and I do want to point out that technically speaking, Grandmaster Rager is higher rated than the board one from Austria. So this seems like a strategic decision to put the higher rated player on a lower board, where maybe against other lineups he can win those games, and against very strong teams it feels like he is holding his own. But this position, this is not new territory, and the key is hoping that you can gain firm control of the light squares. And let's talk about the prowess of the bishop. It's not an open board. The bishop stares into its own pawn here. If white does take this knight, it doubles the black pawns in the center, but you're also gaining some space. And black does want to lay claim to all the territory that he can, because that opens up a file. Then this pawn, now the knight's out the way, can kick the white knight out of d5. So there are small pluses here in the position, but it's closed. All 8 pawns remain. The rooks aren't really playing their part because there have been no pawn trades. And I think Leko, to answer your question directly, John, he wants just a slight edge where he's not worried about his position. Because what you can operate under, at least for this team dynamic, is your other boards are also higher rated. So if they don't have to worry about your board, they say, okay, Peter will just press. And if his opponent defends accurately, great. They're going to make a draw for Austria. But if not, then Peter can, showcase his might, his world championship experience, and try to play for a win. So as I look across these 4 boards, Peter Leko, very normal position. I don't even call it an advantage, just maybe slightly preferable to play from the white side. People typically like playing that position, but not dangerous for black. But I'm looking at board 4 all the way on the right, and that's what I'm seeing. I'm like, Gladora, he is now playing ambitiously despite it being a Spanish exchange on c6.
Well, we can go ahead and take a look at that board before we move on to a different matchup. So Gladora and Bloberger on board 4. I did notice that pawn goes shooting up the board, and now we've got a knight the other side of it as well. This is looking fun. Bearing in mind, though, there's still an hour and 30 minutes, so the same amount of time he started with. It feels like, at least on the Hungarian side, this is possibly still prep.
Definitely is still prep, a la Caruana. These 2 players don't work together, but Fabi loves these positions from the white side. Black has this compromised pawn structure, double c-pawns, and how do you kick a knight out of your own territory? You push a little pawn, not getting away with that. You drop your c6 pawn in this position. So black actually has to bring the queen over either c8 or b8 to defend that pawn, not exactly what you want to do. And white is saying, I'm going to keep this knight here. It's going to be a thorn in your side. Maybe later you have to worry about pawn d4, because if black ever takes, e5 is a fork that wins you a piece. So there actually is way more bite to this position than immediately meets the eye. As I mentioned, Caruana loves these positions from the white side, and considering Gladora has more time than he started with by 2 seconds, and Bloberger, who is a phenomenal theoretician, he actually has worked with Pentala Hari Krishna as a second, so he's worked for a player who competes at the highest level. You know that he's typically very well prepared, and right now he may be out of his element.
Interesting. So on to move 10 now, and potentially out of prep for one player, maybe settling down for a much deeper think, hence 1 hour 30 minutes plays 1 hour 16. To close off something that I just want to wrap up something we spoke about earlier, because I realize it dovetails into our conversation from yesterday, Robert. The more safe positional play you can get, sort of you blitzing it out to move 20, knowing that you've got a very slight edge. How many grandmasters did we see yesterday really struggling on move 35, 36, struggling to make the time control? And if you have as much time, if not more time than you started on move 20, presumably that's something that Leka will hopefully not need to worry about regardless of what the position looks like on move 38. So eliminating that as a possibility a couple of hours down the line must be a nice sort of reassuring feeling to have.
And the difference in this top level chess, in classical chess, it's all about the minor details. And I think that's Borky Predajevich sitting there. So I didn't know if he is the captain of Team Austria, but that is Grandmaster Borky Predajevich. Just surprising for even me to see, because I didn't know that in advance. And there's Yakubayev walking in the background for Team Uzbekistan. But the difference separating, say, a draw and a win at this very high level is typically not someone blundered their queen or blundered checkmate. It's, can I put my opponent into uncomfortable territory where they're burning clock? And even in this position, the difference between, say, queen c8 or queen b8, it may seem inconsequential, but there are different plans associated with it. And it's clear that Glidora has won the opening battle in this game. The evaluation may hover in the center, say, what advantage, what win can we talk about? But he's forcing his opponent to think. And when you get your opponent out of their preparation while you're still within the ballpark of yours, you start to feel good. They don't know the plans as well as I do. And there may be a moment where Black has only one accurate choice, and you put them to the test, and they fail that test on this day. And you can see Bloberger right now, come on, he's not happy. And I've been in his seat before where I'm like, okay, I don't know this position very well. My opponent hasn't even spent a second. I'm playing Grandmaster Glidora and Super Grandmaster Stockfish, right? That home preparation is paying off for Glidora, and I am worried for Austria on this board.
It's like the first psychological blow, right? Where you're able to sit there and go, look, I haven't won the game by any stretch. I'm not even necessarily that much better. But the fact that my opponent is having to start putting in the serious work, you're starting to use your energy, your brain power earlier in the match than I need to, just makes life so much easier. It doesn't mean you're going to win the game. There's every possibility that you can still make a mistake and lose. But the point is, the hard work starts for you at a slightly later stage. And hopefully, these guys are athletes after all. They can use that to their advantage, or it helps them with the energy to grind out in an end game where you might get a win from an otherwise drawn position. Or we see so many stories where that kind of thing ends up coming true. Speaking of psychological advantage, though, I want to talk about, just briefly mention, something that we just got confirmation of that I think is the opposite of that, and lovely to see. So, unsurprisingly, we knew that there was a small delay to the start of the round. It was indeed to do with buses and transportation, but it's really wholesome to hear that a lot of the teams, when faced with a team that hasn't shown up quite on time due to buses, they've not started their opponent's clock. Like, sportsmanship is very much alive and well in this playing hall today. And there have been plenty of examples of teams waiting for their opponents to arrive. Everyone's sort of in the same boat. They all know they have to get to the venue from where they're staying. So really just quite pleasant to see the overall sense of camaraderie and fair competition amongst all of the teams in the playing hall.
Nobody wants to win some precious minutes because an opponent is late to no fault of their own. And for the organizers, they're doing their absolute best. Look how many players are in the facilities, how many buses need to come. And with some poor weather, that can delay things. So it's good to see that all these teams and all these flags are in the arena, and that way everything is settled purely on the chessboard and not because a team was late as their bus arrived behind schedule.
Yeah, super cool to see all of the flags hung up in plain sight, of course, for everyone to see in the playing hall here at the Bok Arena. Fantastic stuff. And oh, interesting. They have the Nepalese flag there, but they've extended it to still make it a rectangle. I was kind of looking for the irregular shape, going, that's one to spot. They've cheekily disguised it by filling in the rest of the rectangle with white. But my goodness, that is a lot of countries and a lot of federations represented on that wall.
And as I'm just looking across them, naming the countries in my head, there's one I'll name out loud. I see the Turkish flag over there, and that team from Turkey, filled with young talent. We have Ediz Gürel, who is, became a grandmaster, crossed 2600. There's Yagiz Erdogmus, and pardon for any mispronunciation, but he is a phenomenal talent, played in the Chess Kid Youth Championships. He is just 13, and he's also hitting 2600. He's broken some rating records. I know some people are saying, Judit Polgar, she was 12, she was 2555. It meant something different that back in the day. I agree with that. But the point is that he actually has surpassed that rating in these modern times and is a player that you shouldn't just keep an eye on. You should follow every tournament that Yagiz plays in. And another player you should follow each and every move they play, Arjun Erigaisi, as we have him on camera right now.
Exactly right. We are taking a look. That's not a typo on your screens, by the way. That is India versus Hungary B on the bottom of your screens. Just the next board along from the Hungary team we were following just now. And India, of course, another team with some very, very scary and continuously improving young talent who we are going to see for many Olympiads to come. But even while they continue to mature and achieve their peak as a chess player, make no mistake, this isn't like some sort of project to slowly build for some future date down the line. They're looking to win gold this year.
They are, and even though Arjun Erigaisi is not on board 1, he is not playing for the World Championship like Gukesh is later this year. He is the highest rated player for this team. And if you look on the screen right now, he is second board from the right there. He gets the white pieces again. This was a strategic decision from Team India because they can float him as they see fit to give him the white pieces. Remember yesterday, he had this London type of setup against the team from Iceland. He won that game in fine style. Now he gets the white pieces. Once again, Hari Patalar not playing today. Instead, that allows Arjun to get the white pieces once again because Pragnanda is on board 2 for them. And as we look at this position, nothing major happening yet, at least on the board. Something major happening on the clock, John. Look at this 30-minute lead for Arjun, and he looks almost bored. He's got his hand on his head there. He's just kind of tilting to the side here saying, make this move because I have 12 more lines prepared.
Yeah, I kind of want to know a little bit more about this because you're right. There isn't that much happening on the board right now. This doesn't look particularly sharp. And I'm tempted to say that, for players who are grandmasters, this is the kind of position you should be seeing day in, day out. This is the kind of position you have with your breakfast in the morning, right? It's just, I don't want to say like whatever, but people are used to seeing this sort of position. What could possibly cause such a deep think on move 9 when the position looks like this? Why does this have to be such a careful consideration? What am I missing here?
Well, I'll explain. Because there's the bishop on d2, you'd assume it went there in one turn. There's a knight on f6, you'd assume that went there in one turn as well. I am going to take us back a little bit. It's not been a long game, only 9 moves in, but the game started where it became a queen's gambit decline, starting with 1 c4, a transposition. And then at this moment here, after the bishop came to f4, a very standard play, black played knight to h5. So we already see the knight has moved twice. The bishop retreats to d2, and knight h5 was the first move black spent some time on after castling and e3. Here black spent about 15 minutes bringing the knight back to f6. So at this point in time, you have to think, am I going to allow knight e5 with a tempo as this knight on h5 is loose, and then maybe white can push the f-pawn forward and get some sort of attack going on the king side? What moves even come to mind for black? A c-pawn push to solidify, pushing twice to be more ambitious in the center, but knight f6 was ultimately the choice here to bring the knight back. It just took him a while to come to that realization. Not easy to move that piece 3 times in the opening. And as we just go to the live board, black did just play knight b to d7 and leaving the flexibility of pushing 1 square to create a pawn chain, or to move it 2 squares to strike in the center and try to claim some space of your own. I typically, John, like these positions from the white side. Very healthy setup. I just like the control of this d4 pawn compared to this knight on d7. A pawn 3 squares away from a knight dominates it, and I just think that white has a bit more flexibility, but still, black has done absolutely nothing wrong, and of course is right in this game.
I'm gonna press on just one point that you mentioned the tiniest bit longer, just because I'm curious. When you normally see one player really down on the clock because they've spent a lot of time thinking, it's usually in response to something their opponent did. So I find it fascinating that in this particular instance, it was black who played knight to h5, and then black who spent a lot of time thinking about moving that knight back to f6. But before moving the knight to h5, I'm certain that would have been a consideration. So is that some sort of tacit acknowledgement that that might have been a mistake, or is this something much deeper at play?
It's in part playing one of the best players on the planet, who's also perhaps performed the best in the entire world in classical chess over the last year. You don't get the 2780 by accident. And it's a team event, right? You're playing with the black pieces against somebody who chose this variation against you, and black may have 3 equivalently good moves in that position. It's all about choosing the plan that you feel gives you the best chances in this specific game. So what black did do is leave some options open. You see Arjun's on the clock. Is black going to play c5? Maybe leaving a weakness on d5, and I said queen pawn, but giving your pieces more room to work with. Or is black going to play c6 and say, I'll have a slightly passive position in some of these lines, but I'm solid. How are you actually going to try and win this game? So these little decisions have great consequences. And for Peter Prohaska, very strong player in his own right. I mean, he's not new to this game. He's been a grandmaster for a while. It's just that what decision that may take me a while now will help me make easier decisions in the future.
I think you summed it up really well there. It's not necessarily that plan A hasn't worked, is that Prohaska is sat there thinking, okay, I now have to choose between plan A1, A2, and A3, and I'm trying to work out, based on looking into my opponent's eyes across the board or how I'm feeling today, which of those plans is most likely to get me a result on this board. So I think that's a fantastic way to summarize it. India-Hungary B is going to be a really, really cool matchup. As you can see, if you joined us on day number 1 for round 1, there were big rating disparities between some of the players on these boards. That no longer exists here. I mean, you've still got 100 or 200 points here and there, but this is very, very much closer, and it's comfortably within territory that people can poach points from each other on a fairly regular basis. So it's nice to see that actually both players here are sitting back and having just a little bit more time to think, and as they continue to select a plan for what sort of middle game they would like to go into.
And we see the playing hall. You see some, there's a handshake over there, but I don't think those players are playing against one another. I think it's seeing a longtime friend for the first time in quite a while. So, John, it's great to see all the people in the playing hall.
So that is, the wider view there with all of the flags in the background. All the teams, of course, furiously competing, and there are plenty of people walking around, a lot of arbiters and staff as well. We are properly in the thick of the action here in the 3rd round of the 45th World Chess Olympiad. We're going to go to a quick break. Grab yourself a drink, but don't go too far, because there's a lot of action waiting here for you when we come back.
Do you respect my style and level of chess?
Yeah.
Had to think about it, though. That's a worry.
It's a lie.
That's a lie. Oh my gosh. Just gonna walk. Okay, I'm gonna beat you now.
Don't ask the question if you don't like the answer.
Magnus, do you respect my game?
Yeah. No.
So not chess or my game. Oh my gosh.
The first Olympiad, I was just 12 years old, back in 1988. It was a very special event for me and my sisters as well, as we were not playing in women competitions. This was an exception. And the Hungarian team was very, very young. We were an average of age 16. And I remember very well when we were getting closer to Thessaloniki on the plane, and we were giggling and talking and discussing with Ildiko, who played already in Olympiads before, that, well, we should win the gold medal. She said, well, it would be already so nice to get a medal. So she was not so optimistic, but we were like, let's do it. It was a huge challenge. In that time, it was 14 rounds. And of course, it was very impressive to see so many countries, so many cultures together in one hall. And then we started the tournament. We had one match after another. And in those times, it was not about match point, but it was board point. So it did matter whether we won 3-0, and we did quite a few matches. And of course, the biggest rivals were the Soviets, who had won the event, the Olympiad, for 30 years. So by the time it was the middle of the event, it was very clear that I'm in incredible form. I was playing on board 2, and in that time it was only 3 boards, the women team, so I was playing on board 2 between my other 2 sisters, or Ildiko and one of my sisters. So they got used to it by the middle of the tournament, that I was scoring full point in every round. So they said, okay, it's a good start that we have a full point already. And I had the tournament of my life in that stage, because I won 13 rounds, and I made, no, actually 13 games I played. I 12-1 win and 1 draw. So by this performance, I became the best performer of the Olympiad. And so it was very, very special to become Olympic gold champion together with my sister and the best player in the board. So I won 3 gold medals, actually. And it was the first time that I met Garry Kasparov, and that was also very inspirational. In 1994, I was not even 18 years old when I represented Hungary in the open section. So that was something very special, not only for me, but generally for the big public. So people were talking about it. This was Moscow. And it was very special because I was board 1 ahead the legend like Elias Portis. But I was not the youngest in the team. Actually, Peter Leko is 3 years younger than I am, so he was really a teenager. I remember it was very special because I was very focused. My sisters were actually playing in the women's section. I had some interesting games, huge fights, and that was the point when my road continued in the open section, and it was very clear that I will never play again in the women's section anymore. And later on, I was playing practically in all boards. It was a very special moment to represent my country in the open section.
Hello everybody, welcome back. We have survived hour number 1 of round 3 of the Olympiad, and by survived I mean entertained. There's plenty of spicy action up and down the playing hall, and we've got plenty more to bring you as well. Don't worry, the day is far from done. So back in the playing hall, all of the teams, of course, are sat and competing against each other. A lot of the games are now either out of opening or out of prep, and we're settling down for some long thinks. And one of those long thinks is on the board of someone we have covered, I think it's fair to say, at length over the first couple of days, and that is Anish Giri. He's played some very interesting chess and some very tense finishes as well. But he has a very interesting position once again on his board in this third round.
What a position we have, because this is how coaches teach their students not to play chess. What is that rook doing on h3? The kings are both still in the center. White is down a pawn, and yet you see the evaluation bar hovering just ever so slightly in black's favor. That means that you have dynamic compensation for material deficit. So Anish is at the board. He is now down nearly 25 minutes. If we can, we just want to go back in time to the moment both where he sat and thought and won a pawn, because those two went hand in hand. At this moment in the game, John, white went knight to e2. Instead of playing knight f3, shutting down the diagonal, white went knight e2, gambiting this pawn, and Anish spent 20 plus minutes before taking it.
I mean, I can see why as well, because when that's just dangled in your face like that, you have to ask yourself the question, is this some sort of elaborate trap? Like that looks astonishing. That looks more like one of my blitz games than something in classical chess, let alone at an Olympiad. Now, admittedly, black taking this pawn, of course, opens up rook g1, and you can take on g7 as well. So I'm guessing it's not an automatic decision, but this is still wild to see these moves come out from players of this caliber. This has to have been premeditated to some extent, right?
It's been played before, and actually black has pretty good results in this line, but you have to be quite well prepared, especially if your opponent, and in this case being Lorenzo Ledici, he's the one who studied this line, said, come on, I'm going to get you into my territory, and you better use that super grandmaster brain. Because as we continue here, bishop f3, and the rook didn't take on g7. This is actually an instructive note for everybody thinking that white was giving up a pawn to get one right back. Rook takes g7 would not have been a good choice here. Why not? I just gave away my g2 pawn to open the file, win your pawn near your king. But here black can play knight h5, hitting that rook, and you may think, well, doesn't that just drop a pawn on h7? It's not just about these little pawns over here, because once white steals this pawn, black brings the queen out. So even if the rook retreated instead of grabbing this pawn, you can see that white's king is in worse shape than black's king, because black is the one who's pouncing in first. h2 will fall. Then there might be a check on the first rank over here, and black will be able to develop this knight, castle the king at some point. The black king is much safer. The advantage is actually -2, so like 2 pawns better for black despite being a pawn down, John.
Well, look, white's attacking with a bishop, black's attacking with a pair of bishops, a knight, and a queen, right? So that's my that's my quick maths right there. There's something has got to give in this sort of position, and yeah, that can't be good at all. But still, if this is something that's premeditated here, I absolutely love this sort of deep prep from Anish Giri. We've got the bishop into f3, so continuing to pile on the pressure. And asking white now, okay, to what extent have you prepared? Are you still going to be interested in gobbling up the pawn on g7? White says no, and that's how the rook got up onto the third rank.
And it didn't stop there, did it? Black took the knight on c3. This knight on e2 is pinned, so white was forced to capture back with the pawn, hurting your pawn structure on the queen side. But this is thematic in many Queen's Gambit type positions, or Nimzo Indian in particular, I should say. And then the bishop came back to e4, offering a trade. White brought the queen out, saying, we were going to trade on my terms. And then after the swap on d3, the black knight went to h5. So this leads us to the live position. The knight hit the rook, defended the pawn, and after rook to h3, here is where Anish is thinking, because he has, to my eyes, several, maybe 3 moves that all look pretty decent. Pawn to g6, the simple one, defending the knight. Knight back to f6, back where you came from, just making sure you don't drop a piece. And also queen to g5. You protect your knight while also perhaps seeking to go into the heart of the white position in the near future. I think queen g5 is a little bit more risky. It's a looser move, John, but I could see the reason to bring that queen out. You're also getting ready to castle the black queen, excuse me, the black king queenside if the knight gets out and the king can dart over here.
I guess I've got one more question about the position, maybe a move or two prior to this, Robert. Like, when I took a look at the position where the exchange of bishops was offered on the analysis board, I was thinking to myself, if I'm playing with the black pieces here, the pawn on g2 is gone. There are holes all over the place on the light squares on white's half of the board. The bishop, the dark squared bishop, the light squared bishop for black is arguably the most dynamic piece on the board right now. Why am I so eager to trade this off? Why would I not just want to get that to safety, get castled, or at least get the other knight or the queen out on the board? Why the eagerness to swap off the light squared bishop? I'm not understanding that.
Great question, because the bishop can slide all the way back to b7 over here. You're going back to safety. And in this position, white now can take this pawn on g7 more successfully. In the other position with the bishop on f3, the white rook was a little bit more cramped. And now, say the knight comes to h5, we go forward with the exact plan we were talking about. This whole idea with the queen coming to g3, there is no longer this bishop on f3, there's no longer this pin on the knight on c3. We've already committed to capturing the knight on c3 and then bringing our bishop back. So in a position like this, queen takes h2, not even that big of a threat, as the knight protects this rook over here on g1. And dynamically speaking, white can actually make a move like pawn to e4 to bring this bishop out to g5. And you see those dark squares in front of the black king, John. It's clear that black actually isn't so happy. There's a lot of loose squares there that white can take advantage of.
Got it. That makes sense. And it means that not only does the attack not have the same initiative as before from the black's point of view, but actually, if you're not careful, forget about the light squares for a second, it's actually the dark squares where white would end up having an advantage just a couple of moves down the line.
Exactly that. So that's why Anish said, look, that bishop is very strong. You are correct. I'm just going to play bishop e4. I don't want white to take the center. That's often why players gambit pawns, to control the center. And as we get forward back into the game here, we saw the trade. The knight came to h5, rook h3, and pawn to g6. So this move, given an exclamation point, it's the only move that left black with the advantage. We were talking about the knight retreating or the queen coming out to defend, but g6 does make perfect sense, and e4 is the follow-up. So, John, this is a game. Black has an extra pawn, but white has control of the dark squares. Look at this bishop. It can come in. If you ever think about castling kingside, you might get mated quickly. And look how much time it takes. Knight c6, queen move, castle queenside. It takes quite a deal of time, and then your light squares are still weak on that flank. So it's not going to be easy to find true safety, but it's the question. Do you prefer to be material up and force your opponent to prove that dynamic compensation, or do you actually like giving up a pawn, gambiting it, saying, actually, it's more fun for me to play because you have to be on the immediate lookout?
Well, look, I mean, I don't want to be one to sit here and point and go, those light squares are weak. You just traded your light squared bishop. Of course, in the long run, there's going to be a couple of holes to poke around there. But this does feel like there's been some level of consideration to playing, something like this out of the opening. So very interesting to see. I've got one last question about this position, Robert, before I'd like to maybe hop over to the women's section and take a look at some of the games there. Does white eventually castle queenside here, or is it simply a case of get the bishop out of the way and play the king to d2? You're not castling. With the queen still on the board, that's not an easy question.
That king may stay in the center for a while. You can also castle to the king side by hand, king f1, king g1, like this. But I just think the speed from Ladici is scary. He is making every response instantly. Anish took a knight. I'm just going to go back a half step. You can take with the pawn to get closer to the center, but he takes with the queen, and the reason why is the dark square control. Give me all of your dark squares. Bishop g5.
You were saying, yeah.
Yeah, it's almost automatic here. Let's say you play knight d7, you want to develop, bishop g5. Are you going to play f6? I guess in this position, bishop g5 is a mistake. I'll own that mistake, but let's make a different move instead of knight d7. Let's say knight to I don't know, knight c6 maybe? Is bishop g5 available here? It looks pretty tempting to me, but perhaps bishop h6, not inviting the pawn push and still controlling all these dark squares. And e5 can come at some point, perhaps. The bishop is very active. So I note that black clearly, with the extra pawn, will have an ability to fend off the storm that white hopes to surround the black king with. But you have to be very careful because the dark squares are permanently compromised.
Okay. So it sounds like there are some there are some long-term things that Nishikori is looking to try and squeeze out of this position, and maybe his position out of the opening is exactly what he wanted, or maybe he's having a couple of complications that he needs to navigate. We will come back and check in and see a little bit later on. This was the open section of the playing hall. We're now going to go ahead and take a look at the women's section as well. 181 teams are competing in the very same hall for only 3 medal positions. So there's plenty to talk about. And I think it only feels natural, really, to go ahead and maybe take a look at the Swedish game to begin with, because once again, we have the mother and daughter Kramling duo in action for match number 3.
The Kramlings proudly represent Sweden, and Juan, who is Anna's father and Pia's husband, he is the team captain. So it is truly a family affair for Team Sweden. They have a perfect start in terms of match play. And, well, as we look at these 4 boards here, Sweden, perhaps, according to the evaluation, are in some trouble on the 4th board, but it's way too early to call it that. I'm looking at the Kramlings' position. Board 1 is messy. Pia has her hands full against Daolite Cornet, a very strong international master. And then we see on board 3, we'll skip over board 2 just for the moment, Anna, that's a very tense position. Look at all those pawns staring at each other. So, John, I'm going to put this in your hands. Which game do you want to start with?
Oh, well, I definitely want to go over more than one game, because I was about to talk about the queen side for board 1, but I think that's a little bit of a misnomer, because I feel like there isn't a queen side there anymore, but we'll talk about how that came about later. Why don't we start with the tension while my head's still relatively fresh on the on-prise attack, which I'm going to call board number 3, because it looks like everything is getting ready to drop off, or is being threatened at least with capture by both players. I'm trying to make sense of what comes next and why, but honestly, there are no pawn breaks to play, because what these guys have done, they've just played every pawn break. They're just not taking them.
Well, there are downsides to capturing. For example, if white decided to take on d5, this knight captures with a tempo against the queen. Then we see a bishop trade on f1, and white will lose the right to castle. If you move your king or your rook, you no longer can castle. So that's why this tension remains here. And white's best decision at the moment, and I've had this position from both sides, in fact, is that white should take on c5 away from the center. I know that's difficult for many players to work with, but I'm going to put this on the board quickly, is that after the swap of pawns here, white is encouraged to play b5. And what we've established is a 2-on-1 outside pawn majority, which is good for endgames. But for the meantime, black does have an extra pawn here in the center. Let's put that in green. The d5 pawn can support a knight e4 jump either on this turn or after the bishop retreats to b7. So black has a bit more control of the center. White has control over the queen side. And we can see this bishop taking a useful long diagonal soon.
I was looking at that.
But John, the king remains in the center, so let's just put the bishop on b7. If we just sort of play bishop b2, black will complete her development, and now we have a fight on our hands. You cannot, don't blunder, checkmate at 1, all you people in the chat out there. I know you were thinking about it to attack a queen but lose your king, but this type of position where the knight comes to b6, John, it's a really big struggle where black has a good center, white has that good queen side, but white is underdeveloped.
Yeah, Black would be placing so much pressure on the base of the pawn chain there on c4. There isn't a pawn on b3 or d3 to really not capitulate to that. Any recapture has to be done by a bishop, and you're still not castled, so you've really got your hands full elsewhere while trying to avoid taking too much damage from this pressure. It feels like, I don't know necessarily if black is that much better than white, but I do know that the black position feels a lot easier to play. Like, if you ask me to look for candidate moves, aside from getting castled, I don't really know what white's plan is here. It feels a lot more defensive than black.
Well, you're correct. That's what white should do, probably. Bring the bishop out, castle, and just get the king out of the center. But knight b6, knight a4, all these knight hops, even if this doesn't change the objective evaluation, where it's near the middle, it's about an equal position. Dynamically speaking, it's more fearsome, right? You do have to worry a little bit more because it just seems like a threat because your queen's under attack. So as we get back to the live position, she has just taken, has Anna on c5. She's playing very well. I know Chad is going to shame her for not playing the cow. She says that opening is what we should do, and yet doesn't play it herself on the biggest of stages, but she is finding the correct continuations. There's pressure on her, not just because she's the Olympiad. She has so many fans watching her and cheering her on, but also her mother is a couple boards down. I mean, that has to add to the pressure, but she's playing great chess right now, John. D takes c5 is the right move. She won her first 2 games in the competition. That should make her feel quite good about her chances playing someone who's 260 rating points higher than her. So Anna, not at her peak rating at the moment, but still, she's just not going to bow down to somebody who has a higher rating than she does. She's actually just right in this thing. And the big question is, after the pawn takes, will she push forward with pawn to b5 and then figure out how to develop her king side?
So we wait and see whether that ends up happening on Anna's board. At the moment, playing very, very strong, taking the fight to the higher rated opponent. There's absolutely no fear being shown on this board. But speaking of no fear, if we take a quick look back at the team view of Team Sweden versus Team France, there was another board I wanted to ask you about, namely board number 1 and Pia Kramling. Obviously, white has the option of castling both sides, Robert. I'm not going to bore you with that conversation, I promise, because there is no queen side left. What on earth happened here, and how did this kind of position come about?
We're having some fun Pia Kramling style, and that typically means soft-spoken, but carrying a heavy punch on the chessboard. And there is no queenside right now. It's black on the move, so this bishop can in fact be captured. And well, as we talk about the dynamics at play here, both sides have isolated pawns. That's usually not good news. White temporarily has the bishop pair. That bishop pair can be eliminated, but what white does have great control of is the square in front of the isolated pawn, but black also has great control of, so I'll put this one in red because it's under black's control, and blue under white's control. So you typically don't want to allow an isolated pawn to push forward and trade itself. So I think I would say both sides are doing everything right. I don't believe this is what Pia wanted out of the opening, but the good news is this bishop on d3, it's a great piece. And if you do take on g5 and we get bishops of the same color, we could see a future where, because of the control of the d4 square, white getting castled, maybe she can claim, I have a slightly more activity for the time being than you do, and that can help me not just fully equalize, because I do think it's about equal, I'm ignoring the evaluation bar, but maybe cause some problems for black in the future after that.
Okay. And even though the queen side looks quite sparse, it's not like black has any sort of imminent attack or checks or discovered attacks or anything like that that Pia needs to be immediately aware of, right? So I'm looking for the pressure. I love the outpost on e4, but actually besides that, you're almost asking black in this position, your pieces are on decent squares, but what's the follow-up? What's the point? What's the plan? And I feel like maybe both players are still in the process of figuring that out through the middle game. Would that be a fair comment here?
Yeah, I don't fully understand why black is better here, because this looks like a standard position. So I'm actually going to turn on the move and see what's going on. It's
okay.
Oh my. Okay, if this is played, I am about to be floored. Knight takes g5. That's not any bit controversial. Knight takes g5. And the best move for black is d4. Are you kidding me? You're putting a pawn on a square that is covered by both white pawns and a queen. So the point is that if you take back, say, with a pawn on d4, black plays knight d5, and you cleared the square for this tactic, winning the knight on g5. So that is already absurd. You can take h7 check, but the king was at the way. You're not getting enough material, I guess, although in that variation, this rook on f8 is loose over here, so queen a3 still stares at the rook, but it's saying that after queen g5, queen f8, king takes h7, black has the minor pieces and the initiative because, well, white's not developed, and even if you castle, you walk into bishop h3, delivering a checkmate. So I can understand why this is better for black, that's clear, but d4, that's like an invisible move. It's one where it's completely covered by white, and yet you can get away with it tactically. And John, the final point here is that the queen takes d4. Of course, you're not trading queens. Queen a5 hitting the knight, rook d8 next, and the claim is that black so quickly is getting an initiative and activity for her pieces that it's worth that pawn sacrifice. If d4 is played, I will be absolutely shocked. It's just a move that most humans don't remotely consider.
No, I hadn't even, that had definitely not crossed my mind at all. Obviously, it strikes you as a weakness in the position where there are no other pawns that can assist that isolated pawn. You want to be able to swap that off at some point in the future, but you don't immediately think in the next 3 moves, this pawn's going to be the hero of the position, right? That's completely different thinking to what you otherwise would consider. So that hasn't materialized on the live board yet. It is very, well, it's probable. I don't know how possible it is, but it is probable. It is possible even, not probable, that move materializes. I cast a curse as a thing, not just in esports. As soon as I say they're not going to play it, they probably will. So we'll come back to this board and check what that position is at later. So that is Sweden versus France in the women's section of the competition, folks. Let's go ahead and scour the playing hall a little bit and see if we can spot another matchup that might be worth taking a look at. We've taken a look at a few of the French-Swedish positions so far. This is a heavyweight battle. Hungary, Uzbekistan are currently playing, and I appreciate the ratings aren't, necessarily, in fact, they might be quite close to each other on this board as well. This should be a fierce contest. I'm liking the look of this. Let's go ahead and zoom in and take a look here.
Okay, so why don't we dive right into this matchup? And I think that when you look at it on paper, it would seem that Hungary, the hometown team, is the heavy favorite. But Uzbekistan has many players that I would deem underrated. So it's not just about the gold medal winning open team. The women's team also has so much talent. And it's a position that we see on the board right now where black grabbed this pawn on a2. So if I can count the material correctly, John, black is up a pawn. The knight has a safe retreating square. I don't see why white is better. I could see why you have some compensation, but I'm not sure if you're the players, you're really looking at this position and thinking, yeah, for sure, white's better here. And I would imagine that there's a fine line. And if you make one inaccuracy, it goes from, what does it say, ever smidge, 0.1 better for white, to like -1, a pawn better for black.
Oh, wow. So it's actually white that's walking the tightrope here, which is interesting because when you see a position where black has just grabbed a pawn, you think to yourself, okay, you have to be really careful. If you want to keep that advantage in material, it's going to be really sharp for a while. It doesn't intuitively come to me that it's actually white that's being put to the test here.
It's just down a pawn. Like this knight in the last 2 turns grabbed a knight on c3. White took a bishop that was on f5. That's how we got here. And then black said, give me your pawn. So if white doesn't have some sort of attack going on the king side, then black is a pawn to the good. This knight has a safety square. It's got a retreat thanks to this queen protecting it, so the knight otherwise would be trapped. And then once the knight gets back here, you can always reinforce it with a pawn on a5. So this makes me believe that white needs to storm the king side with a g4, an f4, a g5 go in this direction. And if that works out, well, then I can clearly see why white has the potential. The queen can slide behind the g4 push to g2. And I think we can all see where this is heading, a king side storm where black may not be able to meet it, especially because this knight, even if it gets back to b4, it's offside. It's not defending the black king.
Yeah, and that's really important, right? The knight is literally as far away from the black king as it can basically get, whereas the queen-bishop battery on that long diagonal looks just delicious. The knight on e5 is on such a good outpost square right now. The rooks, okay, you haven't got a rook on the g file yet, but frankly, if that's the only missing piece in this position, then white's attack is significantly faster than black's here, right? And all you would have to do is go g4, king h1, get a rook on the g file. That is 3 moves, but look at what black can accomplish in 3 moves. That barely gets the knight back home. So there's a lot more work for black to do to play an adequate defense in this position. On the plus side, though, if she's able to do that, she comes out of it a pawn up and potentially in a winning endgame.
And there's something that we talk about when your opponent is attacking, you often want to strike in the center. Don't be surprised if black retreats the knight and plays c5 ASAP, trying to trade, maybe get this knight back to c6, trade that white knight in the center. So that's what black will have to look for in order to defend her king, to distract white's forces. But g4 to me is the move, and if g4 is not played, well then I think that black actually will be happy to steal that pawn successfully and then try to strike with that c5 break anyway. So I do think white, at the moment is now. You cannot delay any further.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about seizing the moment, and with that knight offside, now is the time to get that pawn storm rolling. So we'll find out if Gal is able to move that forward and move that plan forward as well. It's not just about the one move, it's about all the moves that follow. Let's stay with this matchup and take a look at the team view just for a second, because I've got one more board I want to ask you about, Robert. I feel like this is genuinely starting to become a theme today. When looking over these from left to right, I didn't really think much of where the pieces were in the middle of the board on board 2 until I started realizing that that wasn't a castled position for black, and we're not just missing 1 pawn on the h-file, we're missing 2. So I feel like there have been some fireworks here that could be worth breaking down.
What a fun position that is on the second board. That's second from your left. As John said, the h-pawns are gone. That means the white rook is developed on its starting square. That may seem like a counterintuitive thought, but it is on a fully open file, and black's rook is sitting passively. So if we dive into that game, we're looking at a position that at least initially should seem better for white, but it's not as impressive as it would initially appear. So if we just start from the beginning, I'm just going to play through the moves. We don't even need to analyze specifics so much. But we saw f5, the Dutch defense, fighting chess as early as move 1. Yeah, she's saying, I'm going to represent my country proud. We see c4, great. Now it's going forward here. And when your opponent plays g6, in pretty much any opening, you can consider playing h4, and that develops the rook on its starting square, as I've been saying, because as soon as the pawn's on g6, you think, can I get an h5 in? Can I attack that pawn chain? And in this game, we saw d6, and after h5, no, black did not take the pawn. Quickly noting that if knight takes h5, white strikes with e4, and the plan is to sacrifice your rook for this knight. I'll just put this on the board. In positions like this, the king is forced to go out to d7. And even if an engine can defend these types of positions, they're not much fun because white didn't even have to sacrifice the rook for the knight in the first place. But look at this. Your king is in the center and you've developed none of your pieces. So instead of capturing, we saw the rook leave to the g8. It's given an x. I'm actually going to cancel that out. I actually think it's a perfectly reasonable move. White chopped on g6. The knight came to f3, and white should be better here, John. But queen c2, maybe it's a little bit slow, a typical move in queen's pawns games. But here is where things started to turn. d5 played, giving this knight a central outpost, and white decided to play knight g5. How could you blame her? She's trying to take control of this e6 square. There's a pawn on d5 anchoring in it. It looks so good for white, but black calmly responds with c6. Anytime your opponent pushes pawns closer to your territory, it's easier to chop at them. And c6 not only puts pressure on d5, it opens the queen to a useful diagonal. And all this talk about the open h-file, the black king is likely to go in the other direction. So John, I get why it would look like white is better. My first thought was white should be better. But now that we're here, black can always trade away this great knight with knight f7. King sitting on f7 is not weak. There's no more white pieces to go out and attack it. So that's one idea. And another, of course, is like bishop d7, get the queen out, and castle long.
So knowing that those, I was going to say knowing that those are the possible outcomes, maybe white can then start thinking about something along the lines of a4, a5. But how long is it before you start worrying about the safety of the white king? You don't want... I guess black's not necessarily about to attack down the h-file anytime soon, but so far, the center of attention has been on black and about solving black's problems. White's going to have problems of her own if we just keep ignoring them and keep looking for the attack.
And there was a tactic, and that's why c6 in part was played, not just to free up some space for black's pieces. Knight takes c4, a turn ago would have blundered because this would have been a check to the king. There was no pawn on c6, and the knight would have been lost. So c6 actually opens up a threat on the c4 pawn, so white may be encouraged to push the e pawn to defend this loose c4 pawn, but then black finishes development, as we said, bishop d7. So I actually think that black is comfortable, given her time usage and given her position. I don't think she's out of sorts.
Okay. So even though this position looks... I mean, as far as openings go, if I say this position looks Dutch-like, what I really mean is that there's chaos, but actually things are relatively chilled out. This is incredible to look at, but wow. Very, very interesting position. Presumably, if everyone stays calm, we're going to be able to achieve some sort of status quo, and we just continue this game. I get the feeling, though, that there are going to be more fireworks to come. So those are two of the games there from Hungary versus Uzbekistan. Let's see if we can take a look at one of the other matchups as well. Taking a glance across the playing hall, we actually mentioned them when we were talking about the pairings for the women's section coming into today's broadcast. So I think it would be an opportune time to check in with Team India and Team Switzerland. We enjoyed talking about this potential matchup and how it could be dangerous a little bit earlier on. Kostenyuk, after all, on board one is always a threat. Let's go ahead and see how they're doing.
Wow, these games are actually quite sharp. You look on board one, that's between Kostenyuk and Harika Janavali, but my attention is actually drawn to board two, if we can go there, because Vaishali, phenomenal player that she is, recently achieved the Grandmaster title, making her country proud, but her position is like very, very sharp, and there is going to be an explosion on that board in the near future. So why don't we go to Vaishali versus we have, I'm sorry if I mispronounced the name, is Hakim Fard for Switzerland here, because white clogged up the king side with the pawn to h6. Sometimes you push a pawn too far because the dark squares may seem weak over here. You just don't have access into them, and you can't open files for your rooks. But on the queen side, John, black's idea is kind of straightforward on this flank. You can bring a rook to b8, push your pawn to b4, and then open the b file when the moment is right.
This is interesting as well, because normally with this many pieces and this many pawns in the center of the board and with the position so closed, I would normally expect someone's evaluation of positions like this to be, yeah, okay, that's fine. You know, some things are happening, but guys, it's a closed position. Check back in 25 moves and we'll have some news for you, right? So it's interesting how we've chosen this as particularly tactical, particularly sharp, where there could be some complications if either player doesn't watch out. One thing I do want to highlight is that maybe this is one of those instances where the white king being in the center of the board here for Vaishali, maybe that's a good thing. With a5 and b5 both pushed and black needing to expend extra effort to attack the king that isn't actually on that side of the board, there's so much traffic in front of that king that I feel like black's attack is a lot slower than the position makes it look. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, there may not be an attack in this game, but you don't have to just attack a king in chess. You can attack a flank and try to open it up on your terms and barrel down, say, an open b file. So what I like to say is the side that controls the pawn breaks is often the side with the advantage. The clear pawn break in this position is pawn to b4, and white doesn't have the same pawn breaks. b3, you're already looking at a loose c3 pawn, so I would just take and down goes that c3 pawn. a4 doesn't create a pawn break because I'm still pushing pawn to b4 anyway, and that's what I want to do. So I actually think that white is quite a bit worse here, and black in the near future can play a move like f6, kick this knight out here, initiate some trades, and say I'm going to control the center as well, and even reinforce the knight later with the move pawn to f5 if that knight's ever attacked. So I think black is doing really well in this position. I actually don't think that the evaluation bar tells the full story. White is struggling to come up with a plan, John. And if your best plan at some moment is to start trading pieces, you have not achieved what you want, because the more pieces that go off the board, the worse the h6 pawn is. If we trade off all the pieces except for king and pawns, if you can visualize that world, black will then just push these pawns, bring the king up, and steal the pawn. That's why we don't like pawns overextended deep in enemy territory, because they're just more approachable, and black can pick that pawn off in many different positions. I'm serious, John. This is one of these games that's critical for Team India's chances, and I'm not trying to pretend like black is winning. It's so far from that. But as I look at the position, I look at the clock, I look at the ease with which black's next few moves seem to come, I am a bit concerned for Vaishali and for Team India.
I think you've sort of answered the question I was about to ask as well, which is the obvious pawn break is b4, but after b4 takes, for example, white would be in a black will be in a position where the pawns on b4 and c4 keep excellent tension in the position, but you almost don't want to push either one of them, right? You push b3, and maybe white can jam things up with a3. Maybe the king is moved by then and you can actually just take and diffuse the tension. You push c3 and you run the risk of your passed pawn being alone with no backup on the 6th rank, where white can suddenly rally all of her pieces behind it. So with the pawns on b4 and c4, you've made great progress, but what's next? And you've already just said, well, don't worry, because even if that looks like it looks completely stone cold and there's no action in the immediate future, you've got those moves like f6 and marching the king up and trying to put pressure on the h6 pawn. So it's not just about having the plan A, you've described the plan B now as well. And suddenly I'd feel so comfortable playing with the black pieces, because all you do is you go, well, this is what the plan is, and when it doesn't work or when that runs out of steam, don't worry, it'll have something to pick up again, because we're now going to attack on the other side of the board and overstretch our opponent's position. So this looks really tricky to play if you're white. Any consoling words for white here, I guess?
Well, I just want to apply your great summary there, because white can play a3 to stop b4, at least for a turn. And then we're looking at, instead of b4, maybe I can play for that f6 pawn push. Right? That's what we were looking at. And f6 doesn't win material because white can take this knight. So I'm already looking at a way to move my knight out the way, play f6. Your knight would have to go to a square like g4, and then I just chop on f4. So I'm looking at this, it just looks way more fun to play from the black side, and white may already be in territory where she needs to find not just an only move, but an only plan, because this position does look very promising from the black side, where all your pieces are getting coordinated, and f6 is one option, b4 becomes another. Black controls the meaningful pawn breaks.
All right, so that's India, Switzerland. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, plenty of action all over the Bock Arena here in Budapest, Hungary. This is the 45th World Chess Olympiad. We're going to be taking a short break now, but before we do, just an apt reminder, especially for people who are watching on Twitch, I'm sure it hasn't escaped you that it is Subtember right now, so you know what that means. You get 30% off your sub for a limited time only. If you want to support us here, it is 30% off. And those subscriptions make events like this very event here, this sort of coverage possible. And it gives you new emotes for all of the events and access to break time content during the show that you wouldn't otherwise get, as a thank you from us to you. So use !subscribe in the chat to level up, and we will see you after this short break.
Let's explore game review.
FIDE master Andre Mendez met his legendary opponent, Levant-Iranian Sicilian, with 3 bishop to b5. While not normally a fearsome line, this choice led to a nice advantage for Mendez when Iranian blundered with queen to c7. The advanced g4 was a great move that won Iranian's knight, since retreat would have allowed the winning knight lead, knight to d6 check. Still, even up a piece against a monster like Aronian, you can never count your chickens before they hatch. Aronian set a devilish trap and induced a blunder in return when knight to f1 allowed b5. The incredible point was that queen a5 would be met by the brilliant shot bishop to b4, trapping the queen since queen takes b4 runs into c5, threatening both checkmate and the white queen. Aronian equalized and took the game into a double rook endgame. There, his advancing g and h pawns and active rook increased the pressure, and he began to build up a clear advantage. In the end, the great moves, h4 check and h3 check, were decisive, as Aronian ended by preparing devastating checkmating ideas on the h-file. This game is a great example of why you should never give up. Resources lurk in every position. Run game review on your own games to see what you might be missing.
I played in many Olympiads, and my final tournament of my sporting career was the Olympiad in Tromsø, 2014. I went there already knowing that I'm going to be announcing my retirement. It was not at all an overnight decision. I'm not that kind of person, and it wouldn't be responsible at all. So I was looking for an opportunity how to do it the way that I will feel good about it, and also to make the people and the world know that I have other plans in the future. And I somehow wanted to do it in a nice way. So it was a very difficult event for me from this perspective, that I was not sharing it with people, only with my very close friends and, of course, my family. I remember giving the interview. It was exactly on the birthday of my son that it was published. Of course, it was kind of very strange, right? That after 33 years of a career, I started to play chess when I was 5. So chess is like my mother language. And stopped to compete. It was something that I was not afraid of saying this and announcing this. But definitely I knew that I'm going to have a different life. And what was interesting that other players were very surprised, but also couldn't believe it. Like I had a talk with someone discussing that, yeah, I heard it, you're really retiring. I said, yes, I do, I'm serious about it. And then we were chatting for like 5 minutes. And just before saying goodbye, he says, where are you playing next? So it was very much the fact that I was part of the chess community on different events, especially on the biggest events like the Olympiad. But of course, I'm staying around, but I'm not competing anymore. Chess Olympiads are always fun. I've been in 10 Olympiads. I was playing for a women's team. I was playing in the open section. I was a captain also, and I was a commentator. So I have very different perspectives to the Olympiad. Of course, when I'm a player, when I played for the first time, it was a very special moment to see such an amount of people in a big hall, so many legends there playing. It is something that you will always remember. My other most memorable Olympiad, of course, was my last tournament of my career in 2014. So this too was mainly the two end of it. And in between, I had many interesting memories. Maybe I can say that Istanbul, where we didn't win a medal, but we were so close to it. And I played incredible games, which up to today I'm very happy to share with people. And I played different kind of games of tactics, positional, different style. I remember I have a very good feeling there when I was winning one game after another. Of course, little bitterness that came home without a medal. And of course, the first time in 2002, when we won in the open section the silver medal, that was very memorable. So every Olympiad has its charm, stories, ups and downs, and treasured moments.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 45th World Chess Olympiad. Nearly 200 countries are represented here, fighting for gold, silver, and bronze medal positions in 2 sections in the tournament. We're going to go back into the games in just a second, but we've got a little bit of breaking news that we wanted to bring you. As you were aware, earlier on in this round, Team Norway were conspicuously absent at the beginning of the round, and there was that voice in the back of our mind wondering, is Magnus Carlsen really going to forfeit a game at the Olympiad? We've actually got a little bit more news now on exactly what was going on. Mike is on standby to bring us the news. Over to you.
Thanks, guys. They tell you in journalism school not to become the story, but sometimes the story finds you, and we are here with the FIDE official photographer and Chess.com photographer, Maria Emilianova, photo chess to all of you out there in social media land, and she had to become part of the story, otherwise there would be no Magnus. Tell us about his adventure getting to the playing hall today, and what role you played in making sure he got here.
Hi, thank you for having me. I didn't expect to be on the show in this capacity, but today was quite interesting. So I was waiting for Team Norway to appear to take photos of long-awaited Magnus, round 3. We still didn't see him. And half the team appeared, and we were still waiting. And then I saw another board who actually let me know that Magnus was coming by bike, where I got really scared for his appearance at all, because it's very hard to find the entrance even when you already know the layout of the playing venue. So after the games were delayed quite a bit and started maybe 10-15 minutes after the official starting time, he still wasn't there, and it's raining outside. So I also was like, how is he gonna even get in? So I decided to go out, at least maybe to try to get some photos. And the more I waited, the more nervous I became, because we want to have Magnus. I was not even thinking about content that much. And then I went to the gate, and by chance I saw him passing by. And I had to wait for him to come back because he obviously could not find the entrance.
He was on a bicycle.
Well, he was on a bicycle. He was soaking wet. He was wearing a beautiful Chess.com jersey, but no badge. And when he arrived, he was already sure that he forfeited. He said, but I already lost, right? And I was like, no, you still have 4 minutes. But where is your badge? And he said, it's with my captain. And I said, but I didn't see your captain anywhere. He's like, oh, well, what do we do? And then I said, I know a way how to get you in. It's not very official, but you will be on time. And he's like, but then my bike. I said, don't worry, I will return your bike. He gave me his phone, he gave me the bike. Everything is returned now. I had to go in the rain as well, but it was an exciting adventure. And at the end I realized, okay, I didn't think about content, but this thing, which I'm wearing, is on. So I actually recorded the entire thing, and that's pretty crazy.
Okay, so we have body cam footage, and because Maria has Magnus's phone, we are pretty sure Magnus is going to have to catch up with us after the round. We'll get more to the story, but the important thing is he did make it here. There's some things more important than journalism. You got him in, Maria. Thanks for that quick tactical thinking, and more to come on this story. So thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
There's a lot to unpack there, Robert, but the thing I think I like the most is that we now know that Mike's going to catch up with Magnus at some point after the round, because if Magnus wants his phone back, he's going to have a conversation with them. Absolutely brilliant.
Wow, that is quite the story, quite the trek just to get to the playing hall. The case of the misplaced player badge, but his badge has been found. It's a badge of honor to play for your country. And as we see in this Norway versus Colombia matchup, well, I think that things are looking pretty nice for Norway for the time being. On the left-hand side of our screen, we see that Johan Sebastian Christensen, he probably will be in a fiery position. A piece sacrifice has been on tap. He has the white pieces. And then on the absolute left-handmost board, Magnus Carlsen with black in a sharp Sicilian again against his opponent, Pantoja.
Oh, goodness. Well, first of all, we've seen a couple of Sicilians today already. We always know they can provide us some awesome positions, so we'll definitely be going into Magnus's game. Let's do the fans in chat a little bit of service and dive into that first. But honestly, when you there's a sacrifice on offer on Christensen's board. There is no way we're not going to that board, at least for a little bit, right? But let's go ahead and catch up with Magnus first and foremost. The first thing I've noticed, Magnus has not castled. Keeping options open, presumably, but also the queenside is looking a little bit breezy in comparison. All 4 bishops are still on the board. The dark squared bishop for white, looking like it doesn't have the craziest amount of squares in the world, if I'm being perfectly honest, but is also just really excellently placed in the middle of the board. So future prospects for that piece look good. And that pawn on h5 against the castled king, I'm not saying it's doing anything now, but it's certainly giving some menacing vibes. Let's put it that way.
Oh yeah, menacing indeed. If you ever take this knight on g4, it is white on the clock. The pawn takes back, and has been a theme of the day, a rook developing on its starting square. That rook is happy that the king is not castled in that direction because the rook will help in the attack. And you mentioned this bishop on d4. It does look promising in some ways because the g7 pawn is loose. So if white does in fact decide to take on d6, that g7 pawn can be captured. But I just want to show a quick variation of why that's not a good idea. Don't get greedy when there are lines open in front of your king. Taking on d6, that in and of itself is no kind of blunder. The bishop takes back, and then let's say we take this pawn. It's hanging. There's a rook under attack at the end here. But in this position, John, there are like 4 different great moves for black. Rook g8 comes to mind because there is an open file in front of the white king. But there's also this kind of nice move, castles queenside. Bishop c5 comes in with check, and you also say hello to this queen on d3. So white's position would fall apart very quickly.
Yes, indeed. I was about to say, don't worry, rook g7, let's up the stakes with queen h7. And I'm thinking, white's bringing his pieces further and further away from the defense of the king. And we've got a pair of bishops, potentially at least a rook and a queen, barreling down these ranks, these diagonals. Might not be such a good idea. Alarm bells ringing all over the place. So when you say sharp Sicilian, I mean, this is actually quite razor sharp, the position they've got themselves in right now.
Yeah, I don't envy white's task here. Not only are you playing Magnus Carlsen, but your king is the more exposed of the two. You did raise a good point that the black king, even if it castles queenside, it may be castling into a line of fire. But a rook on the d file will be very promising at any moment because there's a bishop and a queen on that same open line. So I like black's position. I just think it's much harder for white to play. The best moves may be a move like bishop takes g4. I mentioned that earlier, but no human wants to make that move. Who wants to take a knight on g4, give up a bishop pair on an open board, opening this rook? This bishop is unopposed on a diagonal. D takes e5, John, by the way, wins a pawn for black. So if you do take on d6, you open up black's pieces in the attack and the d file. If you don't take on d6, you might just lose a pawn. So what do you do here?
Well, this is not a move I realistically want to consider because I'm looking at black playing moves like bishop h4 and just having so much dark square control. But do we consider trying to sort of calm things down a bit with a move like h3, attempting to kick the knight? Maybe the knight doesn't even move and you just say, if you take me, the h file opens up and there's some sort of attack that springs out of nowhere.
The knight could move, but why should it? Because d takes e5 comes with a tempo against this bishop, and then if you take back on e5, the knight comes in very handy and can backtrack, take a pawn, and say, give me that material. And you also noted the very good point that you don't necessarily always even want to take on g4 because in some positions, this open file can lead to checkmate. So yeah, this is a bad position for white. The evaluation bar does not tell the full story. I don't expect Pantoja, who I want to let everyone know is a very strong grandmaster. He won the American Continental Championship with 9.5 out of 11 this year, and that is no easy tournament at all. So many grandmasters play in it. So he's actually might be on a career high at the moment, but there is no higher career than Magnus Carlsen, at least not in the current generation. You can make the argument for Gary Kasparov. I'm not going to get into that debate, but Magnus Carlsen, I mean, he right now has a great position.
Yeah, he absolutely does. I was maybe looking at the last thing I was possibly looking at was queen to g3, perhaps staying on the same diagonal as the pawn that's under attack and also trying to prevent the pawn coming further down the h file. But it does feel like every move comes with its own set of disadvantages. And most importantly, the moves I'm suggesting to you, Robert, are individual moves that like stave off an imminent attack, as opposed to, hey, let's actually, you know, move a strategy forward that I'm coming up with here. So it feels like White's being very reactive to Black's play, if I had to make that as sum it up with one word, right? So Magnus clearly has the initiative in that game, even if the screws aren't completely turning just yet.
Just individual moves can be found, but there is no easy plan for White. That's a good way of summing it up. And there is much more action in this matchup than just on the Magnus Carlsen board. But it seems like some of these other matchups at the top of the pairings table, there might be even more going on there.
So, do we want to take a brief look, and I will promise we'll keep it brief, at the Christensen game, simply because we've already mentioned that a sacrifice has been offered but not taken. So maybe we can take a look at that position and why Black maybe is trying to keep the position a little bit less spicy than Christensen would want.
Yeah, I don't want to break your promises, so I will happily go to this game. We see that Johann Sebastian Christensen, JSC, has another entertaining contest. But the last move that was just played was given a question mark. So we tune in at a moment where White seemingly has a great initiative. There is a rook in line with this Black king. So this bishop on d5, I think we understand why it won't be captured. I'm just going to make the moves on the board because it's simple. Takes on d5, giving up a bishop for a check, and you may think it's just one little check, I'm going to step out the way, but your king never finds safety. You play a move like knight to e4. This knight is pinned over here, so you can't capture. Your queen's under attack. Okay, I'll take a pawn on d5. Thanks for giving me all your material. You're a really nice guy. Well, I'm not that nice. Take more pawns. Open up more lines. This is that romantic era style of chess. You want to keep taking stuff? Oh, that's my mouse slip. Queen takes c4 is what I meant to put on the board here, and then I can take over the c-file with a rook, and this king is simply being hunted no matter where you turn. I don't even need to deliver a checkmate right now, John. I can even make a move like knight f5, some kind of quiet move, because I'm going to take on d6 next, and the Black king is just getting hunted without much protection.
Yeah, it is looking pretty toasty there, unfortunately, if you are the Black king. So that's the that's a great principle behind why that sacrifice was offered, and also a really good explanation of why Black isn't particularly interested in taking that sacrifice right now. So that hasn't happened, folks. The sacrifice was offered, the bishop is not being taken, and as a result, this game very much still hangs in the balance. But like you said a little earlier on, there are a decent number of matches for us still to cover. We've got hours, but at the same time, we've got dozens and dozens of teams to cover. Let's take a look at Team USA. This is one of the teams that we have been following today. We saw the matchups initially. Aronian has provided us with some scintillatingly entertaining games over the first two rounds, and this is where things are looking at the moment. I no longer trust an Aronian eval bar. I feel like the eval bar in any game by Aronian is just there to confuse me now, so I'm not going to read too much into it. What do you think about the matchup here?
Well, I actually trust the evaluation bar for Levon's game, and that actually might be the simpler game to explain. So why don't we start there? USA is crushing in this round. I know they've already had some scares. Fabiano had that interview where he said that he thought his team yesterday in Singapore might tie 2-2, but they won 4-0. You look at this position, and first of all, White's not even up a minor piece. I would have thought that White has an extra piece, because how many pawns is Black up? Black has 3 extra pawns, and the last move was pawn to f5, hitting a knight on h4 and a knight on e4. So unless White can orchestrate some kind of checkmating attack while down 44 minutes on the clock, White's toast.
I'm looking for the meme. I'm not finding the meme. It looks like Aronian has said, okay, fine. We'll play the kind of chess you want me to play. Don't worry about it. Here's what I'm capable of. This isn't just like an interesting mid-game. Whoa. Actually, forget about interesting mid-game fight. This is move 15. This is on track to be some sort of like... This game's going to be in a textbook somewhere.
This looks like White went all in for some attacking chances, and Black said, I'll take that one, and the third as well. Thank you so much for serving it up to me. And queen came to h5, and black's only move, and look how quickly Levon played it, is king to g7. This was part of his plan. He, in addition to being one of the fiercest attackers, he knows how to defend his king. So king to g7, it protects not just the h6 pawn, but the threat was queen g6 check because the f pawn was pinned a moment ago. That could have forced a draw at minimum for white. Now what white can do is take a pawn on f5. It is a fork of king and queen. The bishop develops and gives itself up for the knight. The queen takes back, and you're just running out of pieces to attack with. So it looks like there could be something there for white, but Levon, he doesn't believe it. He is just going to continue capturing this pawn on b2 and say, you can't mate me with just one queen and one knight when I also have pieces to defend my king. So this looks like Levon Aronian. He does have everything firmly under control.
I will say one word for Petrov's attempt on Aronian here, which is even though there's a line to safety everywhere for black, it also feels like one of those positions where a single mistake in any one of those lines or two moves in the incorrect order and suddenly black collapses. So you need to be quite precise to put this one away, but Aronian at the moment just looking like he's dominating that.
Yeah, Aronian means precise in Armenian. I just made that up. But Levon, he is...
It does now.
It does now. I mean, when it comes down to it, he sees that his king is exposed. There could be some danger in front of it. And perhaps I just know Levon so well that I'm 0% worried for his position. But he starts 3 pawns ahead. So even if white grabs 1, that's still 2 behind. And what Levon doesn't want to have happen is this position with opposite colored bishops if we see this trade on f5, and then you have a material imbalance, but the black king is in worse shape. But this bishop on a7 is kind of a heroic piece. It's not only putting pressure towards the white king, it's stopping a rook lift. A rook coming up to e3 would be very powerful.
Right.
You're not getting away with that because the bishop covers that vital e3 square.
Wow. Okay, so fireworks on the board, although this time in Aronian's favor in round number 3. Let's go ahead and take a look at the rest of the team and how they are doing, because Aronian, of course, is one of 4 boards representing Team USA here, and not the only spicy position. We were just talking about the dangers of a rook on e3. I think I spy one on d6 on board number 4, which looks like we're heading towards an endgame. Interesting that it got there in the first place, but admittedly there aren't anywhere close to as many pieces on the board.
Yeah, I'm not going to that endgame. Maybe Ray Robson, he'll be able to squeeze another endgame victory out for Team USA. But I think a position that needs little squeezing, it's actually just a clear advantage for their player, is Wesley So on the second board. Now, he's playing Arkady Naiditch, who is playing for his 4th different Olympiad team, if my memory serves me well.
Wow.
He played initially for Latvia, then he was for Germany, then Azerbaijan, and now finally he plays for Bulgaria. So he has been around the globe and then some. And in this position, well, I think he would like to be anywhere but in his chair in Budapest, Hungary, because look at this, John. A knight leaps forward, threatens checkmate in 1, and the problems for black is you're actually losing a piece here. That will seem surprising to most of our audience.
Yeah, really?
But if this queen moves up to defend this checkmate, the bishop actually gets trapped. So I'm just going to show this because it's a pretty straightforward line here. Queen d7, e5. Your bishop cannot go to e7 because you cut off the queen from the defense of g7. Right. And if your bishop goes up, b4 says your bishop has no safe squares except back to e7, but then I checkmate you on g7. Just to show all of our audience what checkmate looks like in this position. Knight protecting queen, bishop cutting off the black queen from that square. So if your bishop can't retreat, it is trapped.
But the queen is not the only piece you can defend that checkmate with, right? You can also play rook to f7, and then that way, if you need to retreat the bishop back to the safety of e7, that looks a lot more solid, or even all the way back to f8. You're just defending checkmate once, twice, 3, like... This is beginning to look way more solid than the alternative, right?
Unfortunately, it's still not solid enough. E5, I still push the pawn. Your bishop can go back to f8, and then I'm just going to checkmate you. I'm not sure if I have to bring my queen in first or just knight to g5, but the point is, let's say you defend this rook, I can make this move knight g5, threatening checkmate in one move, and the only way you stop that checkmate is by taking my knight. But John, we all know nobody wants to take a knight like this. Once more today, a rook developing on its initial file, helping to deliver a checkmate.
This entire playing hall just doesn't want a castle today. That's kind of what I'm taking away from this. I feel like we found our theme. Day 1 was non-stop sacrifices. Day 2 was opposite side castling. Day 3 is avoiding castling altogether. That rook on h1 makes this position, and even if black can defend on g7, yeah, that's cool. What about h7, h8?
It's game over. I mean, look at how simple Wesley So makes look chess. In fact, Jan Nepomsky had a quote at the Sinkville Cup after Wesley beat him. He's like, I lost to a guy who's not even trying to beat me. And Wesley is criticized often for his style, playing too solidly, making a number of draws. But his accuracy is his greatest strength. That if you do not find the best continuation against him, he will make you pay. And he's making Team Bulgaria in Arkady Naiditch pay. This is move 17. This is a miniature, and there's really nothing that black can do to stop it. E6 is also hanging for good measure if you just simply want to win a pawn in some of these lines, but he doesn't want to win a pawn. He wants to play this knight g5 idea, open up the h-file, and deliver a checkmate. So rook g8, still the same ideas with knight to g5, will happen. Black is just toast.
Oh, goodness. That's Wesley So, by the way, sitting back down at the board. I mean, I feel like the body language says it all, doesn't it? Sit down, have a look around, sort of chill out, slowly scoot the chair forward, not hunching over the position, just casually loosening up the jacket. And this is... that is the body language of someone who knows they've won the game. Like, let's be honest, that really just is it. He is exuding confidence right now.
And he's doing it against a phenomenal player. Arkady Naiditch peaked at around 2740 FIDE, a world top 20 player at his best. And perhaps, you know, as he's gotten a bit older and he's continued to transfer federations, as noted, that his best chess may not be at the moment. He hit his peak a while back. He still is an exceptionally strong player, and Wesley making it look easy. John, this is what Team USA needed, because the first 2 days, there weren't just speed bumps. There were nearly collisions, some crashes, and Aronian, despite being the shaky player in the first 2 matches, perhaps that actually is what is leading to his and his team's success, because he's not afraid anymore. He's felt in danger. He knows what that's like, and now he's like, well, okay, I survived those 2 scares. Let's just go forward, and I am going to be the aggressor.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned as well earlier on that if players are maybe a little bit shaky or not playing to the standard that is necessarily expected of them, you know, it could just be a run of bad form. We're not criticizing anyone here. They can be rested for the next round and stuff like that. Aronian's managed to come out 2 for 2, but let's not beat around the bush. So, some of those games, both of those games so far looked a little shaky. So he's still in the team. He's still on board 3, and we're saying, look, this is why, this is what I can do. And this is a statement as well to everyone who has watched him on the first 2 days to say, no, don't worry. This is a blip. Yes, it was a little bit of a wild ride, but I am here. I'm fully focused on the Olympiad, and I'm able to put away games like this one. So it's just having a bad game doesn't always mean you're on bad form. In fact, Robert, you probably have, maybe you have some experience from your past where when you're having an absolutely terrible run of form, you can still have a great game in the middle, or you have a really good run of form and have an absolutely catastrophic loss in the middle of all.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you want to hit the ground running, and if you feel like you're off form and then you lose a game, your confidence might plummet. But Wesley So, we just saw him yawn a moment ago. He knows that this game is over. So I think that's a player who's feeling great about his chess, and that is big news for Team USA. They were expected to win these first 3 matchups. The way they've won may not have left everybody feeling super comfortable, but right now Wesley is as comfortable as gets. He's ready for some nice sleep tonight after what will be a quick victory. So John, USA, They're crushing in this match. And so I think that Team Bulgaria, unfortunately, does not have much chance.
I think I just about saw in the background Caruana walk towards the board and he'd take 2 steps and you just saw his smile widen. Like just a little bit, just enough where it's like, yep, I know. A move has been played, but it's looking like the result on this board is might be inevitable. Even Kramnik giving it a cursory glance there and going, oh, I think I saw a raised eyebrow for a moment. So that is Team USA. Let's go ahead and check in with one of the teams we've actually covered already, but it's because we covered them on board number 1. Let's head over and see how the Netherlands are doing, because I believe we have seen a big eval bar swing since we last checked in with Anish Giri, and it's on the board next door. Van Foreest is very close to double the time of Moroni, and unfortunately not just close to double the time, but the position on the board is looking like it's about to collapse for the black pieces.
Ooh, let's start with Jordan van Foreest against Luca Moroni, because the Giri game against Ladici, that evaluation bar, slightly in White's favor. I would agree with that, thanks to all of the forces that White has going in Black's direction, but that seems a bit more complicated, a little bit tougher to prove that advantage. But if we look at what Jordan van Foreest is doing, and we tune into that game, I mean, he looks calm and confident for the Netherlands, and his position is overwhelmingly strong. It's the downside of playing in a passive way for Black. So as we look into board 2, Jordan van Foreest against Luca Moroni, we'll see that Black is just gasping for air and White is gained complete control.
Yeah, this is looking really quite, how do I put it? Even from my point of view, I'm going, we're clearly focused on a c4 pawn break here, right? Unless there's something really subtle that I'm missing here. Everything is centered around White very slowly, maybe even just getting the rooks on the c-file, playing that c4 pawn break, taking care not to drop d4 when that happens, of course, because the knight on f5 and the queen are both attacking that. So just a little bit of tidying up to do, but I'm looking for what Black's plan is. Like, unless White is giving Black something to attack, it just feels like White's got all the initiative in the world right now. I don't see a killing blow, though, admittedly. I'm not good enough to immediately spot that.
No, it's not about having a game ender in the next couple moves. And Luca Moroni, he's well known to the chess.com community. He streams, he plays Title Tuesday. He won the Spell Chess Championship. But unfortunately for him, he's playing a bit of wish chess at the moment. He wishes that he could unleash an attack against the White King. If this pawn were to move, here comes h5 and then a pawn storm of swords. White is threatening to win a pawn directly. Like, if you give White a free turn, you're going to take this pawn. And if Black takes on h5, White doesn't take back in that direction. White takes this knight because there are 3 pieces staring at this knight and you're removing one of the defenders. That looks completely unappealing. If you move this knight from f5 and take here, e6 becomes targeted. So White is just undermining Black's position. I mean, Black doesn't have ideas here that sort of save the day, and c4 will happen if you ever move this knight away from f5, because you made the very good point that d4 is loose, but White is always ready to take that knight off the board if need be. The Black King is less safe than the White King. g6 is already threatened. That allows White to attack f5. So I think Black's position is collapsing in the next few turns.
This is, it's frustrating because one of the first things I looked at was if White plays h takes g6, maybe this is part of some of your analysis sort of creeping in on me as an idea. I'm going, well, that's okay. Have the pawn, because h5 looks like it gets the attack rolling, but there are too many things undermining the rest of Black's position to actually have enough time to do that. You don't have the luxury of that tempo. If you did, that would be an excellent counter to pawn takes g6, but at every turn, whether it's taking the knight off and playing c4, whether it's simply threatening to push the pawn after taking the knight and forking the rooks, there are too many problems for Black to solve to comfortably continue with that pawn storm.
And if my eyes are not deceiving me, I think Black just made the move rook h to g8, which means that when White takes on g6, there's not going to be any pawn storm. The bishop covers the square. So
well, there's no h5, yeah.
Yeah, he's acknowledging that he doesn't have any sort of attack. He can't give up this g6 pawn, but white can take it anyway. And look at how quickly Jordan plays h takes g6. You know, these positions are terrible for black even when you don't lose material, but I don't see how black actually remains with material equality. You can't take on e3 because then the white queen will defend that pawn as the knight moves out the way, and if you leave the knight there, he did just play h takes g6, white is ready to take on f5 and win a pawn here. So I have full confidence in Jordan van Foreest, and before we shift away from his game, I want to point out his rating, because 2696, he's nearing 2700. He's been over that rating. He won the 2021 Todd to Steel Chess Masters. He was the first Dutch player to win on home turf in several decades, and he did so at the expense of board number 1 Anish Giri. It was quite an upset. It was unexpected, but it goes to show how strong Jordan is at his peak, and he's returning to peak form. His recent tournaments in Canada, he beat everybody in his path. There was nobody stopping the triumphant Jordan van Foreest, and to win this kind of game against a very strong Italian team, this will bode well for the Dutch team's medal chances if the other teammates can help lead the way.
And already thinking about stuff like medal chances, but you're right, when you're talisman, someone being able to play at that sort of level, like Van Foreest is in this game, hopefully this isn't just one game and we see this scintillating form carry forward, but all signs point to that's exactly what's going to happen. h5 gets played anyway on the board to maybe try and usher the bishop away from the diagonal, where e6 is under threat while the knight can still defend from g7. I feel like that's more of, how do I put it? Not a waiting move, but it's almost like staving off the attack elsewhere on the board. White still feels like, even though that's not the focal point anymore, e6, there are other holes that you can attack in this position.
I'm not a professional face reader, but the kind of the gesture that Jordan van Foreest made, I think he's going to consider pawn takes d5. Giving up the bishop on g4 to get all of his pieces in, win the entire queenside, that could also be devastating in his favor. And so Jordan, he knows this position is overwhelming. You typically don't want to give away material if you can keep the material to his good, to his not his detriment, excuse me, to his benefit with this extra pawn on g6. Like he can just retreat his bishop and open up the queenside over here. So he's in no rush. He's spoiled for choice, but I could see an argument for pawn takes d5, just going straight after the black queenside where the king resides.
Could we have a brief look at what that could look like if we just played pawn takes now and allowed the bishop to be taken, just so we can see an example of what that attack would look like on the board? And then maybe after that, we'll head to one of the other matches.
Sure. You take this bishop. The rook takes on c6. The queen is now under attack. I think it should stay near the black king, so you step in front. And I think white can just double rooks, just bring more pieces to the party, because then pawn on d5, defended by a knight, another piece joining in the attack. So the advantage is sky high. It just feels like a position where white can play freely. Black has no attack whatsoever. You need to very quickly double rooks, but that takes forever. It's not even going to get off the ground. And so the black king is the one in worse shape. Some moment you can even play rook c7, trying to win the black queen for a couple of rooks because the king remains exposed. Bishop can come to a5, things of that nature, John. I don't see how black survives a position like this, and the evaluation is through the roof.
So, I suppose that's probably the last question I have to ask. I feel like rook takes e6 immediately wouldn't quite work because you still have the knight on g7. Can black use this last tempo, this last gasp of air, to play a rook to c8 and say, fine, I'm not attacking on the h file, but I think I can neutralize your threat down the c file? I'm almost certain this loses to something. I just want to see what.
Well, white has 8 pawns, believe it or not, because there are all these double pawns and pawns in enemy territory, and black has 5. So you haven't actually sacrificed material as white. 3 pawns for a minor piece. But I'm just going to bring my bishop up. If you take on c6, I take with the pawn and I fork your queen and your knight over here, and I'm just inching closer to the king.
Okay.
If you take, say, on d5 in this position, I can give this check on c7. If you have to take just to save your king in some of these lines, well, I just take back. You have to probably give up your queen next, and you just don't have enough remaining. White is well ahead in terms of material, and if you say, I want to keep my queen. I don't want to give that up. In this position, the knight comes in, and all of white's pieces, John, all of them, every single piece is playing a part in the attack, and black's pieces are not really very active.
That's absolutely ridiculous. That is that's as close to alphabet soup on a chessboard I think I've ever seen for the black pieces there, and it's just absolutely hopeless in that sort of position. So wow, okay, so running out of resources, and I mean, at least we've got a little bit of time on the clock, but Van Forest still has double the time here while considering whether or not to play c takes d5. So a commanding lead there and a potential crushing victory. Very important board, of course, for the Netherlands. If we can get into medal contention by getting every single board, that would be absolutely delightful. The match is far from over, though. Let's go ahead and take a look at one of the other top teams in the playing hall. And one of these other top teams that includes the current world champion, Ding Liren. China, of course, are in action here. And as things currently stand, we do have potential decisive results already on the boards. I think board 4 looks very one-sided at the moment, if the eval bar is to be believed, or if that knight next to the enemy king is to be believed by my eyes. But in board 2, looks like the dynamic there is very interesting as well. In fact, ignore me. Board 1, what on earth is it? What are these ANH files today, Robert? I don't understand. We really are just following a theme.
It looks like the board that's second from the right, that's board 3 in this matchup, that looks the most level and the most peaceful, but all other games are full of action. Second from the left is Grandmaster, Super Grandmaster Wei Yi. We've talked in the past about how Luke McShane was the strongest amateur player in the world. I think Wei Yi, while he was in university, could claim that title. Now he is graduated and he is out there with a vengeance, trying to gain all the rating points he couldn't quite gain when he wasn't playing tournament chess. But we'll talk about his positional advantage with the healthy pawn structure later. Let's go to board 4, because if we're being honest, and if everybody watching looks at these 4 boards, there's a black king on f7, and there's a white knight in black's house. And John, at first I thought white sacrificed a piece. If I'm counting correctly, white's the one actually up a pawn?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, 6 pawns play 7 for white. Both sides have 2 knights. Both sides have a dark square bishop. F5 just gets played, and that white knight is cemented on E6. Black is not having a good time here at all, is he? Where are we going from here? Let's suggest the obvious move. Are we saying that's actually too good a position to allow you to live in? Do we play a move like knight d8 here?
Right, you just sort of shiver at moves like that. It probably is the best move to challenge this really awesome knight on e6. But as we're been talking about, white is a pawn ahead. So even if I trade knights, I should have an advantage. But I'm also guessing that there's going to be something on this diagonal. The black king is in a precarious position. So I'm looking already at moves like bishop to b6, trying to attack your bishop. I want to point out that knight e6 is met with a check to your king, so you will lose your bishop on the next turn, as you have to deal with that. And if you take on b6 directly, because your bishop's attacked, the knight comes in with tempo against the rook. Once more, if you take on e6, I simply take back with check and then win the rook. And if you don't take this knight and you move your rook to safety, I'm looking at a capture and queen over to b3, and white's having the fun with the material advantage. This is not really how black wanted this game to go.
No, not at all. And it feels like so white's effectively continuously throwing problems black's way to stop the knight on e6 being contested. We've already got plan B and plan C in motion, and it's not quite as simple as moving a piece to try and get that knight out of my house, as you pointed out. You can even there might even be some positions where you can retreat the knight via squares like c5, because if pawn takes, the rook's coming in on d7. That doesn't quite work here, unfortunately, but just clearing the way for the queen to come across to b3. It does feel like all of the party tricks here are in white's favor. So that is Wang Yue taking on Sebenik on, I believe that was the 3rd board. Let's go ahead and take a look at the rest of the squad now as well, because that is not pardon me, board 4, that was not the only game that was interesting.
No, because while board 3 looks equal, it looks like they're just trading pieces off the board, bouzhangje, with the black pieces. When your opponent's a grandmaster and wants to play a solid game, there often isn't much you can do. But I'm looking at board 2 where Yi has an advantage, and I'm also looking at board 1. I think this could be a big game for Ding Liren's confidence in this event, but going forward to the World Championship. It feels like he hasn't won a game in quite a while. He has floundered in the biggest events he's played in, but Vladimir Fedoseev, known as Big Fish on chess.com, he's always fighting. He's not just going to make a quiet draw, and when you are outrated on these boards, like the team from Slovenia is against the team from China, you want your players, the white pieces, to push for victory. So, John, as we dive into the World Champions board here, it's, to my eyes, looking quite nice for Ding Liren.
You're right. Having a reversal of fortunes, winning the World Championship and having the spotlight all around the world cast upon you, and then having performances that maybe we wouldn't feel are necessarily befitting of a world champion afterwards, and having that form follow you consistently for a little while, that cannot be a good feeling for Ding Liren. Although we also console with the fact that your rating could be 1200 and it doesn't matter, because if you're in a world championship match, all that matters is your performance in that match, right? So your run of form can go out the window, but I guess the mental resilience from Ding is really what I'm looking at here. There's been a lot of negativity. There's been a lot of people easily saying, oh, he's on a run of bad form. He's not doing very well. He's been surpassed in the ratings and all this sort of stuff. It does take a lot of strength to cast all of that negativity aside and say, look, yes, that's stuff that happened, but it genuinely doesn't matter. Look at me go. And hopefully this is the start of something really special for him at the Olympiad.
And if Ding Liren and the top players were honest, he would gladly sacrifice, or others would at least, sacrifice rating points in events in, say, the Grand Chess Tour and elsewhere, which are important events, but not as important as the World Championship. But the Olympiad is very important to these players from China. They've won the gold medal in the recent past, 2018. They were the ones hoisting the trophies in the air, and Ding Liren actually was recovering from a surgery. I mean, he was with crutches. I remember, in fact, there was a moment where he almost fell because they were going up to the stage and getting their medals, but he was in pain. And in this position, he is not in any pain. In fact, there is a fork available to black. It doesn't actually win a piece thanks to a saving tactic for Fedoseev. I will put this on the board because to most of our audience, isn't that just a blunder? You do have bishop takes bishop hitting the queen. So you can't just take white's queen, you lose yours. And after queen takes, there's queen f4. So this queen is loose on d6, and that means you can't take a knight on d3. And if you do trade on f4, the knight saves itself and recaptures. So this is what Fedoseev is relying on. But the position is better for black, I think, in several different variations, one of which might be a knight capture on b6, protecting the queen and leaving white's pieces under attack. The knight on d3 is still threatened. Black temporarily grabs a pawn. So there's a lot to calculate here. There might be a better move like a queen retreat to say e7, just to keep the queens on the board and force this knight to move. And then black says, I've gained space. That e4 pawn is a thorn in your side. But John, not easy decisions at this stage for Ding Liren. You have to like some of his pieces, like this rook that can later come to a2. So queen e7 is another move that comes to my mind.
And we followed a lot of games, Robert, where we've got, I think it's fair to say we hop into the analysis as the fireworks are starting in the position. And we get to see some really fun, really sharp, forcing positions. This almost feels like we're hopping on board as the fireworks are about to play out, if that makes sense. I don't see a world where there aren't going to be some piece swap soon, and we're almost going to be settling in for some sort of positional grind. But given the positional advantages that you've just pointed out about Ding's position, actually swapping stuff off and going into some sort of positional grind is absolutely desirable here. It feels like then Ding's maybe entering a mindset where he can play for 2 results.
The moves are coming in. Ding can enter that mindset, and we'll see how ambitious he is, because if his teammate on board 4, we saw Wang Yue with an overwhelming lead, with the white pieces up a pawn in the attack, then he may say, I don't need to push too much. We see a draw officially in the books on board 3. No surprises there. Bu Zhangji held very nicely with the black pieces, and there's an advantage for Wei Yi on board 2, second from the left. A huge advantage, overwhelming one, I would say, in the realm of completely winning territory for Wang Yue for China on board 4, while his opponent's 3 minutes. So that game actually just might end in a couple.
So we have just taken a look at the games being played by the world champion here at the 45th Chess Olympiad. Magnus Carlsen is in the playing hall. 75% of the world's players above 2,700 are in this playing hall today, and there's going to be plenty of action still to go when we resume. I'm going to go ahead and top up my tea. You should too in chat, but come back in about 5 minutes or so, and we will resume taking a look at some of these excellent games.
Chess with friends is fun, and Discord is your place to talk with friends. This month only, Discord is joining forces with Chess.com. Win a game against Wumpus, Nelly, or Clyde, and you'll win a free month of Discord Nitro. And watch out for a super secret opponent later in the month. Play them all only on Chess.com.
You recently told Levy Rosman that you think Garry Kasparov is the GOAT. Is that really true?
Yes. That's the lie.
Oh. What do you really think, Magnus?
I thought that was the truth.
Do you ever regret walking away from the Classical World Championship?
Not ever is hard to say, but I would say that overall, I don't regret it. Yeah, that's the truth.
Okay. Good. Just checking. Magnus, do you think cheating is a widespread problem in online chess?
Yes. Yes, he's very sure about that.
How about over-the-board chess?
I'm not sure. He's telling the truth.
Okay.
What is your chess personality? All right, let's see. How do you react when opponents talk trash? I started it. What's up, bro? Which is one puzzle rush mode you play for the rest of your life? 3 minutes all day. We do it already. 51 is a high. Right. What would you play in this position? Take on h7 or palm move? Oh, that's a great gift. Bishop takes h7, knight g5, queen h5. In this position, which would you play first? Knight f3 or f4? Or f4 all day. That's, you know what that is. Which time control do you do more? Bullet, absolutely.
Fully rapid these days.
It's Friday night. You lost on time. What do? No, we tilt till 4 a.m., baby. I am a artist. Nice.
I'm a romantic. Who is your favorite chess player? Your mom or your dad?
My mom.
True.
I'm sorry, Dad.
It's so hard to choose between one's parents, right?
It is, but I think I love how creative my dad is with chess, and I love that he's always been such a tactician, and I think I've learned a lot from that, and also he's the person that's mostly taught me openings. My mom is just so good at being so solid and finding the best moves in so many positions, and I just love how she's so kind and humble in real life, but then she's so fierce on the chessboard. I think that is really cool. So I think I would have to pick my mom out of the two. But this is obviously just in the chess. There's no bigger meaning than that.
I think you are like both of them. You Well, obviously you're their kid, but I think you embrace all that you said about the best characteristics of your dad and your mom, and you're such a kind and humble person yourself, and at the same time you're trying to kill me over the chessboard, so yeah, you've got that in you.
The difference between me and my mom is my mom would be able to kill you over the chessboard, and I cannot. She did?
I once played against her in a classical game in the French league, and she gave me a master class. I didn't know what I was doing. Every move was like, oh my god, I'm just getting worse and worse and worse.
It hurts, right? It's like you're slowly but surely just
squeezes you slowly but surely.
Yeah.
I felt that. I know it.
So I wish I had my mom by my side right now that could help me out a little bit.
Welcome back to the biggest event in chess. It's the 45th World Chess Olympiad. Over 370 teams are fighting in the massive Bock Conference Hall right now. I'm John Sargent. Joining me is Grandmaster Robert Hess. We've seen some tremendous fighting chess so far today. I have no doubt we're going to see much more in the next couple of hours. And frankly, if the first half of the broadcast is anything to go by, the rules are we're going to remove our A and H pawns everywhere and keep kings in the middle of the board, because that's what the theme has been on day number 3. It has been non-stop action so far.
It really has been an awesome start to this third round. The matches are closer on paper. We have teams that are trying to rise to the top and they do not want to slow down. So the favorites, they will have their hands full. Team USA, for example, looked like they were getting the job done, but others, they may not be so fortunate.
So Team USA at the moment looking very strong, and yeah, exactly. That's the whole point, right? We want to see these upsets. It's not round number 1 anymore where we have big differences in rating. We saw an upset in the match situation yesterday where Canada were able to hold Norway to a 2-2 draw, and the competition is only getting more and more fierce. The average ratings are only getting closer together as the tournament progresses, and this is just round 3 of 11, so there's plenty to come. We're going to go ahead and check in now with Team Poland, who I don't think we've taken a look at today so far, although we have seen them earlier on in the tournament. Let's go ahead and take a look at how they are performing against Argentina. The good news is I can see white and black on all 4 eval bars, and there's still plenty of fight. The bad news is, at least for me, some of these look fairly technical and really quite tricky, with pieces all over the board looking okay, but there's all sorts of attacks going on all over the shop.
Well, look at board 3 between Diego Flores and Casper Piorun. There's a rook on h1, an uncastled king for white. So maybe that should be the place we start, because it has been the theme of the day. You know, we can only see so many games of this nature until we just feel like we have to go elsewhere. But that moment has not yet arrived. Let's dive in here, because the clock is heavily in Piorun's favor. I mentioned, John, he's a puzzle-solving world champion, an absolute beast at tactics. And with the black pieces, he's saying, you have an open H file, but let's do a quick count. White has 3 pawns remaining, black has 5, so 2 extra pawns for black. Are they the best pawns? Not really. Black has some activity of his own, a rook on c3. This d4 pawn is loose. So John, the essential question is, where is the checkmate coming from? How do you get your queen up to h8? Not happening on h5 because of a pawn, not happening on h3 because of a bishop. It does, in fact, take some time.
Yeah, it does indeed. I'm looking at things like my first attempt at trying to solve my way out of this position might have been something like King E2, where I'm thinking I'm defending the bishop and I'm in the, I'm going to be able to connect my rooks at some point. And I can see that the automated arrow has beaten me to it. Then I realized that bishop D2 is more forcing because black doesn't just want to give up the exchange. So forcing the rook to move first and then maybe playing King E2 could be a great way to connect the rooks. And then you have possibilities of just bringing an additional piece into the attack. In fact, the last piece that's not on that side of the board into the attack as well. The one thing that worries me a little bit is the fact that there's no pawn in front of the king once it does get to e2. So I'm going, I don't want to move my knight because otherwise there's a discovered attack from that rook on e8, and black has got resources of his own in that position as well.
d4 is loose. Bishop f5 is a threat in a number of positions because the queen is at the end of the line. So bishop d2, I see the point of it. You get your a1 rook in the game, you attack the rook. But what I don't see is if black just brings the rook one step over to b3, I'm not actually sure what white's follow-up is. White is down 2 pawns. The white king isn't perfectly safe. d4 is dropping, and that doesn't feel like a pawn you can afford to lose because then your knight is undermined and attacked. This game is not going in the direction of Diego Flores. You just don't really see the clear plan to keep attacking the black king.
The sexy day one of the Olympiad style move would be to play a move like Queen G3 and say, that's okay, have my pawns, have my pieces, because I'm going to go from G3 to H2, finally a square where the queen is on the H file and you can deliver checkmate. Unfortunately, as sexy as that idea might seem in my head, bishop takes d4 sort of undermines the position of that knight on e5, and that cannot work. At worst, it's a trade of a piece and you grab a pawn in the process. So I'm looking for ways to make this attack work for white. It certainly looks super menacing, but there's no way to get the queen to the H file. Is there something you can sacrifice for the bishop on e6 and therefore you can swoop in via f7? No, nothing there either.
That would be the dream, wouldn't it? But unfortunately, if this knight on e5 is taken, the black king can escape to f7. So that's why bishop takes d4 becomes such a big threat. In some of these positions, bishop takes d4, even if you have to give up some material, is still worth it. So I'm looking at the clock in this game, but if we also zoom out for a moment, because Poland versus Argentina, this is a matchup of grandmasters taking on one another. The highest rated player in this matchup is Jan Krzysztof Duda. On the left-hand board in that brown color there, we see against Peralta. Peralta down under 10 minutes, while Duda has seemingly all the time in the world, but we do have a material imbalance.
Yeah, so in the game that we just took a look at, Flores was down to 12 minutes, and that was at the end, I think, of move 22. So to get to extra time on move 40, you have to play in 12 minutes, 18 moves. That is pretty substantial as far as difficulty is concerned, especially against a grandmaster. And then here we can see against Duda, Peralta is down to 8 minutes on the clock. Move 26 has just been played. So quick math says you've got 14 moves to make in 8 minutes, and they have to be accurate against opponent of Duda's caliber. This is rough.
And the reason in part that it's rough is that white is material ahead. White has a rook on e1, and in return for that rook, black has this amazing dark square bishop. It controls the entire diagonal and cannot be opposed. So the evaluation bar is towards the center. Black has 6 pawns. White also has 6 pawns. So it's not even like you have a pawn for that exchange sacrifice. But the control of the dark squares is so strong for black that it actually forms complete compensation. And white doesn't have much time. In fact, just made a move. And if you're not careful and you see the move played rook to d1, apparently that was a mistake. And now black is the side in charge. There's a loose knight. There's a loose bishop. I think I understand what's happening here, John. b5, and if and when you take with the c-pawn, the queen lands on c3, and that's going to be a big problem for white. Loose pieces drop off.
Yes, indeed. And there I was taking a look at the possibility of moves like knight takes c4, knowing that you have b5 to support the knight if white wants to punish you for pawn grabbing. But b5 just looks more forced, if I'm being perfectly honest. Just poking holes in the position and saying to white, actually, you're not really going to be able to sustain this. I suppose if you push b5 and then white recaptures with the a pawn to prevent the queen coming into c3. Does that change things at all? Are we then capturing on c4 with the knight, or how do we feel about that now that the queen is not penetrating?
That pause spoke volumes, because you can take on b5 once, but black is going to get the second pawn there and then try to take with the pawn on c4. And we keep talking about this bishop on g7. A pawn on c3 would be devastating. It looks like a move has been played, and I believe that Jan Krzysztof Duda, the man who stopped Magnus Carlsen's unbeaten streak, who won a World Cup, one of the best speeches players on the planet, he found b5. He's playing classical chess. His opponent is playing blitz.
This is, yeah, he's not using very much time on the clock at all. And this is a deliberate strategy that players will use when they know their opponent is in time trouble. So for those of you who maybe have been watching the Speed Chess Championship, for example, in classical chess and in the Olympiad, I will get my words out at least, the time control is very different here. The players have 90 minutes to play their first 40 moves, and then they get an extra half an hour after the end of the 40th move. Yes, there's increment where they get an extra 30 seconds after each move, but that's not the most massive unit of time, right? So players really want to get to move 40 so that that extra half an hour kicks in. A half an hour for you plus half an hour for your opponent. You've basically got another hour to think, up to another hour, but you have to get to move 40 to achieve that. And these folks are on move 27 right now on this board. So 13 moves to play in a position where Duda is blitzing out these moves, not allowing you to think on his time because he's playing these moves so quickly, and you have to be super precise with less than half a minute to play each of those moves. The amount of pressure on Peralta right now is almost unfathomable. This is among the most difficult kind of position you can be in as a chess player in a classical game.
And I'm a glutton for time trouble. David Howell, who we saw win in Endgame yesterday, he also gets himself into grave time trouble. And we see b5 played, you're like, oh, I can't really take with the c-pawn because then goes one of my minor pieces. So how do I defend? Black has 3 pieces attacking that square, only one white defender. I'm losing a pawn. Can I get a pin going? Wait a second, there's some problems where I know the knight's on b4, but there may be a fork in the air. Every single move for white now has a drawback, and for black, you're way ahead in the clock, and if your opponent does stumble, you can pause and then take advantage of that mistake. And this a4 pawn is threatened, so I could see an argument for a takes, but that opens up the rook, another position where the rook develops on its starting square, and don't be surprised when the rook jumps down into a3 and gets another piece into the action. This position, I see the bar is right in the middle. Throw that out the window, John. It's so much easier to play black here. And even if you gave white the same amount of time that black has, I still think it's easier to play with Duda's position.
All of the natural moves for white are moves that continuously give more mobility and more options to black's position, and that's what's scary. To get to the time control, you're playing 13 moves. You know what? The first 2 might be okay. Like you say, okay, we play takes. It gets exponentially harder from there, and the path to equality, the path to redeeming something out of this game is just getting more and more difficult right now for Peralta. Still possible, though, which means this might end up being a heroic story later on, but we'll have to come back and take a look. 51 minutes, plays 4 at the moment, so really tricky thing that we have to navigate. But speaking of tricky things we have to navigate, I'm not one to call the results or call the outcome of any game, Robert, especially sat here looking at games from grandmasters, players that are significantly stronger than I am. But out of the corner of my eye, I'm looking at Anish Giri, and I'm thinking he's in an awful lot of trouble right now in, I'll be honest, a rook endgame that is way too technical for me to be able to analyze off the cuff, but I do not like where he is sat at all because there are almost no squares left for his king. And to me, that is alarm bell number one.
Ladici, his name, both of his names may start with L's, but he's getting the dub in this one because he's got doubled rooks on the 7th rank. And this A7 pawn, if the rook ever leaves A8, the game ends in checkmate. And we do a quick count of material. Black is actually a pawn down. There are 6 white pawns on the board, only 5 for black. E6 is threatened. The black king is not safe. So Anish Giri, he stole a pawn in the opening. Now he's desperately trying to find ideas that keep him in the game. He just pushed his pawn, it looks like, to D5, and he's trying to allow his king an escape route. But I do think that white can just start gobbling up pawns. First E6 and then G6. Let's remember, the rook on C7 protects this pawn on C4. And he's just not even looking at the board anymore, John. He knows that this one is his opponent's victory.
Now, if I remember correctly, Robert, when we last took a look at this game, we were in a position where there was no commanding lead or anything like that, but it just felt like all of the subtleties in the position and all of the positional stuff was going Anish's way. So how on earth did we get from that into a position where Ladici now has 2 rooks on the 7th and it feels like Anish is at his mercy? Like, how is it possible the game is transformed quite that much?
Well, Anish grabbed the pawn, but he thought a long while before taking it, and Ladici, more familiar with the contours, the nuances of the position that we saw happen earlier. And now you don't need to be familiar with this endgame. You're up 1 pawn, about to be up a second. And look at Anish's body language. I mean, he is ready to resign. He has had a terrible stretch in recent tournaments. He keeps dropping rating points. He's actually 27-24 is his lowest rating in probably greater than a decade, and he's continuing to throw rating points away. John, it's one of these situations where it feels like things are spiraling out of control, and unfortunately for him, this is going to impact the Dutch national team because, I'm not saying if, when he loses this game, the Dutch team may struggle to get match victory.
So, do we have time to maybe take a look at what transpired or maybe what the critical mistake was in this position? If we can maybe bring the analysis board up and see not only how Ladici was able to turn this around, but really turn the screw, because while it's been difficult for Anish Giri, who does offer the handshake and the resignation, we should also offer plaudits where it's due for how Ladici was able to navigate this game.
And what a win this is for Ladici, beating a 2,700 plus player in Anish Giri on this stage, keeping Italy in this match. You see the players discussing variations. Anish is probably like, I'm not familiar with your game. And it's true, because in the opening, he was caught off guard. And as they're talking about it at this moment, White has already been able to secure the upper hand. We have a pin on a knight here. I'm going to turn that blue because it is a good piece. The black king wants the castle queenside, but a queen piles more pressure. Then the rook on the 3rd rank comes in, and you're going to lose this knight. So at this point, black's already in trouble. So we have to take it back to a moment we saw here. It looks like black is up a pawn, nothing too serious threatened. And f6 was played, and it was because white went forward with bishop h6, bishop g7. Anish was afraid of this, but he started making mistakes. Mistakes come in pairs. He made the move rook to g8, given a question mark, because now white was able to strike with e5, opening up more dark square diagonals for the lone bishop on the board. Instead, John, the move needed was queen to e7, which does make sense, but e5 is still happening, so I understand why Anish was hesitant to even make this move. You cover g7, the knight does come to d7, but unfortunately for him in the game, after rook g8, e5, knight d7, instead of having queen on e7, he has a rook on g8. So these little moves, they have big consequences, and now white was able to castle, and black is not able. You may think you're just taking a pawn, but bishop g5 comes in. Rook takes h7 next. All of white's pieces are active, and black will never castle because the king is being hunted in the middle of the board. Anish just couldn't withstand all of this pressure.
Absolutely incredible conversion there from Ladici, and while Giri might not be in the best form of his life at the moment, we do have to acknowledge that is a fantastic victory as we continue to play the moves out. There is nothing black can do to stop the white rooks invading on the 7th, and you think, okay, that's all right. If my opponent has activity, let's go into endgame mode. Counterplay. Oh wait, the H&F files are the only ones where it's open. I literally can't do anything without swapping off a pair of rooks right now, and my pawns are about to be gobbled up like flies. This is a horrendous position to play if you're black. The king, unfortunately, taking too much time to get the rooks connected, sacrificing a pawn so that at least they're connected on the back rank, which makes sense. But unfortunately, by that point, it's too late.
And we saw resignation where some would still see some life on the board, but Anish knew that it was only a matter of quite simple technique, given how well white played, that it would be a victory for Ladici. So a big win for Team Italy, a maybe tragic loss for the Netherlands. We'll see how that match plays out. But John, with so much action all across the Olympiad, I think that it's no mistake to head on over to the women's section with Switzerland versus India.
Exactly right. So we took a look at India versus Switzerland a little bit earlier on in our coverage, and in that coverage, we've seen Kostenyuk on board number 1, for example, playing against Dronavali. Very, very big heavyweight matchup here, and super excited to see how that's going to go. That said, there have been some developments, including a couple of critical positions, so plenty to update us on. Where shall we start, Robert?
Well, as we look across the 4 boards, we see that the board in blue between Vaishali and her opponent, like, it was good for black, and now suddenly white has the upper hand. We can dive into that a little bit more, but I look all the way on the right-hand side. Vantika with the white pieces, she just delivered a fork against her opponent's rooks. She is well in charge in that game. And then it looks like Divya, she is doing great for Team India with the black piece on the red board. She is in charge, and I think the only board that currently looks completely up in the air is board 1, but it's a closed position. So John, we've been talking about active positions, active pieces. Where do your eyes get drawn to first?
So I like the idea of taking a look at the attacks or the attack by white and indeed by black on Divya's board. I'm also curious to see Vaishali's game as well, because it feels like white is pressing, but I'm looking for a knockout blow and I can't find one, and that excites me because then I'm taking a look at strategies and what I should be thinking about in the long term and what instructiveness we can take from that game. We've had quite a few sharp games so far, and Divya's game looks like it's going to be a little bit more decisive. Why don't we go to Vaishali's game first and take it slow and have a little bit of a breather, discuss what's gone on there and what the critical positions are, and then move on to Divya.
Sure, let's do that. And the current position is great for Vaishali. So she's making me eat my words. I was saying black had a good position. India could be in trouble if things go wrong. But at the moment, we have a pawn that is completely stuck on a light square. And we have 2 rooks aiming at it and 2 passive rooks defending. The bishop is about to join and go after them. And it's not just the d5 pawn, bishop f3. That's not my arrow. That's saying it's the only move that gives or keeps the advantage this high for white. There are other pawns on light squares like these 2. So even if the d5 pawn is defended, we'll break open the position and the white king is closer to the action. I'm going to put a couple moves on the board because, John, sometimes endgames are even simpler than they may seem. Here, bishop f3, bishop e6, okay, we protect our pawn, and e4.
Makes sense.
Because we are putting maximum pressure on that pawn. You don't want to lose it, so you trade. And now, trade. You don't want to walk into a pin, so you take with the rook. After the rooks get traded, white takes here, and look at how straightforward this is. King marches over here. b5 is going to drop. It's on a light square. After it drops, c4 is going to drop because it's on a light square. White wins a pawn, will go and promote. The only way black will be able to stop that is by sacrificing the bishop. Chess can be that easy when you have a dominant bishop of the same color because pawns are stuck on that bishop's color complex.
And just the king being so much closer to being able to attack the opposition's pawns as well. I mean, both sides have 6 pawns in this position. It's not like you're counting the material here and going, oh, one player obviously has 2 more pawns. We're about to make a pattern. The passer is coming from the king marching in and starting to gobble up the pawns on the queen side of the board. Once the king gets into c5, you're thinking, well, I've got a light squared bishop. I can defend that with my bishop on d7 or on e8. You can't, because white also has a light squared bishop. It is dominant, like you said, Robert. And as a result, you just play the bishop into c6 and you start gobbling up. So black has a defense here, but black has a defense, unfortunately, if there were a couple of extra tempi. And without those tempi, without that time, white is just going to dominate in the endgame if this all gets traded off. So the question of the moment now, the million-dollar question, Robert, is there any way for black to prevent this pile-up of pressure on d5 and the e4 pawn push?
I guess there is an avenue in with bishop to d3 in some of these positions as soon as the white bishop leaves. So maybe I overstated the case a little bit. I do think that white strategically is just in great shape right now, but the black bishop will be a nuisance and just try to block the attack of the d5 pawn. So there is still life left here, but it's clear that white is the one for choice. Black is saddled with weaknesses, and if I can, I want to point out where black went completely wrong, because there was actually a single decision that backfired horribly, and it's just 8 moves ago. After queen takes d2, we saw a series of trades. Black is still the preferable side, but e5 was played here, and white immediately took, black took back, and now you have this weakness that white can go after. So before e5, white is not really active at all. Black can even make a move like pawn to f5 to stop white from playing e4. There's not actually an issue in black's position, as she will later play for pawn to b4. But I guess she got a little bit, a little rushed. She felt like she had to do something in the center, and this was a very big strategic mistake, as white first brought the king out, then brought the rook on over, then traded queens because you can't move your queen away lest you get checkmated on g7, and then we get to the live position where white just doubles the rooks and can use the bishop anytime she wants. White is better, not winning just yet, John, but that's where the mistake happened. Playing a pawn push, opening the position up on her opponent's terms.
Makes sense. Okay. I've got one last question to ask about the live position, and that's only because my 3-minute club player brain is going, oh, if I'm black here and I thought I had an opportunity to win and I've missed that opportunity, can I get away with parking my bishop on the e4 square if I'm black and then aiming to push a4, which sounds really weird because I have a light squared bishop and I'm trying to put all of my pawns on the light squares, but the idea is I play f5 as well and say the best you're going to get in this blocked up position is equal trades. There's nothing you can attack. There's no like sneaky squares you can attack. I've got my bishop outside the pawn chain as well, preventing you going to bishop f3 for free. Can that be a fortress of sorts for black? Is that something we can try?
Great question. So I'll put the bishop on e4 and show the drawback, because it does look like a good move. You are preventing white from establishing that bishop on f3 and poking at the d5 pawn. But we have to note that there are 2 rooks for white, 2 rooks for black. That rook previously was defended, and now it is no longer. Bishop takes c4 would work if not for the pawn on b5. So I will remove the guard with pawn to a4. And if you touch this pawn, whether it's taking or pushing, I am going to grab your pawn on c4 because your rook is loose at the end of the d file. You take a bishop, you lose a rook. A second rook backs it up. So the tactical possibilities here also favor white. That's the downside for black's position. Hakimifard played a nice opening. She had a good position. But as the position opened up, it's white who's enjoying every single move that's being played right now.
Yeah, there's not quite enough time to make that work. Drat. I was hoping there would be, but if white is on the ball tactically, I mean, it's Vaishali. Spoiler alert, she's going to be. Unfortunately, that will not be a possibility. Okay, so India, Switzerland at the moment, looking like it is India applying all of the pressure. None of the games have finished yet, mind you, but it looks like boards 2 through 4 are doing very well. Board 1 is where maybe things are looking a little bit less clear, but at the same time, just if you win on the other 3 boards, that's actually completely okay. And no surprise that the position is significantly closer to the Swiss half when Kostenyuk is playing on board 1. So that'll be a fun game to come back to. Shall we take a look now at one of the other women's section matchups while these players continue deep in thought? We've got, what have we got? Who can we take a look at around the playing hall? Azerbaijan, we can take a look at their women's team. They are currently playing Argentina, and they have a, oh goodness, yes, they have a particularly fun position by the looks of things. That is on board number 4. So the orange board that you'll see on the right side of your screen in just a second. These will be... to say the position looks unpleasant, I think, would be an understatement. But it also just looks really cool. And I feel like I want to know more about the story of how we got here.
Well, these matchups are a great deal of fun. And there you talked about the board on the right-hand side of our screen, the orange board, and we just saw the move pawn to h6 by black. So there is a knight under attack on that board. And as we look across them, it seems like Argentina, they're not just hanging in there. They might have some slight pull on the boards. On the board on the left, that's between the top board for each team. That looks like it should just be equal, as trades have been happening all game. On the second board from the left, which is also board 2 for these squads, Argentina has a pull with the white pieces. And you see that there's a queen for black and no queen for white. So it's a material imbalance. It's a rook, a bishop, and a pawn for a queen. That's known as Lasker compensation. White doesn't just have compensation. She might have the advantage.
Yes, indeed. This is looking... well, with material imbalances, it's always extremely tricky. You can never see it being clear-cut simply because there are so many tactics available with more pieces on the board in specific areas of the board as well. But it does look like Argentina is maintaining some sort of advantage there. The rooks are connected, so they're not about to get picked off or anything like that. At least one of them is on a completely open file. The other one is behind a pawn that could get pushed in the very near future as well. So that's looking particularly strong. I did also just notice with board number 4, Amura plays Mammadova. Once again, we have a position where there is a king in the middle of the board, and the rooks are, well, one of them is on the third rank, pardon me, and the other one is moved off of its starting square, so definitely no castling here, despite the queen still being part of the game. So, continuing on a theme here, this is actually quite an interesting position to analyze.
So why don't we dive in? Just like the white knight has been able to dive into the black position, we should dive in and analyze. The last move played by black is h6, and will white leave the knight here? That's the big question, because if the pawns capture, the h-file opens up. I don't believe that white is in time to go for a checkmate. The white king is also in the center, and black, if I'm counting correctly, has 6 pawns, and white only has 5. So black has a very healthy king right now. White seems kind of discombobulated, uncoordinated. There's a knight on f1, a bishop on b1, a rook on c1, and a rook on h3. You want to attack, but you feel scattered. I have to say, I don't believe in the attack. I believe in black's defense here.
And if black is able to defend here, is there are we looking for maybe a game-winning attack with a pawn push to d3, for example? Is that where the breakthrough is going to happen? Maybe a knight coming in via b3, or in fact, I'm about to answer my own question because there are so many options here. I don't think I can choose. This is looking, yeah, it's like a bit of a buffet.
And I don't even know what white should do here because her knight is under attack. If she does go back to f3, you pointed out pawn to d3 looks all sorts of appealing. If you leave the knight there, I do think that black can pick it off because after pawn takes, there might even be a simple pawn push, keeping the white queen out of the h-file. That is the key here. So for black, for Mammadova, she just played very standard type moves. She's castled her king, brought her pieces to the center, and white is throwing everything at the black king side, but it's not actually a legitimate attack. It's a good attempt, perhaps, but it's not getting you anywhere, not when your opponent is playing as solidly as Mammadova.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Black doesn't have to play into the hands of white here, and white almost needs black to help with the timing of the attack and to help the attack keep going. And if black chooses not to cooperate, then before long, black's simply going to continue with the attack of her own, and white will very, very shortly find out that... I mean, look, this position is being held together, but it does feel like it's being held together with scotch tape or something at the moment. This is... It looks like a lot of fun, and it looks like it's really sharp, but it's sharp for one player, if that makes sense.
It makes perfect sense, yeah. The black initiative is just so quick, and d3 and a knight d4. It just feels like the black king's safer than the white king because white is attacking with one, maybe two pieces, and black is completely solid. So we did just see the bishop get captured on e6. The black knight can recapture, which defends the g7 square preemptively, attacks the bishop on f4. Black is solidified and then some.
That doesn't feel like a move white would have wanted to play at all, because you're right, that black knight on e6 is holding everything together. I'm looking for where there might be a possibility to try and infiltrate on the dark squares. There isn't really anything there. You can't really play the rook out to g3 to threaten bishop takes h6 or something, because the knight can just take the bishop, which is why the bishop's just dropped back. So this is almost like the first move where we've acknowledged, okay, white's attack is looking a lot less healthy than it was 3 or 4 moves ago. It's defense time now. Can we hold on?
And I think the answer to that is no. I think white's position is beyond repair. She's going to do her best, but you see the advantage continuing to grow for black, and black has easy moves to make, such as a rook move to the open file, and white does not have an attack and does not exactly have a plan.
Okay. We were going to go to a break, but I want to bring you guys something that we have just taken a look at in the open section of the tournament. Specifically, we want to be taking a look and hunting around for Benjamin Gladura, who has been on the, from what I understand it, on the favorable end of a king hunt across the board. There's some very entertaining final position. Oh my goodness. H3 checkmate. That, like, if a... there is a story to be told in this game, and that is a delightful way to finish. Look at that. There's a... White's a rook down as well. Not that that matters, because checkmate ends the game. But what a position. I wonder how this came about.
Well, we saw the opening in this game. This is what the one where that white knight was on a5, and black was sitting, thinking, trying to figure out the position. And I said, I think that Gladura, he's more comfortable here. I think he is going to be lounging. He might need, one of those thrones, because he is the one whose king has survived. The black king is checkmated. So it was actually around here where white brought the knight forward. Black isn't lost yet, but the thing that happened in the near future was black made a little rook slide. White brought the queen in. The knight can't come back because you take it, and the king is in trouble. The pawn is pinned. So the knight went forward, and here the attack continued. Knight d4. I think that deserves more than 2 exclamation points. Giving up a rook. The knight has to take it because it's under attack and there's nowhere safe to go. So the knight takes the rook on f5, but knife f5, as Ben Feingold likes to say, threatening checkmate in 1. Black does not have defenders near the king. Pawn g6 and rook f1, bringing another piece to the attack. John, this is beautiful chess. f7 is a weak point. Knight takes h6 will create a double attack. Rook f8, trying to stop the f7 pawn from dropping, walks right in, I'll show it, to knight e7 with a fork. So that knight on f5, it's too much to deal with. Queen d8, okay, thanks for the pawn. Thanks for your other pawn. You can have that knight, but unfortunately it's good knight, because check here, check there, one more, and then the last one. Pawn to h3 is check, it's mate, and it's win for Team Hungary.
Wow, that is an incredible way to finish the game. What a beautiful attack there by Gladura, and earning Team Hungary that full point on that board. 1.5 to a half for Team Hungary so far. So very, very important psychologically for the rest of the team as well. Very, very well played. I'm glad we managed to catch a glimpse of that. Folks, we're going to a quick break now, and there's plenty more action. Lots of middle games still yet to be resolved here at the 45th Chess Olympiad. We look forward to bringing more of them to you after this.
Do you think there exists an alternative universe where you are better than I am at chess?
Yes.
Yeah, he's not really sure.
Okay, okay, cool.
It's a tough question. Like,
have you ever used slang or trendy phrases you didn't fully understand, hoping it will make you sound cooler? I really hope so.
I think so.
Yes.
Yeah. Who hasn't, though?
Who hasn't?
Like,
yeah. Who hasn't?
I mean, I still don't know the meaning of half the words I say when I commentate. You can do better, Magnus. Hit me with harder questions.
Were you happy to hear that Nikita Vityugov started representing England?
Truthfully, no. I was, gutted. Still a bit.
Yeah, that's true.
Just after I became #1 as well, it was such a kick in the teeth.
Would you rather be competing in events or cover them?
Oh, I would rather, these days, cover them.
He had to consider that, but he's telling the truth.
Personal growth? Yeah. This is amazing. I'm proud of you.
Thanks. If you asked me this like 3 years ago, I would have said differently.
Yeah.
Definitely. Even 2 years ago. But
yeah, I'm proud of you.
Yeah, thank you. Well, how much do I owe you for the therapy session?
I don't know.
Made you think?
Yeah. You wanted me to take the pawn, huh?
We're playing like grumpy old men right now.
Yeah. Do you wish you had learned more mainline theory as a kid?
Yes.
He's telling the truth.
I mean, I wish I learned more as a teenager, as an adult. Can't believe you're going after my openings already. Like, you're not impressed.
Do you regret choosing chess as a career?
Took me a while to decide on chess, but I'm glad I did.
That's a lie.
Oh! There's other stuff I think I could have done equally well, but...
Wow, I feel bad now.
Yeah, football management is hard to get into, so it's...
What's the most embarrassing thing that's happened to you during a chess game? Okay, I gotta simplify the game a bit.
Once in a big money game, Armageddon game, I was so nervous I spilt water all over the board, fizzy water, and I went on to lose pretty badly.
Yeah, he's not really sure about that.
It's a hard question. It's a hard question.
Yeah.
I've never like wet my pants during a game or anything, like if that's more embarrassing.
Do you like your own posts on social media?
No, I don't.
That's a lie.
I swear I haven't. Maybe accidentally and then unliked me.
I think Judit shifted to Mumbai to get a movie made on his life. When he approached the producer, the guy said, "Whoa, Gukesh is here, I can't believe it."
I think this has happened to me though. Somebody came...
It's a true story.
Yeah, no, not producer part. But somebody came and said, "Oh, I'm a big fan. Gukesh, can I take a photo?"
At least it means you look young. Or they expect
half glass full, yeah? Glass half full.
True. Today's story, this is my tweet. I didn't know that, thanks for your input, the world changed so drastically.
I think I'm a bit disappointed with the meme tweets.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
like I expected better rows.
Yeah. This tweet of mine, it's a little deeper. I made a tweet at some point, and then about Tuesday, and then a content creator I know copied that without giving me any credit, which is fine.
I mean, that's now happening for tournaments also.
Exactly. And then he made a tweet, today's Thursday, and then I copied that. So that was kind of the inside joke with that content creator, who is not a very large one, but he knows who he is.
Is he born to stream or?
Actually, yes, but he's not from India, so yes. So there was some inside joke there, but yeah, it's lost by this point. What is that?
9 out of 10 doctors agree that Colgate is the best toothpaste. Vidit is the 10th doctor.
Yeah,
what does it mean?
I don't know, but it's funny.
What does it mean?
I don't know what it means. I think it's funny. It's just funny. I don't know what they're trying to say.
I say that Colgate is not the best toothpaste.
No, they're just saying that somehow you are, like, you are that special one in a bad way.
It's too nuanced from my understanding.
It does sound very funny though, so we will give them that. After winning Title Tuesday once, Anish has filed a petition with God to rename all days of the week as Tuesdays. Not funny. Not funny. No, not funny.
An awful lot of action on the boards. Probably, I would say, around the halfway point now in the first half of the day, and there's still plenty yet to come. You're watching the third round of the 45th Chess Olympiad. I'm John Sargent. With me is Grandmaster Robert Hess, and we've been flipping through some games pretty quickly, I have to say, in the last half an hour because so many things have been happening at once. We've also managed to spot one of Chess.com's own moderators who is a player at the Olympiad playing right now. Unfortunately, we're tuning in, and I'm so sorry, I promise we didn't mean to do this. We're tuning in one move after a blunder, which is super unfortunate because I promise you the position was a lot less one-sided 45 seconds ago. But let's go ahead and take a look at what's happening here.
Well, unfortunately, it seems that Black just walked into a checkmating attack. The Black King was checked on f5, and the only move was King to h8 that left Black not just okay, but with an advantage. Instead, the King walked forward to f6. It's a blunder, and Queen comes to c7, threatening Queen d8 check. And no matter where the Black King goes, e6 or to g6, the Queen will give it a check. And the checks will continue, and the Black King is not getting out of this attack, at least not easily. So now what's required is a mistake from White. But John, walking your king out into the open, unfortunately, that often forces you to pay the price.
It does indeed. That's really unfortunate. And Stefan Lamkin-Chun, who you might be asking yourself, well, hang on a second, what's going on here? Why are we covering this game? This is SLK Chess. He is playing on behalf of Mauritius at the Olympiad. And I believe the opposition is Cambodia. So Prak Heng managing to find the mating net there a couple of moves ago. I promise you it wasn't looking quite that bad, but we just wanted to give a special shout out to our absolutely wonderful moderating team here who have got some serious chess talent, managing to get their way to the Olympiad as well. That is no mean feat. So thank you very much for that, Stefan. Hopefully we'll pick up some of your games in the later rounds as well, where we get to show you in a crushingly one position after you're the one giving the mating net. I apologize profusely for our timing on your behalf, but let's now take a look at some of the other top games that are going on. We've already had Lodici defeat Anish Giri, and no doubt that is going to be on the notable upsets screen tomorrow. Where else would we like to go? What other games look interesting? David Howell, one of the most nervous players in the playing hall, I think has more or less been playing on increment for the last hour and a half from what I understand, but he is still very much surviving against Anderson. Robert, does anything take your fancy from this screen?
Well, everyone probably rooting for David Howell as commentators. We stay as neutral as we can. I want to shift gears and go to the Gukesh game, or I would say the India match, because India is playing against Hungary B, and Arjun Erigaisi, he entered the round 2780. He is going to exit even higher. John, it seems like he is unstoppable. So if we can pull up India versus Hungary, we can see that they are leading 1.5 to half at the moment. Vidit Gujarati held to a draw against Gabor Pap. And the other players for Team India, Gukesh and Pragnanda, they have the advantage against their Grandmaster opponents. So we can dive right in as soon as you like.
All right, yeah, let's do that straight away. And the first thing I've noticed isn't even anything on the board. It is a time. This is the position after move 27, knight d7. I know we've mentioned it earlier, but if you're just tuning in, the players get an extra half an hour of time after move 40. There are 13 moves to make to complete move 40 in this game. And with only 2 minutes and 16 seconds left on the clock, Adam Kozak is going to seriously struggle to make that time control against Gukesh, who is pressing harder and harder. White has the advantage here. White is just winning here, and we still need to find a way to defend with virtually no time on the clock. I don't think it can be done.
Well, we see the overall match scores. Arjun Erigaisi wins with white. Vidit holds with black. That's how professionals get it done. First move advantage, use that to the maximum. And Arjun Erigaisi live rating 2782.2. He continues to climb his peak rating ever as he is firmly established as number 4 in the world. But let's look at these remaining 2 boards on the left-hand side. In particular, we are in the Gukesh game because as you see Gukesh hunched over the board, he's ready to pounce, and white has more space. Black is struggling here. There actually are no active tries. White also has the bishop pair, John. The more active pieces. The opening of the c-file, perhaps that's what black is waiting for. Please take me on b6, Adam Kozak says, because then the rook stares down towards the queen. So I think you should time that correctly. If I were Gukesh, I'd probably bring my knight back to d3 first, just to take control of his e5 square some more. And at the right moment, and only then, do I take this pawn on b6, because black is kind of frozen in place.
I'm trying to figure out if there's anything else black can do here. I guess one thing to point out is that black also has the e5 push available because there are 2 knights. Unfortunately, the light squared bishop is staring down both of them, so I'm guessing if black wanted to try something like that after knight d3, for example, white simply captures one of the knights first before proceeding with the rest of the plan, right?
That's exactly right, and Gukesh takes another avenue, queen to d2. I think he's going to line his rooks up on the c-file. It's better to lead with rooks. We could even see in some positions in Alekhine's gun. Actually, you'd have to get your rooks in front of the queen, but either way, there is going to be powerful white pieces down the c-file, but black still not able to play e5. The queen's on f6. It looks like you're ready, but d5 would drop. So if I'm Gukesh here, doubling the rooks looks fantastic, and then going for c takes b6. The knight on c6 can't even move, John, because if that knight, let's say you had a free turn to go back, pawn to c6, you win a piece with a fork.
Yeah, there's literally nothing that knight can do, so this sustained pressure can't be relieved quickly, and as a result, Gukesh has all the time in the world, well, 15 minutes, but when your opponent has 2, that's quite a lot of time, trust me, to go ahead and find ways to screw in the vice just a little bit harder and take home the dub there. We can see a move has indeed been played, and what do you know, Robert? Rook to c2, you called it. The plan is to double the rooks on the c-file. We've got some more fireworks to go ahead and show you guys. We are fluttering a little bit between games, but later on in the broadcast, of course, we'll be staying on individual endgames just a bit longer. I'd like to take us just briefly to Lithuania versus Germany, where things are spicing up, especially on board number 2. But as it currently stands, there we go. We've got that view now of the match. And Kamer in particular is playing a pretty fun game at the moment. We'll get you that position in just a sec. But there's potential fireworks here. Obviously, Germany wants to be able to try and close this one out. Unfortunately, it's just a ridiculously tough match. In fact, in terms of average ratings, I don't know off the top of my head, but I imagine overall this is actually a really, really tricky match. One of the closer ones in the playing hall.
It is, and the reason why is Keimer, he outrates his opponent by a healthy 200 rating points, but Titus Streamovicius, he is a tough customer, and this game has been all sorts of exciting. In fact, that's the game on the left-hand side of our screens in the brown board, but if we look next to that, on the blue board, Blue Baum is no better in his position against Paulius Pultinavičius. So the Lithuanians, they are playing a strong match thus far. The bottom two boards seem to be where the Germans are separating themselves from the Lithuanians. You can see Donchenko on the red board with the black pieces. He's more active, has an advantage. The white king a bit exposed. And on the rightmost board, the orange board, it's Halloween come early. But Rasmus Svane, he is not in costume, just playing some of his best chess from the white side. Has a very healthy position, though Larusis is hanging in there. So, John, you mentioned board one, Vincent Keimer. That game is crazy.
Yeah, this is looking quite fun. I think on the last move as well, Bishop B7 has just been played, so it's the casual move 30 Fianchetto with no B pawn on the board. You know, just standard chess things. Don't even worry about it. It does feel like so many things here are loose. First of all, the knight on G2, which thankfully got gobbled up, but at the same time, the light squares. I mean, no one's dominating. It's a huge point of contention right now. The pawn on F6 is loose because the knight can't move. Otherwise, the queen drops. White wants to get his rooks in order. Doesn't quite have enough time to execute that yet. Do we need to see the queen step out of the way? Tactically, this looks really, really complicated.
I think that Vincent, with his king having been exposed, he could take this knight on E4, then take this pawn on F6. The queens are going to get traded no matter if white wants that or not. And then the remaining endgame looks worse for black because you are left with all isolated pawns. But with the rook already on the B file, this staring at this B2 pawn, I think that black is able to fully equalize and salvage a half point. But this game has been absolutely wild. I'm looking at the notation. Black, during this game, has found what looks like 5 or 6 only moves to keep the balance. So Vincent Keimer, he understood what it took to keep himself in this game. And right now, he's just trying to figure out, do I take this knight? I want to get rid of this F6 pawn that seems to alleviate me of my problems in this position.
This is perhaps and I apologize if I'm about to ask a question straight out of an endgame book, Robert, but if we were, for example, to swap off the queens, the minor pieces, and a pair of rooks, and we just had the kings, the pawns, minus the pawn on F6, which is dropping, and the rooks left. I would almost want to say that the side with the 4 loose, like the side with the 4 isolated pawns, must have a really difficult time, like a really horrible time trying to defend that. I'm guessing there are circumstances where that should be winnable to white, but actually it's a draw? It's a theoretical draw?
It's creaky, but it's not losing. I think that these positions, because when the F6 pawn drops, the black king, without queens on the board and all that, will protect both of those pawns at once. And black's active rook will perhaps force white to push the pawn to B3 at some moment, and then black will try to trade it off for one of the isolated pawns. So I do think that Vincent, if he wants to, can take this knight on E4, take this pawn on F6, get rid of the queens, and then say the endgame is holdable. But white, strategically, optically, and on the clock is better, so that could cause him to slow down a little bit and just really evaluate. You don't want to rely on, it should be okay, I'm going to be fine. You need to calculate because, as you're noting, the white pawn structure is so much healthier that one, maybe 2 of the black pawns could be in trouble, and then things could get out of hand.
So if you're Vincent Keimer right now, swapping everything off leads to a position that is holdable. Are you just happy to be able to hold this kind of position? If you were playing for a win and your teammates are going, actually, it's great that you're able to hold the draw with the black pieces here, but we'd like you to try and squeeze something else out of this position, where would you start looking?
At a different board. I don't think I would have I don't think I would have the courage to play for a win from the black side. After all, there is this menacing pawn on F6, and this diagonal looks very promising, but unless pawns can move in different ways and you can bring your G5 pawn to F5, there isn't an easy way to take advantage, and white will double the rooks, the queen, the knight, everything is nicely centralized, so I wouldn't be surprised if Vincent takes and just trades everything off and relies on his endgame technique. The endgame has not always been his friend. He has struggled in some of these big events in the endgame stage, but here it does seem like he has everything under control. He has 3 minutes left. He's wisely calculating, but I do think that he will take this knight on e4, trade off, and be able to secure a half point for his team.
Okay, all right. So a very dynamic position, but after the trade-offs, a position that should be comfortably held with the black pieces here, so that Vincent Keimer will be able to secure the draw. Let's go ahead and... Oh, well, we've had drama on his board once in this tournament so far, when he nearly lost his game. I think it was in round number 1. But out of the corner of my eye, I am taking a look at Shak Mamedyarov for Azerbaijan, currently playing against Moldova. And this looks like a very imbalanced position where quite a lot of things are going on. We'll see if we can dig that game up for us in just a second.
Here we go.
So when we do... Oh, I beg your pardon. No, we'll get that game in a moment, but not just yet. Have we got that live? It looks like we do. Thank you very much, Robert. Absolutely nailed it. Let's go straight to the scene. It's board number 3 there. So Shak Mamedyarov, if you remember, he pulled off one of the great escapes in round number 1, where it looked like he wasn't just dropping half a point. It looked like he was losing at one point, and I think he managed to make a draw at the end. And even in that final position, there was an argument to say his opponent could have played on to try and hunt for the full point. Well, he is absolutely out for blood here, and he's asking the question, who even needs queens?
Definitely not Mamedyarov. He actually had this very instructive video series on chess.com where he talked about some of his finest games, and he is a tactician like no other. He loves to play this style of chess. It's his brand. He did sort of cool down in some of his 30s where he was playing calmer chess more solidly, but
wait, this is cool down?
No, this is not. But in his heart of hearts, he loves this kind of tactical flair. There's a rook on the 7th rank. If the rook can get to the last rank anywhere on the last rank, this will be checkmate. So rook g7 forces the black king into the corner. It's just about putting everything together at this stage. The h6 pawn is loose. If the bishop can grab it, the black king may get a bit of breathing room. But white's not even down material. 2 rooks are better than a queen, especially when one king is safe, the white king, and the other king is not, the black king.
Yeah, the queen is looking after the light squares at the moment. So working together with the dark squared bishop to make something happen there for black. I'm not seeing it right now. You would love to have been able to... I don't know, if you were a free move, I would almost have been tempted to get remove your own f-pawn or to have played f5 so that the queen can swing across and take on h6 and maybe come in to h2 and make something happen. But there isn't time for it. And is white... Oh, white! Wow, I love this. White not even connecting the rooks. He's saying, have a pawn. I'm going to push a6. And of course, if black takes on a6 with the pawn on b7, yes, you've got the pawn, but the rook goes to the back rank and delivers checkmate. So absolutely no go there. This is delightful stuff coming out of Shak.
Wow. So that is checkmate. And if the queen takes on a6, I guess the black queen is distracted and not exactly where it needs to be. And in many of these positions, if black scoops up h6, the rook can then take on c7. So distracting the black queen was the order of the position. Mamedyarov is doing great and his opponent in time trouble. But there's so many games that are going on that I would be happy to go to some other matches. I know they're approaching time trouble. It's hard to
lots of them
to focus on everyone. But this one, it looks like we could trust Mamedyarov. I would like to go to Dragnev against Report because the evaluation bar, it's been jittery. And as we pull up the game here, look at the position. The black king on h7, it looks like it's open. And I see a bunch of inaccuracies in the last bunch of turns. White did have the upper hand. I'm quickly going to go and show you where. Knight f5 played, giving up this knight over here on g6. So look, there's a bishop hanging over here as well. Like all these pieces were under attack. But after the queen took the knight, now the bishop was captured, not allowing the black queen in. We see that rook f7 played. White was the side for choice, but giving a check. Checks captures threats, right, John? Somehow that one was wrong. And then the knight came in.
That's wrong. That looks so natural.
Also wrong, right? These positions are difficult. What? e5 protecting the knight. g4 going after the white king. No, you're not going to get my king yet. Yes, I am. And white finds the only move that keeps the balance. Queen to d4. And whose king is in worse shape, John? G takes f2 is double check. But the white king may be able to scramble on over to the queen side.
Yeah, I thought white was going to play f3 there, but there's probably something catastrophic that I've just missed to try and keep the g file only semi-open for as long as possible. This is tactic central for both players, not just one.
And white has a minute 24 to play 5 more moves. 5, that doesn't sound like so much. There's 30 seconds added with each and every move played. This is a challenging position. Your king is open. G takes, f2, the only move is king takes, so that first move will be easy, but perhaps the ones after that, unless black is giving checks, will not be so simple. But Rapport needs to be careful as well. His king is open. A queen trade will not be favorable for black. A quick material count shows us that white is a pawn ahead, so black, Richard Rapport, he needs to be careful.
So at least we've got time on our side here. 10.5 minutes to decide what moves I can play to give my opponent the biggest possible chance of screwing up in the next 5 moves. Because that's the objective, right? Oh, I've reached the time control. Oh no, I'm in a losing position. You see players reaching the time control and resigning in team matches fairly frequently. But what can Richard do here to maximize the opportunity that he has to put this game away in the next 5 moves? This is not easy with all of these tactics on the board.
I see one check, I see a second check, I see the white king escaping, and I don't see enough checks. A white does have enough lanes closed with this pawn on e5 and a knight on d6, so those rooks aren't getting to open files. And if black does take this knight on f6, after e takes, there's a checkmate in the corner that you have to look out for. So John, I would be just as scared for the black king as I am for white's.
So, and a downside to playing pawn takes f2 check as well is pawn takes f2 check, king takes, the queen comes into g3 with check, the king goes to e2, and these are fairly automatic moves that you would play. And because my opponent needs to make 5 moves, I don't want 3 of those to be moves that, you know, they make without thinking. I want all 5 of these moves to be horrendous, critical positions that they agonize over deciding what move to play. So G takes F2 is not automatic. It's very, very committal, and it means that you need to know what the follow-up is. And that excites me because I think it's been played on the board now.
What a position we have here where Richard Rapport is using his time wisely. His team up by 1 point thanks to the win by Benjamin Gladura, that checkmate with pawn to h3. I think we can keep hopping around because I see some players are in severe time trouble. We'll go to the game of Magnus Carlsen because, well, we might not be able to see that much longer, as with the black pieces, he is just going right after the white king that lacks shelter.
So let's take a look at what's going on here. There's a lot of control over the squares around the king, significantly more so with the bishop on c5 and the knight on g6, preventing the king from going, well, to quite a lot of places here, and the evaluation does not look healthy at all. White does have some defense on the dark squares, admittedly. The queen on e1 stopping the black queen from getting to exactly where she needs to be as quickly. But it doesn't look like that particularly matters in this position.
Well, black's also up 3 pawns, so even if you just trade queens, black can just win the game very easily without them on the board. You don't need checkmate to win the game, at least not yet. You eventually will get there. So knight h4, giving up the knight. Was that a blunder? It was not. If you take the black queen, comes on over to g1. This is what you were calling for, John. Connectivity between queen and bishop. And then once the white king steps up to the 3rd rank, the rook will land the final blow. So this type of position, it's just easy for black. White under 20 seconds now. And so Magnus Carlsen, his first game, his first win here for Team Norway in the Olympiad.
Yeah, looking very strong indeed. The knight has been taken. The check by the queen has indeed been delivered. The king has no choice but to go up to the 3rd rank here. So king f3 played. We get an extra 30 seconds. Of course, on the clock each time we have got a move played, but at the end of the day, this is looking like dire straits because the final piece in the attack, the rook that's currently on d8, will be able to come in and help cement the victory. So rook d3 check, king comes back down to e2, And I believe queen to d1 is a nice way to wrap that up.
That is checkmate. Not very often that Magnus gets to deliver one of those. And there is victory for Magnus Carlsen and Team Norway. Johan Sebastian Christensen and Frode Urkedal won. So that's 3-0 at the moment for Team Norway. They have recovered quite nicely after yesterday's debacle. So, John, let's keep on going here. Norway, Magnus Carlsen, they're feeling much better. What a difference a day makes. Why don't we go to the game of one of the world's favorite players, although it looks like David Navarre has won his game against Jean-Rodrigue Lemieux, the hero of yesterday.
Okay, well, this was, and Jean-Rodrigue Lemieux, one of the heroes of the stream yesterday, I think it's fair to say. Absolutely incredible stuff coming out of him. And unfortunately, he's on the receiving end of this loss here, but that is a very, very pretty final position.
Yeah, he said, Shakhriyar, I see what you're up to. David said that, and I'm going to do you one better. You have a rook and a bishop, and it looks like a couple pawns, but there's also just a checkmate coming towards the black king. So if we just look at how this happened, here way back when, queen a5 out of the opening in a it was a Caro-Kann, excuse me, the bishop's on f5. I should have noted that. Rook to b1, giving up the knight on c3. So David Navarre gives up a piece to win a pawn, and is just saying that I'm going to take your knight, remove the guard of this other knight. You're just hanging all over the place, and just to show you, d5 takes, and bishop e7, queen a5, and here it comes. Where did that queen go? In the moment here, bishop takes, and bishop takes c4, giving up this queen on d1 and just saying your king is not going to get out of danger. My rooks are going to double, much like Shakhriyar wants to do, and he won smoothly from there.
We have a potential upset on the cards as well. There is only one game left to play, but I will spoil it beforehand. The Netherlands are currently down 2-1 with one game left to play. Lamy is still playing and still has the opportunity to rescue a match point. So this is Lamy versus Brunello, but the team are now down and Lamy has to win this game to rescue a match point. And White is not better in this position.
White is a pawn ahead. That's the good news. The bad news is it's not just about the quantity. I like to say this, pawn quality. There are two passed pawns going forward. d4 is loose. Knight e2, John, maybe you're holding on for the moment, but you barely are protecting your pieces. And this knight on b5 is a phenomenal piece, just protecting this passer on the outside of the board. I don't really think that the Netherlands are dreaming of winning this game and tying the match. If Brunello wants, he should seek a draw to win his team the match, but it's hard to just make a draw when simple moves like rook d8 go right after loose pawns.
Yeah, it feels like there are so many natural ways to continue this game. White also has to get the rook on a1 out of the firing line of the bishop that's on g7 at the moment. So for anyone going, that's okay. If the pawn's under attack, we can push it to d5. You are losing your rook. Thanks to the bishop in the sneaky opposing corner of the board. So it is by no means that simple. The line we were talking about has just been played. The knight went back to e2. The rook immediately comes out to d8. And I would love, absolutely love, to be able to play d5 in this position. But the only way to keep that pawn on the board is to play maybe rook d1. It does get you out of that skewer after all. But by playing rook d1, there's nothing in front of the a pawn. There are too many bases to cover here.
And yeah, then you could play d5, and black says, thank you very much. Even if I don't win a rook, I'll push the pawn, and then I am protecting the promoting square. So rook d6 is next, John. e6 is going to drop. Black should win this game, but at any moment, you could probably find a way to make a draw because white is just in all sorts of trouble. Black's pieces are stronger. White's pieces are looser. White may be up a pawn, but black has a pawn that may become a queen. So this is looking very bad for the Netherlands as Erwin Lamy dips to about 30 seconds. So he has to face the clock. He has to face the board, and the Netherlands may have to face the music that their perfect start to the Olympiad is no more.
And I think this is exactly what's happening here, right? Brunello is not making a draw. Brunello is not making any overtures towards that at all because there are 5 moves to make to move 40. Even if Brunello is happy to settle for a draw here, why not play 5 more accurate moves and see if Lamy gets into a position that is so unbelievably hopelessly lost that he resigns before you can even offer the draw? Wait till the time control, see what happens. You've got a free amount of psychological pressure that you can apply on your opponent right now. Make the most of it. Make hay while the sun shines. And that's exactly what Brunello is doing right now. Knight to c1 is played. Desperation maneuver. You can sort of see why you don't want a2 to be the biggest threat. But now white, I mean, for all intents and purposes, is playing a rook down.
That rook is trapped in there, the knight trying to blockade the pawn. But while I'm going to trust for the moment Brunello to at least not blunder in the next few turns, it looks like Vincent Keimer's game is over. So I'm going to bring up that one, Lithuania and Germany. Vincent blundered into a checkmate. So the only move for black is queen g7, and rook h6 is checkmate because the queen can't capture it. I'm going to try to do it. Nope, not allowed. The queen is pinned along the diagonal. So if we just back up, John, we were left at this position right here. The rook was on e2. Black made the move c4. You ask, can black play for more? The answer is you're actually playing for a loss rather than a win. The rook came to f1. Black now took the knight, but this is a move late. The rook captures. Rook takes b2. Have fun with the b pawn. I'm taking the e pawn. The f6 pawn lives on. John, that's not what you want to see if you are Team Germany. How could you allow this pawn to survive?
Oh, that is horrendous. This is exactly what time trouble does to us. And also, this is exactly what predictions do to commentators. Oh, there we go. The queen went to h7 thinking, I'm going to get some counter play here because I've got the checkmating threat on h2. And white says, you know what? Yes, you do, but not before I get this one. And that is such a beautiful move. F7 check. I can see you adding the exclams there. That is the game-ending maneuver. How long did we spend talking about how, yeah, it's tricky, but this is a draw. Let's move on. Oh my goodness. This is twists and turns for days at the Olympiad.
He should have taken that knight, and I get what he was going for, an attack against the white king. And if you move your rook, there's some checks on the first rank as well. But f7 check is gorgeous. If you take with the queen on f7, rook g6. Now your king is under attack. If you go to the h file, I'm going to give you a check here. Open up my rook to your remaining pieces. If you take it, I give you one check by taking your rook, and I give you a second, and you're forced to part with your queen. So f7, brilliant. If rook takes, rook e8 check. Now your king's in trouble. You step up. You lose the connection of queen and rook. You drop a rook and the game. It's checkmate in the next few turns. So it's just an oversight. He allowed that pawn to live on. Queen c3, game over. Checkmate coming next turn. That's a big upset. Lithuania may take down Germany.
Absolutely bravo there, and very, very well played to Stremavicius. Keeping the pressure on in time trouble. He was under 5 minutes himself, but Keimer was down to basically playing on increment, and that's what sustained pressure does. Look, Keimer's rated over 2,700, folks. This is very, very comfortably Super GM territory. Pressure gets to everyone. It doesn't matter how good you are. Slip-ups can happen, and in a place where it's not just individual pride on the line, but also you're playing for your country. I mean, this sort of stuff, the pressure is sky high, and I have no doubt that's not going to be the last change of result, the last upset that we see in this round. I reckon there'll be a couple more before the day is through.
There will be for sure. I'm going on over to Australia versus Ukraine. I just want to peek in at Vasil Ivanchuk. And the position may not look so lively, but I looked at the clock and both players down to about 30 seconds. So this is nerve-wracking stuff. Does white trade queens, or does that just allow simplification where both c-pawns are removed from the board? Or should white play on with a move like queen to h7? Ivanchuk's clock, it's down to 20 seconds here. He's a fan favorite. He is one of the greatest tacticians and just one of the creative geniuses in the world of chess. He plays on, John. He wants more.
Okay, well, the queen coming into f3 to cement and to underline the fact that we want to take the pawn on c6. I would imagine that, well, the very first thing I'm taking a look at is whether I can play knight a6, because if you're going to take the pawn on the c-file, I want to make sure I capture the opposing pawn as well, right? I don't want to just let that become a passer that runs all the way down the board. I want to find a way to keep the equilibrium. I guess Ivanchuk here is just trying to find any possible way to keep the pressure on. This makes it interesting. If you take the c-pawn, I'm going to take your a-pawn and get you worried about a race. And you might be thinking, hang on a second, if you take the a-pawn, doesn't that mean that your knight's hanging because the queen is on f3? Yes, it does, but the black queen can also take back the bishop that's now on c6.
Yeah, there's overloading here. This knight also primed to hop in the center to the d4 square. This is such an easy thing to miss. You know, bishop c6, suddenly knight. Oh my gosh, he missed it. I was about to say it's so easy to miss. Knight d4, not taking the pawn on a3. This wins black the game.
That is just a, yeah, that's just a straight up fork, isn't it? Just knight into... That's over. That's two pieces on the bishop. I'm looking for the, like, I'm going into puzzle mode where I'm looking for the intermediate check that gets the queen out of trouble, and then you've got the tempo to move the bishop out of... It's not there. Queen e4 offering to swap the queen. Doesn't work. The f-pawn's defending the queen. Last chance saloon. Offering the exchange from queen d5. Are we going to make a mistake? You can very, very simply play knight takes bishop. And I think that's it. There's no counterplay.
That is huge for the Australian team because they're taking on a very tough, a very experienced Ukrainian squad. Players who have won Olympiad medals before. And with this victory with the black pieces, suddenly Australia, they are going to take a lead in this match. And if we go 2 boards down from this one, it does seem that Ukraine, as Bobby Chang beats Vasil Ivanchuk, a one-move blunder ends this one. It looks like David Smirden, the economist, the grandmaster, he unfortunately is in a lost position against Anton Korobov because white is currently a rook ahead. Bishop d4 here, not going to work out. You block it with your rook, and unfortunately for black, white is up too much material.
I do miss David Smirden. He, I believe, used to live in London. And admittedly, my memories of David are not as an economist. My memories of David are, let's just say, social gatherings after the Four Nations Chess League. I shouldn't elaborate about those too much. Suffice to say that a lot of fun was had. He's an absolutely fantastic character. Always with a smile on his face and willing to chat about anything and everything. And even if he's just won or lost the most horrible or the greatest game, he'll always find time to chat to you as well. Really, really fantastic character. Unfortunately here, it looks like he is going to be on the receiving end of the loss. They've just made it to move 40. So the good news is we've just about blitzed it out to the time control. But this is where we sort of settle down, have a think. And he's probably going to be thinking here that, oh, now that we've managed to make it this far, I'm not sure I can stop that dark bishop. And unfortunately, that's just true.
Yeah, it's not enough material left for black, so Anton Korobov, he'll right the ship for Ukraine after Vasily Ivanchuk made a one-move, an uncharacteristic blunder against Bobby Chang. So that's a great victory for the Australians, but there's still life left in this matchup, still some games going, and we'll see how the rest go because all these matchups, John, this is the 3rd round, but we see some relatively evenly matched teams going at it, and you don't know who's going to come out on top, like Italy over the Netherlands.
Exactly right. We have seen some legends of the game fall. We've seen some match upsets already in round number 3, and there are going to be some more as well before the day is done. The action is coming at us thick and fast here at the Chess Olympiad. Grab yourselves a drink. We're going to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll show you the rest of the games that have survived through the time control. Or have they?
The decoration looks like an Indian wedding. I know it's from the tweet of the playing hall actually here. So I made a put a picture. Actually, it was a very good tweet, but I think it was a very underrated tweet of mine. But okay, fine. And they said the decoration looks like an Indian wedding. Okay, this is a sensitive topic here, so let's just move on. Anish leaking chats, be aware of him.
I think you have to be aware.
No, this like they're
the
trying
things
to...
you have told me on chat.
No, okay, I've been a good boy ever since, you know. I know now that like everything can leak at any moment, so I'm just being always being very good. But I think this is like one of those when, you know, they're trying to send the message, like blink twice kind of thing, that somebody's trying to rescue you, and they're sending you this message through this setting, like be aware of him.
I'm sorry to be the one to tell you, but you don't look very good in this highly anticipated selfie.
Just like my brother, not really funny jokes, but take your like joking, they are a little funny.
Just kidding, by the way, not joking.
Ah, just kidding.
Just kidding.
Oh, well, my whole life I thought JK means joking. Oh, snap. I have to rethink now all these, my entire like life, all the conversations I had online when people say JK.
Because just kidding has a better vibe than
I thought it's
joking.
like joking. Why did I think it was joking? Just kidding.
I think next segment should be you knowing the Gen Z terms.
True.
You have 3 kids who are Gen Z.
Yeah.
So.
Well, LOL.
LMFAO. That's millennial.
ROFL.
No, that's in 90s.
Okay, I'm boomer. Fine. You got raised though. Is that a modern thing or not?
Yeah, but it's not contextual.
It's not true. Yeah, that's the problem. Bro tweets so much, it's hard to find mean tweets from the past. Okay, that's funny. Okay, that's funny. Well done you.
Yeah, it seemed like all the mean tweets from yesterday.
It was. At some point I realized the lazy guys, you just scrolling my yesterday's feed.
Yes, exactly.
It was all from yesterday.
Exactly, it could have been like...
True. No, you have to keep scrolling. Okay, no, good stuff. Yeah, I didn't have much time to prepare for this, huh?
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Anish Giri, and welcome to Left-Hand Repertoire's 1e4. The so-called Latvian gambit is horrible. F5, knight takes e5, This is not how chess is played. He played too many moves with pawns and the queen and didn't develop his light pieces. And if knight e4, this is a very important trick to remember. Many people fall for it actually. Knight to b5, brilliant idea. ab and queen g7, and after rook f8, bishop h6, queen c5 and f3, and surprisingly, queen f2 is almost checkmate, but it's not. If your opponent wants to be solid, we go for the aggressive, for the kill. If your opponent wants us to go for the kill, we play simple chess. And just use the fact that we have more space in the center, clear-cut plans, and nothing to worry about.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the 45th Chess Olympiad, and you just missed it, but as you can tell by the customary position of the arbiter in front of the camera, we just had Kostenyuk's game. There was a handshake, and Kostenyuk has won that game. A huge win. I believe, as it currently stands, the match result is still probably going to favor India, but Kostenyuk is going to be absolutely over the moon about that. We'll get confirmation on the match situation in just a second.
Yeah, the India team still leads 2-1 thanks to victories on boards 2 and 3. Vaishali and Divya leading the way, leading the charge for Team India. But for Harika, she had a tough opponent. It doesn't really get that much tougher than Alexandra Kostenyuk, known as the chess queen, former women's world champion, grandmaster for a long time now, very experienced, and that's checkmate coming to the Black King all the way on our left. That leaves us with one board remaining, and it looks like Vantika Agrawal, she's cruising. Her king is very active on the right-hand side of her screen. Black's pawns are falling, so it looks like 3-1, John, in favor of India.
It does indeed. That's a really interesting king position, I have to say, in that game, but White is absolutely dominating that. There's no real way, unfortunately, to make much more progress if you're Black, and then those pawns are simply going to get gobbled up. So while it is a 3-1 team match victory, so there's no tension there at all, fantastic result from Kostenyuk to take the dub against Stronavali. That must have been an exceptionally tough game, but someone with Kostenyuk's experience was able to steer the ship home. Delightful stuff.
And for Team India, well, you realize that you're not invincible, but you're still getting the job done. You can rely on your middle and later boards because they will outrate their opponents in most matchups. So India will remain atop the leaderboard, but they're given all they can handle in this match. I mean, it was closer on those, especially on board 2. At the start, it looked like Black was doing quite nicely and then opened the center a little bit too soon. So as I look across the other matchups, John, the favorites, they still seem to be winning their matches, and not too much in the way of upsets, but where else shall we venture here in the women's section?
All right, well, let's go and take a quick look at what else is available. I'm just having a quick scroll through some of the games that are still ongoing here. All 4 games are still ongoing in the match between Greece and Poland. So why don't we go ahead and take a peek there. 8 titled players duking it out for their country. And, well, still any match result is possible. I think one of the games is more decisive than the others, but there's still plenty to play for. A couple of end games that look like I wanted to say that look like they're going to be certain draws, and I feel like the moment we go to them, I'm going to help you demonstrate at my expense why one mistake will turn them into losses. We'll wait and see. But there is still at least one interesting middle game position with queens and rooks left on the board.
And we see on board 1, Stavrula Solakidou. She is holding her head, but she is a pawn ahead. On the left-hand board, it's at that level a pretty easy draw for Alina Kashlinskaya. The near Grandmaster, she made her 2nd Grandmaster norm recently in the Women's Grand Prix, and she's a phenomenal player for Poland. But as we look at the other boards, so we have boards 1 and 2 are quite similar, John. An extra pawn for one of the players, but theoretically drawn territory. But then boards 3 and 4, those also have some similarities where the player with the white pieces, the bar is all the way up.
Oh, wow. And I promise you, the bar was not all the way up on both of those boards just a minute ago. So I have a feeling that maybe it was board 4. I don't quite remember which one. It's possible a blunder has just been played because I remember thinking 3 out of 4 of those boards were looking relatively drawish. And then, wow. Okay, we've had an absolutely excellent move played by Pavlidou, and then the eval bar drops straight back to equal. So we should probably go ahead and take a look at Pavlidou's game. That's the red board, the 3rd one on your screen there, with the pawn looking pretty scary on d6.
Yes, let's dive into the details there. And you see the players staring at each other's boards, because on board 3, this was the 42nd move for Black. This move, rook e5, was played. It's given a question mark, and White said, take my queen, why don't you? d6, a brilliant move, and if the queen is captured, the pawn takes back, and you cannot stop a new queen from appearing, and there will be an extra rook for White. So it was even. John, I kind of tricked you by rewinding before we got in here, but at this stage, after queen e7, Black rook e5 looks like such a normal move, but Black had to make a more active choice, like queen b2, going after the white king, and there are all sorts of checks here that Black needs to account for. But this position after queen e3 check, the Black king steps back. It still looks, d6 still looks a bit worrisome, but in fact after queen f6, it appears that Black actually is no worse. It's not easy to evaluate though, so we can understand Black's decision to attack a white queen, but we must applaud White's response, protecting the queen with a mere pawn so that the next queen can arrive.
That's really, really cool stuff. And even in this position, I'm looking at things like queen to e7, which makes sense because if you take it, you're still going to get promotion. But of course, you don't have to take, and you can keep the tension into position. If White loses the pawn on d6, Black then has 2 pawns on the A and B file against just the 1 pawn on the A file, and will be able to make something of that later on. So there is still a lot of pressure on both sides, but just keeping the dynamic equilibrium here has to be top of Black's mind.
And just the location of the queen and rook lined up towards the white king. It would keep white honest, but in the game, rook e5 played, d6 the response. And so the question becomes, if I don't take the queen and immediately allow you to go a rook ahead because you're going to promote, can I do something else? And black, let's say you push a pawn, one of these pawns, like pawn to b4. You know what white will do is leave the queen on this square, move this rook, I don't even know where, say b8 to go after the b pawn, and you still can't take because I'm ready to promote. So I can leave this rook-queen showdown because unlike in typical positions, when you have a pawn so far in advance, you're willing to give up the most valuable piece so that it can come back. It's a magic trick, it reappears, and it's actually going to lead white to victory, a rook ahead.
I guess on the downside there, white can't just push d7 as well. Even though you can leave the queen on breeze, you push d7, rook takes queen, and yes, okay, you promote, but then you just have a rook and queen against a rook and queen, and you're sort of back to square one in terms of that hustle. So you do need a little bit of extra to make sure that you promote that with the gain of material as well, but very much all cards in white's favor there.
For sure. So d6 was a beautiful move here in this game, and it looks like we may have final touches in another game, so I'm going to switch us on over there.
Yes, let's check that out.
Hauschka, the fan favorite commentator, has just played a bishop sacrifice, long range piece. Bishop takes f6, and there will be no piece because after king takes John, queen d4 is not just a little check, it's checkmate.
That is absolutely beautiful. So mate in one will be on the board for Jovanka Hauschka. Very, very well played there by Jovanka. Long time player, of course. This is not her first rodeo for Team England. And that is an absolutely picture-perfect way to end her game in this round. Delightful stuff and a really strong victory there on board two for England.
And you see that England already had a point in their matchup. Second means that they cannot lose the match any longer. The worst they can do is tie. They do outrate Norway, and you could see with the England lineup, Bodana not in for the third round. She played the first two, won the initial game, lost yesterday. So given the day off, she will recover. She's young. She's suffered defeat before. There are many wins ahead for her in her, I presume, illustrious career, but it's going to get tougher. You beat a team like Norway, this next matchup in round 4, if they can secure overall match victory, John, the road just gets more challenging.
It does. The good news for them is I believe they are currently in the process of winning on all remaining boards as well. Wow. So we were mentioning how in round number 1, it was super important for teams to try and get that 4-0 on the board. Because if there are loads of teams that get 4-0 and it comes down to tie breaks at the end of the tournament, that game score could really matter quite a lot. That said, getting to round number 3, where you're also playing other teams that have won their first 2 matches and the average strength of your opposition is a lot closer to yours, this is really quite fantastic to be able to get a potential 4-0 on the board. We shouldn't count chickens before they hatch for Team England, but right now all signs are looking very, very positive for them.
You look at the red board, second from the right. It looks like there's about to be a checkmate in black's favor. There's already a pawn on f3, and a queen will join that pawn in delivering a checkmate. And then we saw how Jovanka is going to win. And then on board 1, we see that black is up a minor piece. There may still be some work left, but for a player of this caliber, I don't think that Lan Yao is going to lose her winning grip on that position.
No, I don't think so. And of course, the more pieces that get traded off, the closer to an endgame sort of position it gets. The majority of the time, the simpler it gets. The easier it is to see the path to victory, the fewer possible mistakes you can make. It is still possible, of course, to make a mistake right up until the end, but we've seen quite a few of those, mainly in time trouble, and we are in a position now where we have reached the time control. Players, for the most part, have over 15 minutes, in most cases over 20 left on their clock, so we're not making panicked moves in 10 or 20 seconds any longer. If there's a clear path to victory, we should be able to steady our nerves collectively and see the way forward to get that W on the board.
And while Team England is doing so well, we saw this game with Ivanka. I think it's just a matter of time before resignation occurs or you allow checkmate on the board. I want to take us on over to the matchup between Georgia and Romania, because in this one here, look at the final move. We just saw a bishop sacrifice for checkmate. Here, Bela Khotanashvili, the grandmaster from Georgia, she has been on this Olympiad team for many years. She, unfortunately for the team, missed a checkmate. Look at the last couple moves. We'll go back here. The queen was protecting h7. It's a messy position. Black's king is open. White's king is open. Black is up a pawn, but it doesn't really seem to matter when you're talking about king safety. The rook took the pawn, given the double exclamation point, sacrificing the knight on e2. And after the knight was captured in time trouble, bam! Queen takes h7 is not just check. It's not just a queen sacrifice. It forces black to sacrifice the king, because after king h7, rook h3 check. The only thing you can do is block with your queen, and then the h-rook checkmates the white king. This is a ladder checkmate.
Absolutely beautiful finish to the game. And I'm trying to work out if that was in time trouble heading up to the time control, because I literally just said all the players are more or less there. So maybe there are still the odd game in the playing hall where the opening moves, players spend so much time thinking that that was, in fact, on the run-up to move 40, and as a result, we're still getting the odd game decided in time trouble.
Down under a minute, mistakes are going to happen. Let's look at the two boards remaining. We see the bar all the way up for both players with the white pieces. That's Nana Zagnidze, the only top 10 woman in the world competing in this Olympiad. And then we see on board 2, it's Sandu against Javakashvili. Javakashvili, very strong international master, but she is actually in a checkmating net. So the matchup here, Georgia outrates Romania on most boards by a significant margin, although Irina Bulmaga, international master for Romania, she is at least relatively close to her opponent, at least heading into the round. But as we look at board 2, it looks like checkmate is about to happen against the black king, and that's usually the course of action when there's a rook sitting on the 7th rank, protected by a knife on f5, rook takes f6 is checkmate. And John, if black stops it with knight d5, what was that knight doing? It was covering the d7 square. The rook will happily step one square further and go to checkmate the black king in this manner.
Exactly right. If you stop me from going one way, that's fine. I have a backup plan, and well, it does extend the game by another move, but it does look like this game is very much over. Very, very well played here, and we've just got maybe a move or two left to go, but we could well be seeing resignation over the board any moment now. So a lot of games, a flurry of activity. That's actually after move 47, so no one's in time trouble here. This is just brilliant chess being played, some precise maneuvering over the board. Maybe black managed to stop the threat, stopping one threat but walking into another. A very complicated position, simplifying into mating attacks like this one. But whatever the course we took to get here, the result is going to be a victory for the white pieces.
And it goes to show that the material count is not what we should look for in all positions. Black is actually a pawn ahead, but the black king is in trouble. So without queens on the board, you could still get checkmated. And here I'm just going to put the move on, knight d5. You stop checkmated 1. That's good for you. Yep. This rook can slide up to d7, and it's threatening mate in many different ways. There are going to be some back rank checkmates in different directions. Black is not going to survive this for long.
No, and I think the only way to stop that is to interpose on e7 and give up game-ending material to try and prolong the game even further. But honestly, that is just rough. You can go ahead and just exchange on the board like this, and what do you know? You've got an entire knight up. Yes, okay, 3 connected pawns on one side of the board that are completely unopposed means that you have got some play, but when there are 2 pieces chasing them down, in addition to the king still on the back rank, so you might be able to deliver some mating threats as well. I'm afraid there just isn't enough time for black to create any sort of counterplay in this kind of position.
That's right. So it looks like Romania is going to score another victory with the white pieces, and it looks like Georgia will score one of their own with white on the top board, with Nana Zagnidze leading that squad. But that's going to be an upset. A Georgia tie is not what was anticipated in this third-round matchup.
Not at all, but extremely well played there by both teams, of course. That match tie still means that all four boards were fighting tooth and nail and fighting as hard as they could for that result. So the most likely one now is that they're both going to walk away with a match point each, and we go again tomorrow. Speaking of going again tomorrow, we did manage to, after holding his phone hostage perhaps, catch up with Magnus Carlsen himself after his victory. Mike Klein spoke to him a little bit earlier. Let's see what Magnus had to say about today's proceedings.
We're here with Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen, who had quite some tribulations getting to the round on time. First of all, are you dry yet?
No, I'm okay. The rain didn't bother me. It was, it was a bit strange because I stayed at a different hotel from the rest of my team, so our captain said that they would come pick me up, and then I asked, like, when are you guys coming? And he said, like, it's a lot of traffic. We're going to get here at 5 to 3. So I'm like, this is not going to work. Like, I saw, like, map says it's 18 minutes to the playing hall. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to try and jump on the bike. The problem is I had no idea where to go. So I was, like, trying to bike as fast as I could and navigate at the same time. But I'm not very good at navigating. But yeah, eventually I got here, and I was like kind of hoping that the round would be late. I mean, first I was trying to make it within the 15 minutes, but then I was hoping that the round would be late. And yeah, it was. And like once I got playing, it was all right. But
is it true that when you got here, you thought you might have already forfeited because you weren't aware that the round started late?
Yeah, I thought there was a very good chance that I'd forfeited, but I thought I should at least try.
Can you name any other time in your career where your physical training, because you're known to be a sportsman, has helped you win a game?
Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm constantly, told by people that I'm terrible at navigating. So I think that's the thing that I should work on the most. If I'd been a bit better, then it would have been easier. But yeah, overall, I think it just turned out to be a fun story, and we're up 3-0 in the match, and we'll probably win the fourth game as well. So overall, a great day.
All's well that ends well. Magnus Carlsen, former world champion, next stop Tour de France, and good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Well, there we go. You can tell from the hairdo, actually, he wasn't, he dried off pretty well by the time that interview took place. I thought it was quite interesting, not that he was staying at a different hotel, but that they were calculating that it would take, 13, 19 minutes to get to the playing hall, and that we'd only get there with a couple of minutes to spare. As a player, is it quite different for everyone whether you prefer to get to the playing hall just before the start of the round or earlier? Because it's easy for me to sit here in some sort of high chair and say, hey, you should always be early for your round. If you're not there by the round start, that's your fault. But why would you want to sit down at your board stewing in your own nerves for half an hour? That feels really detrimental to the game of chess you're about to play.
Well, we've seen from history, Magnus Carlsen showed up to the World Blitz Championship 2.5 minutes late in a 3-minute game, and he still won. There was increment, but that was quite the performance. And Magnus isn't any other player. If he's in the playing hall early, or if he's somewhere, I think the paparazzi, the chess photographers, other chess players who just want to speak to him, he is going to get a lot of attention. So I do understand why he in particular would want to show up at the last possible second, just so he could focus on the game and help his country win their matches. So it is just different when talking about player to player. I don't know exactly what was going down with the bike ride situation, but it's good that he got there in time, and Norway is very happy that he's on the scoreboard because it's round 3. Norway wins this one after a tied match yesterday, and they're looking ahead from here.
The question was also asked, what was it? Can you think of any other time in your career where your peak physical fitness helped you to win a chess game? And all I could think of was, I wish someone would say that about me. That was a fantastic question for Mike to ask. Unfortunately, my speed to the pub after the game is possibly the only interesting measurement here. Some of the top games here, though, very much not speeding off to the pub. Richard reports still playing. Fabiana Caruana still playing, although the United States, I believe, have won their particular matchup. Abusattorov looking more and more likely, I should say, by the minute to converting his game, and David Howell appears to be in a rather uncomfortable position of having more than 2 minutes on the clock against Anderson. That game actually looks pretty even at the moment, but you never know with so many pieces still left on the board. Where do we want to go next?
Well, happy to tune in to David Howell's game because
Let's
why
do
not?
it.
Everyone here watching probably happy to see David on the screen, even though he is not allowed to talk. He is in silence. He is trying to play good moves in this Olympiad. And he's got the black pieces here, John. White is up a pawn, but the c3 pawn, maybe now, maybe in the near future, can be grabbed, though this bishop would retreat to d2, go after the a5 pawn. This is a trickier position than just, let me grab a pawn, it's equal material, it's a drawn game. This bishop dropping back goes forward to win a pawn. So I do think David has some things to work out here, even though the bar is right down the middle.
Yeah, the extra pawn there is doubled where Black already has a pawn, so the A, the C, the F, the G, and the H files are where all of the pawns are situated. Everything has a pawn on the opposite side. There's no real way to make a huge break. Maybe trying to slide a rook across to H1 and playing H4 could be an idea for White. I'm not really certain what that accomplishes, though, because as long as Black sits there and doesn't take, because you don't want the H6 pawn to become a target, it looks like a pretty empty threat to me. Dropping the light square bishop back for Black to somewhere like C8 so that you can use the A8 to H1 diagonal also looks somewhat appealing. But again, outside of the initial check and the fact that you control loads of squares, I'm not certain they're the squares that matter because I can't find any pawns that can capitalize on having that degree of control.
Well, I like this first move, king to f7, because we're pointing out rook takes pawn allowed the bishop to grab the a pawn. He's saying that White's extra pawn is hardly an extra pawn. It can't go anywhere. And
exactly.
if you get all passive to defend, perhaps Black can try to bring this bishop in eventually, though that drops the c5 pawn, so that's annoying here. But Black needs to find something to target. Like your rook c1, you give White the move back, there isn't really a good move. So both sides are kind of passing the turn, and that's what a very equal position looks like.
I'm looking for things that either side can do to not pass the turn and to make progress. So maybe king into g6 followed by f5 is a way to go, but you move into g6. Oh, and that's terrible as it stands because there's a discovered attack against your light squared bishop. Although rook d1 does help that a fair bit. But now the dark squared bishop's under attack. It does feel a little bit like every idea there is to make progress, and there are ideas to make progress in this position. It's not like we're completely out and we've got no clue what to do. It's just that there seems to be a one-move counter for everything.
And we just saw the king go back to e7, so rook e1, king f7 would be a repetition. Wouldn't be surprised if David accepts that. But before we talk about making a draw here, let's zoom out for a moment because David has to go look at his teammates' games. You don't just take a draw in an even position without seeing, does it lose my team the match? And if we look all the way to the right, Gawain Jones was in quite a deal of trouble earlier. In fact, his position was on the brink of losing. Now it looks very even, so that's going to be a likely draw. I mean, I can't see that game going any other way on board 4. And then that leaves board 1 with Nikita Vityugov, the white pieces against Jonas Bjerre. But in that position, opposite colored bishops, white is a pawn ahead in our brown board on the left-hand side. So there is the ability to play for a win, but we know the tendency, John, opposite colored bishops. So David's looking at that game quite closely, and that might make him pause before just accepting a draw by repetition.
That's right. That's not him. That's not him blinking and sending signals to chat, guys. That's him trying to work out whether the team situation will allow him to make a draw in his game and know that England are odds on to win the match. There's Gawain Jones deep in thought, looking for a way to try and turn this into a victory. If we were in a position beforehand, for example, where he was in trouble and now it looks fairly drawish, maybe there's a way to pressure your opponent into making an additional mistake and coming out with the full point. If such an opportunity exists, Gar's going to try and take it. He always does. He's such a fantastic player to watch, and he absolutely has no problem with not giving up until he's completely sure that there's nothing else he can do.
Well, there isn't really much Gawain can do in his game. It seems like a draw is inevitable there. And David, he's staring at his board. A draw feels like the right outcome in this game. And Nikita is better. So that actually is what allows David to say, it's all right to make this draw because my teammate is in a position where he can play for two results. Either Jonas holds wonderfully and the game is drawn, or Nikita can outplay him because look at the position. White is a pawn ahead. This pawn is doubled, right? This pawn on c4, but white does have 5 to black's 4. The king on c3 is safe despite being a bit out in the open. And what black really wants to do is trade queens. If the queens come off, good luck winning a bishop's of opposite color ending. So queen e6 might be black's next move. And white, in response to this, would like to bring a queen to f4, but there still could be a queen trade on e5. John, I'm being honest with you, it looks like the Danish squad has held firm. They are an improving team thanks to this youngster we see right here. He was playing in the Global Chess League where he won that final game to win his team the title. And he had a rough patch right before that. He was losing most of the games in the Global Chess League. But Jonas Bulgaria, he got the job done at the very last game, and he helped his squad win. So this is a very strong 20-year-old from Denmark.
And even though this is opposite colored bishops, we do have, of course, the issue that there are still queens on the board. And for that reason, there can be tricks in the position and very, very dangerous things as well. Black's got the light squared bishop, white's got the dark squared bishop, which means if accidentally, for example, let's say the black queen moves away somewhere. I'm not 100% sure where yet, or maybe just moves, I don't know. But if you're not careful, there is a series of checks that you can take starting from queen to e7 check, where as long as you keep checking on a dark square, the fact that white is a light square bishop doesn't even matter. So you give great initiative to the side with the extra, well, I guess I'm not going to say extra queen, but with the queen and the extra bishop in the attack, you've got complete domination over one set of colors. So as long as you don't slip up, it can be very, very equal like we're seeing here. But with the queen still on the board, perhaps like we demonstrated yesterday in the game that took a very long time to resolve, but really gave me a bit of a lesson into how complicated queen endings can be. You just have to be super careful at every single step. Otherwise, a draw becomes a lost position in one move.
And we can see Nikita Vityugov, he wants this win. He's already glanced at the other boards. He sees those games are going to be draws, and that leaves all of the winning chances up to him. He's a pawn ahead, but it doesn't seem like there's that much room at the moment for him to find a victory. So why don't we head away from this game, this match looking to likely be a 2-2 tie. Where else is the action taking place as Nikita brought his queen in?
Oh, well, there we go. Okay, so the queen has been brought in here. You're right, though. Does that change anything? I'll stay on this just for a second to take a quick look. The queen's come all the way to h7. What opportunities are there for black? So black's got the light squared bishop. I don't see any checks available that aren't catastrophic for black. I'm looking for a fun square to leverage something from. The bishop's under attack. Are we just playing something like bishop g6 here? Or is there something more adventurous? Maybe the queen into g4?
Nikita is a tricky guy, and I'm going to just put this on the board. I see what he wants. Bishop g6, queen h8, and you actually see the evaluation slide up in white's favor. And I was saying how a queen trade should just lead to a draw, but there's a big difference in this move order, and it's that the fact that this bishop can attack the pawn on a5, it goes to a4, and the white king grabs it. Objectively, this game should still be drawn. That's the unfortunate beauty or nature of having bishops of opposite colors. 2 extra pawns doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win. But in the other positions, the bishop could come to d1. But because the bishop went back to g6 to get that white queen out of there, now a4 drops and the white king can slide back and protect the pawn. 2 extra pawns, maybe in your head you think it might be winning, but when you look at the position, the black pieces can control the light square, so white will not be able to spring free a passed pawn, at least not in a meaningful way.
I'm trying to remember what the rule is, and I feel like once the queens are off the board, am I right in saying if white can make 2 passed pawns that are more than 2 files apart, then it's a win, and in all other cases it's a draw?
There's no all in bishops of opposite color.
There are exceptions to that even. Okay.
You just will find that it will change based on the exact positioning of pawns and of the kings. So sometimes you do want pawns on opposite flanks, because then the bishop has to stay in front of one, the king in the other, and whichever direction the bishop is in, you use your own king to run in that direction and kick the bishop out of there and try to win the game. So there are always going to be exceptions in opposite colored bishop endings, and Jonas is on the clock. He does have more time. He should be able to hold even if he drops that a4 pawn.
Okay,
a5 pawn, excuse me, becoming an a4 pawn.
A very, very hard fought and still technically yet to be won, but a 2-all match draw looking likely in the England match at the moment. We shouldn't take away from the effort required to get them there, but let's go ahead and see maybe some of the other matches and what we've got going on. We have Serbia and Switzerland still going on. A single match has been concluded in this 4-board match, and that was a draw on board 4. So the match result still very much up in the air. Board number 2 looking like it strongly favors white. But other than that, in fact, I say strongly favors. That's a little bit harsh. White is better, but maybe not necessarily won. That pawn certainly looks very, very inviting on the 7th rank. But the queening square is so protected that I think I need the help of, I don't know, maybe a friendly neighborhood grandmaster to tell me whether or not that might be getting all the way to the end. And the other games look more dynamic. Board 3 looks like a draw to me, but 1 and 2 still look kind of fun.
I'm going to bring up board 1 and then immediately change to board 2. And it's not because this isn't an interesting game. It's because look at that pawn structure. What in the world are these tripled C pawns doing? Ugh,
what did you say yesterday? You would never want to have a pawn structure that looked almost exactly like this. That is bizarre. And I'm trying to figure out if those pawns are spare as well. Just a quick count. There are 7 pawns for black and 6 pawns for white. So yeah, there is an extra pawn there. But when you got 3 in a row like that, it does make me wonder how much it matters.
Now, white is pressing in this one because there will be a timely rook b7 if you're not careful. You don't really want to trade on that square and allow a passed pawn to go. The c5 pawn is already under attack. The b1 rook is free to roam about. It might even go to the other side and try to land a check. And this c3 pawn, it feels like it's white's for the taking whenever he so chooses. So black is a pawn ahead. That's the good news. The bad news is it's kind of like white's up a pawn because white has a passed pawn that is protected, and black's extra pawn, it's really black 2 extra c pawns compared to an extra e pawn for white. So black may want to think about getting in here, John. That may be why the bishop went up to d5 to get to e4 next and try to let those c pawns get to the other side. At least one of them has to.
That would make sense. And there are some complications with that as well, because my initial thoughts were to say, well, if I get the rook out to b7, for example, and taking, of course, at the moment can result into a pawn queening. You probably don't want to have that. You can then play the bishop to e4 later on, and I can play bishop to d1. So I can still defend. But with the bishop on e4, if there is still a rook on d7, there are situations where if you're not careful, that comes in. And once the rook has invaded the white position, suddenly it is black on the attack. So even though that b file looks extremely inviting for white, this move does feel really, really double-edged to me.
The downside, though, is that black wants bishop e4. This c4 pawn drops, and you can win the c2 pawn, but I mentioned the c3 pawn, white's going to try to grab that at some point or another. So you need to be accurate here. You don't want to see too many trades happen because, as we've seen in other matchups, let's say all of these pawns disappear. I'm going to put them all in red. All these queenside pawns disappear with all pawns concentrated on one side of the board, and let's say the bishops and one pair of rooks come off. Then we might be in an endgame that black can draw despite being that pawn down because all pawns are on the same flank. So the presence of those pawns actually is quite annoying for black. In particular, this a6 pawns, a thorn in the side, a timely rook b7 could be a huge nuisance.
I'll ask the obvious question here, though, in support of black. If ever there was a position where you wanted to call for, you know what, it's okay to sacrifice a pawn to improve your position, surely it's got to be this one, where having the bishop on e4 is worth one of a tripled set of pawns, right?
It is, yes. You can get rid of at least one of them to improve your pieces. And I do like the active first try. I was mentioning rook to b8. That also allows you to swing on over in this direction if you're allowed to. And it is intending to meet, I might just put it on the board, rook b8, bishop e4. I know this pawn on c2, it looks very important. But if I grab c4 and then you grab this c2 pawn, I have this skewer, bishop b5. Your rooks are in line with one another. So it does look strange to give black a passed pawn, but I'm winning some material first. So these rooks are awkwardly placed for black, so white will be the one gaining material.
In that position, I was trying to make bishop b1 work. So that if you take a rook, I just push c2. But I'm not 100% sure I could get away with that, unfortunately. You are taking way too much material. And that just spoils my party.
Sorry, I know what you were going for, and it looked actually quite nice, and that may be a theme that we need to look out for, where black gives up some of the heavy material to try to promote to a new queen, just like we saw in that women's match in Greece, right? The giving up the queen to go get a new one. Past pawns can be super dangerous where you can give up material for them. So this game still has plenty of life back to it. I want to go back to our bird's eye view, though, John, because that board 2 matchup, there was also a material imbalance there, where black had this dangerous looking passed pawn, but white has it completely blockaded. Alexei Sarana, super grandmaster, speed chess champion participant, his opponent has just 1 minute left. Yannick Pelletier, the veteran grandmaster from Switzerland. So black worse objectively, but black way ahead on the clock.
Right, well, let's go ahead and hop straight into board number 2 and take a look at what's going on the board. With time trouble, this could be... And this is, I'm just double checking the move number here, actually. Yeah, so we're comfortably past time control. This is not just time trouble to reach a time control. This is time trouble to finish the game. So it's even more pressure than we were talking about earlier on in the broadcast.
And we see that Pelletier went king to f3. So that was his last move. There is a slight difference between the camera and the moves appearing on the board. But what's the biggest difference of all is 21 minutes for Alexei Sarana, 1 minute 9 seconds for white. And as I look at this position, I'm tempted to bring this knight forward into d3 or to a2 and try to go after this bishop on c1. But you do have to like this knight on e2, John. It's protecting the bishop back here. So even if the black knight could make 2 moves at once, you may not make the progress that you were hoping for.
It feels like it's so close yet so far. Like progress gets made, but unfortunately it eventually gets stopped as well. I'm looking for anything else that we might be able to do in this position, but everything just about hangs on to everything else. And because the pawns are so disconnected from each other, you can't even rely on support from your neighboring pieces to make something work there. I wanted to be able to say we can get a heroic looking king walk from either side over to maybe start gobbling some pawns up or force a trade here or there, but the black knight stops the white king from getting anywhere. And if you go back around you via f2 e1 d2, I think that just buys black time for counterplay. While I agree the king can probably move that way, there are plenty of other things black can do in response.
Seems slow, and I think that's the ultimate issue. And black's forces. You may be down some material, you are down a bishop for just 2 pawns, but all your remaining pieces are well placed. Knight b4 played, and I see white's clock down to 1 minute. So this is where things get nerve-wracking. You know you should be better from the white side. You do have an extra minor piece, but you're not objectively much better. There are going to be some practical chances for black to go wrong, but white, we see on the side of the board there, it's saying that it's actually hovering in the middle. It's an even position with best play.
And that's why I think black has a ridiculous opportunity to put this game away, because we are hovering in the middle, even position with best play, when you have to finish the game effectively on time increment. Black has 20 minutes. White is down to 30 seconds a move increment only at this point. And black has absolutely massive chances to put this game away now. We're just looking for one mistake. King e3 on the board. That is not the mistake that black is looking for, but we have so much more time to bully and torture your opponent into making that critical mistake.
And you see that black has to find knight to a2 in the live board. We see knight b4 was just played on the camera, but knight a2 will need to be played next, and I think he went knight b4 for a reason, but it doesn't look very clear. You know, this rook can always come back to the defense if you need it. The white king is ready to step back. So knight a2, we see the arrow saying it's the only move that keeps this position completely balanced. And yeah, Alexei Serrano, super grandmaster, so strong, finds that move. I guess white can never really be in danger. That's the good news for Pelletier.
So this game looks like it's going to be torture for a little while longer. And there you go. Yeah, Serrano is a master of these positions in time scrambles. All the practical chances going Serrano's way for the remainder of this game. I guess we can stay with it for a while longer because it looks like we're going to get the moves fairly thick and fast. There is the potential for a mistake to hop up. We will come back and check out this game in a bit because we do have to go to a quick break. But in addition to the action in this particular playing hall, which is going to start thinning out, I have to say, in the next half an hour or so, don't forget that this isn't the only chess festival going on in Hungary this week. Judit Polgar's Global Chess Festival is in Budapest alongside the Olympiad. So starting on the 17th of September, you can go to the Chess Connects Us Arena on chess.com for your opportunity and your chance to win a private lesson with Polgar herself, play in a live simul against Judit, or tune into the stream and watch Judit play 8 games of chess at once. And the way you get involved is you hit !ChessFest in chat, and that reads you up on the event. It tells you how you can get involved as well. So we're going to go to a quick break, but we are absolutely coming back to check out the conclusion of that game, folks. Grab yourself a drink, don't go anywhere, and we will see this exciting conclusion after this.
Want chess on the go? Check out these essential chess apps. Turn your phone into a chess clock. Improve your game. Find a new challenge. A safe place for kids. Fun and adventure. And of course, play. Learn more at chess.com/apps.
Students, did you know that you can get a discount on any chess.com premium membership? If you're enrolled in a college, university, or high school in a participating country, you can get 50% off any yearly or monthly premium plan, diamond, platinum, or gold. That's unlimited game review, unlimited puzzles, unlimited bots, unlimited lessons, and no ads. All at 50% off. Go to chess.com/students and get your discount today.
I think it's good, no?
Okay. Thank you.
I think top 20.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
I think you'll be top 20. Don't underestimate yourself.
No, I think it's pretty fine.
I would put top 20.
Yeah, I think it's
Okay,
dark horse is
what
fine.
was the last rank you got in Olympiad?
We're very dark horse.
What did you get?
No, we
What
are
was the
very,
rank?
No, very,
Last
very,
Olympiad,
very
what was the
no,
rank?
The horse is not visible at all.
What was the rank you got last time?
No, but really like
in India.
Relative to the, you know.
What was the rank?
No, we were actually fine. We were playing against Uzbekistan, who won eventually.
No.
So, actually, rank is decent.
Everybody has. What was your rank?
Top 20.
Top 20. Yeah?
No, but it's dark horse. Okay, it's fine.
No,
Let's move on. No, it's fine.
Okay.
It's fine. China is
Surely a medal.
Yeah, you have to put it in that category.
Surely a medal.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, okay.
The Ding, Weiji.
You realize that you can only have 3 in the top 2 tiers. Yeah. So you're gonna have a problem.
Is Peter Lik also
Yeah, he's playing. Yeah.
Okay, then dark horse. Yeah.
Dark horse?
Because they can do really
top 20, I think. But okay, you can put them dark horse. Yeah. Because they all are playing at home also.
This is no question.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
Obviously.
Okay. Gold favorites. Okay. Magnus is there, so you know.
But it's only Magnus.
It's only Magnus. But to put them in no chances, okay, let's put them top 20 now.
Yeah, top 20.
England is very strong, do you know that?
Really?
Yeah. Vitsugov is there. Adams Howell. Going.
Dark horse.
Let's put up the dark horse. Yeah, USA surely a medal. Even though I think Hikaru is not playing, right? Right? Hikaru not playing, right? Is Hikaru not playing?
Still, I think
Hikaru's not playing. No,
Yeah, still they have many.
I think Hikaru's not playing. No, he's not playing. I think Hikaru's not playing.
Still.
No, I think Hikaru playing. I think Hikaru's not playing. No.
Surely medal.
Yes, that's Judit. He has 1 gold favorite and 3 surely medal. That's what I told you. You have to remove one of them if you want to put Uzbekistan.
No, but gold favorites you can put like favorites, but they don't surely get a medal also. It's possible. They're favorites to win the gold.
But first or fourth, then they are.
Yeah, kind of.
No, that's weird. No, but I mean, okay, I would.
But it feels strange to put Uzbek in this group, no?
Yeah, I think the group is messed up. I think we should drop more from the group down, maybe.
So I think Netherlands we should put. Then it becomes easier, no?
Yeah. I think it's a good one. Decent.
I think we are not cancelled.
Welcome back, everybody. We are live once again with the 45th World Chess Olympiad. I'm John Sargent. With me is Grandmaster Robert Hess. We had left a game that looked like, and is still looking like, it was going to have a pretty exciting conclusion. Let's go ahead and hop straight back in and go straight back into the analysis from where we left off so that you can catch up on what's got on during the break.
Well, Well, you can see one thing that has not changed, that Yannick Pelletier is down under a minute on the clock. He continues to be in time trouble. And if we go back to what happened, the white king went over, black took this bishop. If you take the rook on c4, you lose your knight, and then black queen's next, so the recapture was natural. And this was a fancy move from black, king to g7. This rook is hanging right on c4, but now the rook on f8 is also hanging. White will be distracted by the queenside pawns, so the black king would just march forward and grab f4 and the rest of the kingside. Look at this move. Rook f5, giving up the rook, does white and saying you're going to take this on a more favorable square for white because you close down the black king's path. And the game actually just concluded in a draw. I'll just go forward here. There were some checks. The a pawn started pushing, and then look at this final move. c1 equals queen, because the knight takes after a2. The knight has to give itself up, and we get a position where, sure, white can be up a pawn in some of these lines, but it's completely even. The players know this, and that's why a draw was agreed upon.
And can we be honest? Like that's an excellent example of a position where the eval bar not even moving with all of these moves really betrays how complicated the position could be, because it does feel like that there were several fairly fancy maneuvers and attempts at wriggling out of a drawn result by both of these players before that draw was agreed. So it was a a really fighting game. You can see the players on the board next door going, well, they've given it their all, but it looks like that's what the result's going to be now. So a lot of mental effort going into trying to find the route through for both players in that endgame.
And you see on the board next to them, you have for board 1 of Switzerland, that's board 3 next to them there. That's Alexander Indrich against Li Minpeng. But on board 1, that's where there's a lot of tension remaining, and Sebastian Bogner trying to hold on against Alexander Predkid, because right now we're looking like we're getting closer and closer to a 2-2 match tie, which is good news for Switzerland. They were the lower rated team heading into this match, but a formidable lineup with 4 grandmasters from top to bottom.
Let's go ahead and take a brief look at the position on the board in board 1 before we move to some of the other teams with games still playing in the section. So let's take a look at that now. What have we got? Well, I was going to say white's connected the rooks, but with that pawn on c2, that looks... This is bizarre. This is just trying to get rid of those pawns like we saw before, but I wasn't quite expecting it to happen in this fashion.
No, well, the first pawn dropped, the next one will fall if you take this pawn on a6. But then we're seeing all these pieces get traded off, and there's not that much material remaining, so black should confidently be right in this one.
The A pawn is at least unopposed now, but I'm guessing the rate at which the other pawns drop off the board mean that black will have a passed A pawn, white will have a passed C pawn. Both of them are still on their starting squares, so yes, it's mutually dangerous, but it's so far from queening that both sides have plenty of time to mount a defense. Am I reading that right?
We're about to be even material. You can take this one. We see the trades. Black will hold on to the C5 pawn. White has a passed E pawn. Black has a passed A pawn. We just have material equality. Slightly better pawn structure for white, but the white king can't get in. You actually would rather have your pawn back a square so the king could venture forward, but that's not legal. That's not how chess works, and that means that black should be steady here as he proceeds and attempts to make this draw.
Okay. It looks like this is going to end in a draw, although we have said that many times before, but honestly, this looks like one of the more stable positions we could have. Let's take a look at what else is going on in the playing hall, because chess is still being played all over the shop. I want to give a little bit of a nod to Germany versus Lithuania, where we still have quite an interesting position, warranting a look. 2 of the games have now finished, of course. So we've got a 1-0 for white on top board. And then we have a draw on board 2. Germany currently 1.5 to a half down. And board number 3, this is going to get rather interesting indeed. We're down to the last 3 minutes for each side. Donchenko is trying to press home an advantage against Kazakuski.
And he needs to get this game because Vincent Keimer did not take that knight on e4, and he paid the price for it. But if we look at this position, white has a rook, black does not. But look at how many pawns black has that are going forward on the king side. There's this pin here. At any moment, black can eliminate the knight if it's trying to help stop those pawns from getting to the other side. So the rook, that's good. You like having one of those. But black has a bishop and 2 pawns for said rook. Although that, I said 2 pawns, white is trying to make it only 1.
I'm so scared of taking that pawn. I'm like looking all over the shop for whether there's a move that can trick me into a fork or something. But if we do get to a position where it's a bishop and 1, nope, we've got the knight. In fact, actually, the eval bar didn't initially like that, although it softened its criticism after giving it a couple more seconds. That looks like a very, very natural move to try and defend that pawn long enough to play g5, I would imagine. And once g5 gets played, the knight can come back into play.
And it's not just about g5. There's a kind of cool tactic here that black is going for. And we did, I think the camera's a little bit behind here, so I'll just make some moves on the board. If d5 is played, the black knight can go to d4. It looks like you just dropped the pawn, but if your bishop takes knight, once the king is lured to c3, knight e2 is a fork picking up this rook on f4. So that is the main idea behind black's play, and it was given a question mark. I disagree with that. Unless it clearly gives away the advantage and it's just completely equal, I think that a move like knight e6, it just shows that there's still tricks in here and white will have to find a way out, and it's not going to be easy with these other 2 pawns joining the f-pawn soon.
That is exactly the kind of thing that I was absolutely petrified of. I almost don't want to move anything in this position in case there ends up being some sort of sequence of moves that ends up in a fork, and instantly we have a potential example. So the knight into d4 here is exactly what's critical. Precisely for that reason, bishop takes knight is now very much threatened. You can't take that pawn. Knight d4 played on the board. And of course, if you don't take that pawn, black should be able to shore up the position and continue to make some progress with pawn to g5. And therefore, the pawn on f4 is no longer on prise. You're then pushing 3 connected pass pawns on one side of the board, and it's advantage Germany once again. So we'll see what other options are available here for Lithuania moving into the latter stages of this game. But this is one of the more interesting games, I think, that we still have going on in the playing hall.
Is it not just a difficult moment for white? I mean, Kazakuski here, he wants to find something, but his king can hardly move either. So we look at the board 4 matchup where Svane is taking on Lorusus, and white is a pawn ahead, and it's bishops of opposite color. We keep talking about this dynamic, and it's Frederick Svane, the younger brother Svane. He's up an outside pawn that gives him great winning chances, but with limited material remaining, he may struggle. But I am looking, John, at black's clock. Down under 1 minute, now just over 1 minute after the latest move of bishop back to b7, but not that much time considering there's a pass pawn, bishops of opposite color, and much to consider.
Right, let's hop straight into board number 4 then and take a look at what the situation on the ground is. Both sides still have the rooks there, and with that outside pass pawn as well, it makes things significantly less than trivial. Opposite colored bishops can often lead to drawn endgames, but do not always guarantee it. And if you take that for granted and you're not careful, one slip up can lead to a landslide very, very quickly. So bishop to b7 is played. I guess something like rook c5 would be a natural move here. Rook c4 even. I'm trying to think what the plan is going to be at this point. From white's point of view, you could even consider something like rook a7, leaving your bishop undefended, skewering the light squared bishop to the king, with the idea being, look, if it's just rooks and pawns, I'd rather be the side with the passed pawn playing for the win. I don't know if that... I feel like the white king might be a bit too far away for that to be an easy win, though.
And that's so committal that I don't think that Svane wants to go down that route. Unless he's sure that it's winning, that's a move that can allow black to make a theoretical draw on the spot with rook takes bishop. So in order to win games like this, you have to come up with a winning plan that may require your opponent to make some mistakes. But one idea I have is, let's say we do get our rooks like this, just defending. You put your pawn on b6 and then get your bishop to c7 because you cut off the rook's defense of that bishop, and then you're ready to push your pawn through. So it's far away. Black is going to see this coming, not just going to allow you to make all the moves you want, but that's one way I could see white making progress. And another could be to try to pick off this g5 pawn. If black is tied down in that direction, then you aren't focusing your attention on the b pawn. So you're facing issues on both sides of the board, but white's pawns are split, John. That's not where you want them to be, but I think this is a perfect starting move for Svane. It's just keeping the status quo, and it's more difficult for black to maintain it than it is for white.
So, because this is a little bit tricky for black and white is the one that's pressing, if you're Larusas right now, how do we complete the sentence, all I have to do to hold this game is? What principle are you holding in your head to say, I'm just going to be sense checking this on every move so that I don't make a mistake, and this is how I stay holding in this game and make a draw, even if things are really under pressure? Stick to these principles and you should be in the clear. Does such a principle exist?
The do nothing principle, perhaps, where you just put your rook on the d7 square and hold steady, but at some point white is going to go for the idea I was talking about. Put the pawn on b6, the rook on a7, the black rook will be tied down to the bishop because you can't allow the b pawn to get any further, and then try to get this bishop here. I'm going to put it not in yellow, I'll put it in yellow, and then in green, where that's where the bishop belongs, cutting off the rook and the light square bishop. But that's a far way away. It's not like black is just going to allow that, especially if the black king gets a bit closer. So this is the dream. Rook c4 played. The evaluation bar, John, doesn't love that move, but it is extremely natural, and black now down under a minute, facing rook c7 or rook c5, going after this g5 pawn.
Rook d5 now on the board. So, yeah, it's a very practical, very natural looking move, right? So whether or not the next couple of sequence of moves leads to the position we're talking about, I don't know. The rook is now on the c file, so it's no longer on the other side of the bishop. But rook c7 is still possible. What that means is that when Robert was talking about earlier getting the bishop onto c7, cutting off access to the pawn, well, now the rook's sort of occupying that position. So it's a little bit, I don't know, it feels fundamentally different. Like you're not holding the tension there anymore. So I imagine that an attack on the pawn itself could become a thing.
And black is going to try to stop that pawn from behind it, right? Getting the rook to b5. And the reason that black has chosen this path is it allows the rook to remain active while also stopping the pawn from going forward. Rook c7, that move will kind of force the bishop out of its b7 square. And then later bishop d4 check. So this kind of idea here, it's gaining ground for white. The evaluation still says this should be, the operative word being should, a draw, but it's so much harder to prove when you have a minute on your clock and your opponent is finding ways to pick off a second pawn.
I suppose the good news here is that picking off that pawn doesn't lead automatically to a victory. It is a doubled pawn at the end of the day, but it feels like white is making progress, you know what I mean? Even if we're going from a theoretically drawn position into a theoretically drawn position, white's continuing to make moves that say, look, there's plenty more I can do in this position, and continue to sort of squeeze the vice just a little bit to pressure you into making a mistake. This is a very difficult one to hold, even if the eval bar tells us it's holdable.
And in plenty of these positions that I'm just trying to visualize, black may lose both of these pawns, and then white will have two split pass pawns. You asked the question, how far apart? How many files apart should pass pawns be with bishops of opposite color? This looks like a nightmare, but perhaps it's still a draw. And we can see the evaluation bar, the players cannot. So in Larusas' mind's eye, he's like, that looks scary to me. I don't want any part of it. But he likely will have to go down a path of that nature.
So that is Germany, Lithuania. Germany have to find a way back to try and win the match here. Lithuania currently 1.5, 2.5 ahead on that match score. We've got additional games in the playing hall that you can now see are beginning to thin out just a little bit. Let's go ahead and catch up and take a look at some of the games in the women's section at the moment. Estonia and the Netherlands are still continuing to fight where I believe the Netherlands were down 0.5 point to 1.5 points earlier on. So having a little bit of trouble in this matchup. We've got 2 games left to go. If the eval bars are anything to go by, they both look like they could be decisive. And crucially, we've got black winning in one and white winning in the other. Although, hang on a second. Let me just double check that. Yep, there we go. Sorry, I wasn't 100% on the flags there. So it is indeed 1.5 to 1/2 in Estonia's favor.
It is, and Mai Narva wins on the top board against Aline Robers. Both those players are fan favorites, and that's the danger of facing a team like Estonia, or as we saw against Switzerland. Their top board is very strong. Their team average is a bit lower. It's actually buoyed by the number 1 player on their roster, but we see that the rest of the Dutch squad is coming in and playing to their ratings. Advantage for the Netherlands, disadvantage for Estonia, because on those final 2 boards, up a piece for white on board 4 for the Dutch, and on board 3, black is up 3 pawns in a queen ending. We saw yesterday the Jean-Marie Lemieux against Johann Sebastian Christensen. 1 pawn was enough. 3, well, that's too many.
Yeah, 3 I think is a bit much, unless you're walking into something that's like amazing trap or losing your queen or something like that. You can afford to make a mistake and drop a pawn when you're 3 ahead in a queen ending and still be able to come out on top. So incredibly difficult scenes for them there, unfortunately. It does look like one of the pawns is going to drop on that 3rd board. I believe after the pawn gets pushed to f4 to interpose the check, you then have queen takes on h7 with check. So there is a little bit of play left here, but unfortunately I can't see a 2nd pawn dropping. And you're right, I'm looking for a way out on board number 4 to make the storyline just that little bit more interesting. But if I'm being perfectly honest, it's a bishop and a pawn up, not a bishop for a pawn. I suspect that is going to be ending very, very shortly. That said, though, honestly, Estonia 1.5 to 1/2 ahead at this point. It really is giving the Netherlands a big, big scare. So if they can come back from this one and grab the match points, that's going to be, they're going to be having a talking to this evening, maybe ahead of the next round, saying, okay, what went wrong there? What can we do better tomorrow?
Well, the answer to that question is not easy. You're just playing strong players. We're already at that stage of the competition where no matchup will be easy, but this matchup will be decisive for the Netherlands unless something goes wrong in that board 3 matchup in the queen ending. And you correctly pointed out that the h7 pawn will drop in the 3rd game. That's the red board, but 2 extra pawns. The king will run over to help escort the b pawn to the other side, so black should win, especially with how much time she has left.
7 minutes plays 2, 12 minutes plays 1.5 as well on board 4. So unfortunately, there's no blunder in time trouble for us to potentially rely on here. So we'll go ahead and take a look at maybe see what else is going on in the playing hall right now. I can't realistically see any way out there. So let's go ahead and check out what we have available. Maybe we'll get a selection of the games up in just a second. We're still going over the games, trying to see which ones have interesting endings, folks. It can be a little bit difficult to select these games sometimes because some of them are complete blowouts where it's super obvious what's going to happen. Some of them are also like dead drawn that we don't necessarily want to analyze. So it's important to pick the right ones. And there are, at the end of the day, over 370 boards or teams rather, all fighting in the 2 sections of the competition. So what have we got left now that we think we might want to have a peek at, do we think?
I want to go back to the game that we were looking at before, Frederick Svane versus Tomas Larousas, because it seems that the endgame was super tricky. Well, as soon as I'm done making my point here, I think we should go to the Fabiano Caruana game against Ivan Cheparinov. But just a moment ago, the advantage went all the way towards the top for white, and it was in this moment here, King E1 was played, and I saw the blue arrow, John. King E5, are you kidding me? Giving up a pawn with check? Like,
wait,
what is that? Black had to play King E5, King E4, and then the activity was supposed to stave off this pass pawn here and a second pass pawn coming soon. So instead, the rook gave a check. The white king is out of any box, and now black down under 30 seconds. It looks like Germany is well on the way to taking this one, but the game is far from over with bishops of opposite color.
That is crazy. We thought we would just be able to see this peter out to a draw, but it doesn't look like that's what's going to happen here. The continued pressure is really starting to show, and it's beginning to look like Svane has seen a path to victory here. So we'll keep an eye on this, but there's a bit more life. It looks like, though, we're still going to have a fair number of moves played with the increment. Remember, the players get an extra 30 seconds per move. So why don't we do what you said and take a look at the FIDE game. Caruana is still, of course, fighting on his board as well. Let's check that out next. The players look daisy fresh. It's like they've just arrived at the board, but you can see from the pieces on the side that we are very, very deep into this game. Let's see how the Team United States continues to do, where they've only got minutes on the clock.
And this match is over. The USA has 2.5 points to just a half point for Bulgaria. But this is where players, they start thinking, oh, there's nothing really at stake here from Fabiano's perspective. I'm going to try to win this one. It will be very helpful for our tie breaks. And also Fabiano, if he can win this, becomes the number 2 rated player in the world once more. He takes over that spot from Hikaru Nakamura, who is inactive, who is not playing on the Olympiad team. Instead, he is, I think, back home streaming and doing what he normally does, his full-time profession. But Fabi's full-time profession is scoring victories. And look at this king, John, it may sound like I called you King John. That was funny. But this king on G5 is very active for black. The king on G1 can't move. The bishop on F1 can't really move. And in many of these endgames, the pawns on light squares are bad news for white. Light square bishops are on the board, so this bishop can wrap around in the future, go after it, and this king would like to have its say in this position as well.
Yeah, it'd be a very different story, of course, if it was a pawn instead of a knight on F4. You just wouldn't get that sort of freedom. But because you can maneuver your pieces to a point where the king can start getting involved, that does make things a bit tricky. And not in the immediate term, right? We still have quite a few moves away from that. What are the counter-punching opportunities for white here? Is there anything that, with that number of tempi required to get the king into the attack, white can maybe dissuade black from doing that?
It just looks like a position that is losing for white. The evaluation board is actually not that heavily in black's favor, but black can move this rook, it can move this knight, you can move 2 pieces, congratulations. Black can move all 4 of the pieces that are not pawns that remain. And in the near future, don't be surprised that if this knight were to ever move from c3, let's say to a4 to attack a pawn, black says, I have enough of all this. I'm going to push my pawn to e4, open up more lines, because, John, if this rook can land on the last rank, if a black rook is on c1 or on e1, there's going to be a checkmate against this white king.
Yeah, exactly. That pawn on g3 has to be a consideration if the position opens up to any extent, because there are still checkmating threats if everything starts coming off the board. So by no means straightforward. And maybe the eval bar being close to the middle is just an indication of, look, this is just the next 15, 20 moves, but actually in the long, long run, all of the positional advantages here are going to add up. And maybe in as few as 3 or 4 moves time, we actually start to see that swing with a series of precise moves, I would say, start to swing in one direction, and we start to see the game-winning plan materialize. But as it currently stands, holding on by the skin of our teeth.
This game, it looks problematic. I just don't see ideas for white, and we have Ivan Cheparinov staring at this board, trying to come up with some active try. The best move might even be a rook retreat, just to say, I see what you're doing. I'm going to keep my knight on c3. The bishop covers the c4 pawn. It just feels like a position where you want to play actively. You don't want to sit and just shuffle your rook around. And I don't know if in some positions a rook trade might also win for black if you're not careful. But I would say for the time being, a rook trade wouldn't get the job done because the b6 pawn is a weak point.
We were talking, not today, but yesterday, about how some players like Mickey Adams, the Spider, very, very good at latching on to the absolutely tiny intricacies of a position where he has an advantage, and he'll hold on, he'll bite down and not let go. And this certainly feels like one of those instructive games where, yeah, you've got an advantage here, so what? And over the course of a large number of moves, we might actually get demonstrated to us what that so what is all about. Whoa.
And we see a move on the board.
There we go.
Bishop E2. He's allowing his king to move, but only so far. The king can't keep running. The G2 pawn is targeted. This knight on F4 is the best piece here. And now the advantage, John, it's apparently winning for black, and that means we need to take concrete action. There Fabi goes. He pushes his pawn to D5. The blue arrow is what the engine suggests is the only move that allows black to win this game in the next few turns, and the reason is the opening of the C file is devastating for the white king.
So here we go. And I feel like Fabi might have been waiting for this as well, right? The speed at which he played that move after the bishop went to E2 almost makes you think, finally, this is what I've been waiting for. And he's not letting go from this point, is he? I want to say something interesting as a commentator to go, oh, yes, okay, this is a good move, but we've got these counter-attacking punches, or we have this opportunity or counterplay on the other side of the board. But it's the way he played it. It's the body language. When you can tell he was waiting for that move to be played. He's exuding confidence when he does that.
And now the rest is easy. Bring a rook to an open file. The knight falls. The bishop is threatened. And that bishop was a poor piece on F1. Now it's in the way. It's actually so bad that there's going to be a check on E2 if the bishop's ever captured. If the knight stays, well, I'm glad to pick that one off. And there will be checkmating ideas on that first rank. We discussed those earlier. So I think that Fabi, he's figured this one out, and he's going to make it 3.5 to half against what is a very tough Bulgarian team.
And that's a big result for him personally. Like you say, in the live rankings, he'll then move up to world number 2. So very much not just a symbolic victory, but practically a fantastic one for him as well. The rook comes across to C8, saying you can have my bishop if you want. There are much more meaningful threats on your back rank, forcing the knight to move. It goes to E4 with check, and then black responds with the king coming down to H4. But same story as before. Yeah, you could have that bishop if you want, but take a look at what that back rank looks like right now. This is not fun.
Not at all. We see the handshake. Fabiano Caruana, he lets it be a 3.5 half match. And John, I mean, the score sheet's being signed, but that was a signature Fabiano win. He did not let go. He said, I know our match is over, technically speaking, but it's not over until I win my game, restore order in the classical chess world, as he goes back to his place at number 2, and Team USA looking super dangerous.
Very, very dangerous indeed. That was a delightful way to finish. It does feel like to me that Caruana was waiting a little bit for that critical mistake, that bishop move to E2. He was ready to pounce, and I think the post-mortem is going to be, yeah, if you don't do that, maybe we can shuffle around. I'm going to have to do this instead. But as soon as the plan presented itself, I want to say, he grasped it with both hands. And from that time, how much time did he even use on his clock between then and winning the game? He probably had more time at the end. So a lovely way to finish. And 3.5 half, that's fantastic for the scoreboard going into the latter stages of the competition, which you've mentioned before, Robert, are so important to these teams, especially when it comes down to tie breaks.
It's like score differential in football. You just want to beat your opponents by the widest margin possible. And for Fabiano, I would say that position, it wasn't winning until just that very end there, but it was a position where he could play for a win with no risk whatsoever. And it's uncomfortable to play those positions from the white side where you're struggling just to come up with a plan. Little move here, there, sure, you have that covered, but you don't have all the time in the world because Fabi brought his pieces forward. He created back rank issues, and finally he broke that C file open, and there was serious damage to be done.
Speaking of serious damage to be done, an absolutely legendary player was taken down earlier today, and I'm very pleased to say that Mike Klein was able to catch up with him earlier. Grandmaster Bobby Cheng defeated Ivanchuk, a legend of the game, living legend of the game earlier on. Absolutely fantastic result. A very difficult position as well, one under time trouble at the end. Let's go ahead and hop in with Mike and see what Bobby had to say.
Thanks, guys. We're here with Aussie Grandmaster Bobby Chang, who scored a win against Vasil Ivanchuk. First of all, it's hard to imagine that you could win the game in such a dramatic fashion. Like, it all came out of nowhere. What did Ivanchuk do to allow you to score the point?
I got extremely lucky. I was black, obviously happy with the draw, and I was under pressure the whole game. Honestly, I thought he played really well. It was quite instructive. He was putting me under a lot of pressure in a sort of dry position, and then I was defending. We got down to time trouble, and on move 38, he just blundered a one-move fork, and I won.
One move fork. Okay, you're about half his age, so that kind of helps out a little bit. There's one remaining game at the time of our interview. It's 1.5 to 1.5. What does it look like in that final game?
When I left it, our player was under some pressure in the rook endgame. He has some chances to hold, but it's not looking too good, unfortunately.
It's been a tournament of peaks and valleys. Do you want to tell our audience what happened in round 1 before you beat Chucky in round 3?
So in round 1, I lost to a 2100 rated player from Saudi Arabia, and unfortunately it was the worst upset of the round, and it probably will remain that way for the entire tournament. And then round 2 I sat out, and well, today I got a bit of luck, so it's okay.
If memory serves, Saudi Arabia also had a big upset in the World Cup of football, so they're known to be sort of giant killers.
Well, I wouldn't compare myself to the Argentinian football team or Lionel Messi, but yeah, thank you.
And finally, I understand the team had a little bit of issues getting here from Australia, but you didn't have those issues. For the viewers that don't know you that much, tell us where you live and what you're up to.
So the rest of I'm playing for Australia, so obviously all of our players have to travel a long way to get here. And it's never easy with the jet lag and everything, but I'm based in Amsterdam, so I didn't have to go through that. I'm working in finance in Amsterdam and playing chess on the side when I can.
Okay, well, Australia's lucky to have you no matter where you call home. Grandmaster Bobby Chang, who beat Vasil Ivanchuk today. Aussie-Ukraine final score still yet to be determined. Now back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mike. So well played to Bobby there. Unfortunately, I believe Ukraine did win that match 2.5, 1.5, but a very, very nice victory nonetheless. And we were there to watch it live. The losing move ultimately played under immense time trouble. So just before move 40. Honestly, that move 38, move 39, move 40 has been responsible for more points in this round and in any round, I suspect, than we can count. We've only been able to catch up with some of them. Time trouble is real.
It is. It's treacherous territory when you're in the 30s and don't quite hit that 40th move. But we're in some fun territory down the stretch here, because while some players they're trying to nurse their advantage into a full point, I think that in this matchup that we're about to see, the Latvian team, they may well win their match, but they're not going to win this game despite having a queen for just a rook and a pawn.
Oh, this is very interesting indeed. So what have we got here? So black has 2 rooks and 2 pawns against a queen, rook, and a pawn. So obviously a material advantage for white. White is looking to try and deliver checkmate, but black should be able to coordinate the piece. And with the pawn on g7 as well, with the rook being able to tuck in behind it, I'm guessing that there is a way to just comfortably make this a fortress. Is there some sort of strategy white can use to maybe force black to play a move he doesn't want to play, like go via d3 with the queen into g6 or some sort of waiting move? If there is, I can't see it.
The only way black loses this game is if checkmate or the rook is blundered. And actually, as we just saw, rook f7, trading off the rooks, makes your life as easy as it can be, because this rook will just sit on the f6 square, protected by a pawn. There may be a moment where that rook has to move because the king doesn't have any legal squares to go to, and that rook will have to find safety. So just to make an example out of that, let's say king e6, rook f6, check, king e7. If we get this position, the black king cannot move. There are no legal moves. So you have to find a safe square. Don't go to f5 and walk into a pin. That would not be a good idea. But this rook can go down to f1, taking away the check. And you know what the next move is going to be? If this were online, you'd pre-move rook back to f6, and you just keep it there as long as you can.
Yeah, I see. And there's no way for the white king to get across that invisible line that the rook is preventing on the f-file. And because of that, it can't support the white queen to give checkmate on g8. So because that's basically the only way white can achieve checkmate in that position, even if the rook wasn't there, because the queen on g6, the king just goes back to the back rank. As that's not possible, I guess this is just a fortress.
It is indeed. And some queen endgames where there's pawns remaining, you can give up your queen for the rook. I'll just show what that looks like here. Unfortunately for white, you do win the h6 pawn, but rook pawns are notoriously bad in king and pawn endgames. This is a draw despite being a pawn ahead. If you could shuffle the pieces over, we will be telling a different story here, because the black king would have to get out of opposition, but there is no... I'm trying to bring the king off the board. You see it? It's only half there, but there is no I-file. Otherwise, this would be winning for white, as the king would escort the pawn to the other side.
Exactly. The only position where the king in front of the pawn on the 6th that doesn't actually lead to victory. So leaving that h-pawn on the board is actually okay for black, who would be able to make a draw in that position. Okay, so this game is still going to be raging on for a bit, but with a pair of rooks now off the board, I feel like the pre-move to rook f6 is completely feasible now, and this game looks to end in a draw. We've got
drawing those
one
arrows,
more...
John. Sorry to say, just
go for
it's
it.
Easy. Just rook there. Oh, bring rook f3. He's playing with a little bit of fire.
See, there we go. We've lost it.
No, it's still safe, but I was just thinking you
Okay.
could just move your king nonstop as long as your rook stays on f6.
Exactly. So if the rook's on f6 and you can't move it back down to f1, for example, you just move the king. Like force the queen to give check to the king, and then you move back to h7. There's really not much else you can do. So I'm expecting a draw to shortly be agreed, or for a threefold repetition to occur over the board. We have got one more game that looks like... Oh, hang on a second. I was going to say one more game that we can check out. There is one game that is still left going, so we're probably going to head straight to that. And that is Ukraine versus Israel in the women's section. It is a rook ending where one side has a pawn and the other side does not. That pawn... Ooh. The white king is cut off the black king. I don't know very much about endgames, Robert, but I do know that if the black king can't get anywhere near that white pawn, I think this looks like it's white's victory to throw away. This is looking good for white.
Yeah, there actually are a number of ways to win this game for white. One is just pushing the pawn forward, because the white king will get to g8, the pawn will push forward. And this is what we call building a bridge in chess. So this is exactly what is happening. We may watch it unfold. If there's a resignation, Google, chess rook endgame bridge, and it should come up. But the point is that once the king gets here, it's seemingly in front of the pawn, so you're not going to be able to promote. And if the white king ever leaves, there are going to be all these checks, just keeping your king in front of the pawn, so you will eventually need to use your rook to block checks and allow your king to successfully escape. The rook tends to go to the 5th rank, as then when the white king comes around, you can block checks with your rook. We'll see this unfold unless there is a resignation, and then I will show it to you. But I do see, John, the pawn's already on g7, one square away from promotion.
Yeah, exactly. So we're nearing that stage where the practical path to promotion will be shown to us on the board live. I believe this is the last game in the playing hall to conclude at the moment. So it looks like it is just going to be a victory for white. Not really. Well, I mean, there just isn't anything else black can do at this rate. These players are sufficiently experienced and are strong enough players that they know exactly how to convert this sort of thing. We are doing a little bit of double checking here by staying in the game and continuing until that pawn is about to promote, but I fully expect to see a resignation very shortly indeed.
Yeah, this is just basic stuff for players at this level. There's just no stopping this pawn. As I said, let's say I'm just going to make a move and just show, what could happen. If the king comes out too early, Then you give a check, and this was my point, that you keep checking, and the king can't go away because you dropped the pawn on g7. So that's why the king would have to go right back in front of the pawn where it came from. So what you need to do, and look at this, rook h1, saying your king is not getting anywhere, is you need to build a bridge for your king to escape. And rook b4 was played. That is going to be helpful in building that bridge. And you are just going to see this. So if they resign, I will play out the final moves. Otherwise, John, I mean, this much is quite straightforward for these high-level players. Grandmaster Ushena knows exactly what it takes to convert this advantage. She probably knew it when she was a kid.
Yeah, this is very instructive. It's I'm not sure it's one of the first, but it's certainly one of the first rook endgame techniques you are taught to make sure that the pawn can convert and turn itself into a queen. Promotion is going to happen at this point, and now black, as another try, moves the rook as far away as possible to try and give a whole bunch of long-range checks to prolong the game. So the rook has gone to a1. But now we should be able to continue and get into a position where it's possible for the rook to block the checks against the king, and that's what buys you the tempo you need to promote that pawn.
And now you can bring that rook, as you said, to block checks. You go rook h4, king h8, free up that pawn to get to the other side. So you stop the checks before they even get there, and rook h4 would be the simplest way to win this game. What black is relying on is that, white tries to bring the king out too early, tries to do a little bit of a dance back here, but if your king goes away, the black king will happily step in front of the pawn. So do not rush that king out of there. Rook h4 is simple, it's strong, it's winning, and Ukraine will take this match 3-1.
And I guess rook h4, the intention for black is to play rook a8 check once the rook goes to h4 to try and force the king onto the h7 square, with the idea being the black king can now move to f7, and suddenly you've got the rook on a8 and the king on f7 watching the queening square. So I guess that's black's last throw of the dice.
It will be, and then white will bring the rook back to f4 to check that king away so it's not protecting the promotion square, and then white promotes. It'll be rook and king versus king, and these players, I don't think they'll play that out. That would be surprising to me. So Ushena still on the clock. I think she just wants to get this game over with in as few moves as possible. There it is. The rook went to f4 instead of h4, if I'm looking at this correctly. Still completely winning. It's very hard to throw away the winning advantage at this stage, but she is cutting off the black king and then ready to bring her king out very soon.
So I guess rook to f4 instead of h4. The idea behind that is to, let's shortcut this. If you play rook to a8 check now, I'm just going to block with the rook. But actually, the black rook can go back to h1 and prolong things just a little further, right?
Yeah, so rook a8, if the rook blocks, that's right, the rook goes right back for black. Now the king can go to h7, and the black king can't get to f7, so perhaps that's her idea. I think the black rook should just come back to g1, because white is not ready to build that bridge, and the game continues at least a little bit, and players do get nervous on these Olympiad matches when it's going deep into the night. You're exhausted, you've just outlasted your opponent by playing some great chess. And I think that Ushena, she knows this is winning, but sometimes your fatigue gets the best of you.
But we're in a position now where Ushena can afford to have a little bit of fatigue, because even if you're imprecise, this is one of those, we've been talking about positions all day where in order to convert a win, you have to be super precise with exactly how you convert that win. Because if you're not really precise, you lose the game or the result completely changes. This is one of those positions where you almost can afford to skirt around for 10 moves and find your bearings and go, oh yes, okay, yep, we're fine, we've dialed in, because it's so difficult for white to throw away that pawn advantage, right?
And nothing has changed. I mean, after the rook just went to b1, rook h4 again is winning. And okay, she plays it this time. So second time happens to be the charm here. She is allowing her king to escape on the h-file, and
there we go.
She's just executing the plan we were talking about a moment ago.
So now the last throw of the dice that we were talking about on the board before is if the rook comes to the back rank. So in this case, it would be rook b8 check. And once the king goes to h7, Black has got one last try of moving the king to f7, and that means that the queening square of g8, well, there are two pieces watching that. You've got the king and the rook. So to solve that problem, the final nail in the coffin is to bring white's rook back to f4 with check, forcing the black king away, and then you can queen that pawn, and the game is over. So we're just waiting for the last couple of moves to be played out. It's absolutely right. After you've been at a chessboard for 6-7 hours, if I'm black here, I want white to at least demonstrate that she gets to that point. And then, okay, once it's, you know, rook and king versus king, you resign the game. But you still want your opponent to show you that, yes, you're perfectly capable of winning it.
And here, king h8, that's the simplest, and is played. Now there's room for the pawn to go to the other side, and that will do the trick for Team Ukraine as they want to win gold once more. They're the handshakes, John. Game is over.
Very well played there. And look, it takes some time to grind some of these results out, but it is important that you stay through there to the very end. And as a result, that is the last game over in the playing hall. So very well played to Anna Ushanina, who takes home that victory. And Team Ukraine will add that to their match point tally. So let's go ahead now, as it's the end of the day, to take a look at some of the results. We're going to go first to the women's section. And India managed to defeat Switzerland 3-1. Kostenyuk, of course, taking that victory on the top board. That was really exciting for us to watch. Uzbekistan narrowly defeat Hungary 2.5 to 1.5. And then we have two drawn matches. Georgia and Romania, 2-all draw. Greece and Poland, 2-all draw. And it's only going to get harder as the competition progresses. China defeat Italy by the scoreline of 3.5, 2.5. And we just watched Ukraine take their third point against Israel. Azerbaijan and Argentina similarly split the match points, one apiece there by finishing 2-2. And the United States beat Canada 3.5, 2.5, the longest undefended land border in the world. The US will be very pleased with that, of course, friendly local rivalry. Germany and Slovenia also finishing in a 2-all draw, and then Spain defeating Cuba 3-1. So action all over the place in that section. We've had some really memorable games and a lot of drawn matches today, Robert. Are we actually expecting to see even more as the tournament progresses? Or are we now going to start seeing more decisive results? Is it now just impossible to predict?
When you're a strong player and a very strong team, it's hard to separate yourself from other strong players. The rating may be a little bit lower, but the first move advantage can be that great equalizer. We did talk about Alexander Kostenyuk winning against Harika Jonovali. The rest of the Swiss team, unfortunately, couldn't score any points. But you'll see that even these best teams, there will be moments where there's a loss here or a loss there, like Georgia blundering that checkmate, the ladder checkmate on the H and G files. That was really nice stuff. Romania was able to tie that match. So going forward, John, no longer are we going to be talking about this team is heavily favored, because these are going to be teams with perfect scores against other teams with perfect scores, and that means the matchups are bound to be close.
Let's take a look now at the results from the open section as well. Action happening all over the playing hall, of course. We do also see a couple of tied results here. The United States beating Bulgaria 3.5, 2.5, and Hungary inching out Austria 2.5, 2.5. That was quite fun as well. 3.5 to 0.5 though. India beating Hungary B, and at one stage it looked like Hungary B was doing very well, but ultimately India will take home almost all the points there. And then China beat Slovenia 3-1. Uzbekistan continue their form, 3.5 to 1/2 against Croatia, and that is the left-hand side of the scoreboard. On the right, we've got Italy defeating the Netherlands 3-1. You heard that right. We saw two of those losses live on air. And then Lithuania beating Germany 2.5 to 1/2 before we see England draw Denmark and Iran draw Georgia before Poland beat Argentina 3-1. So on the right half here, Robert, all sorts of drama.
And the biggest drama of all is Lithuania beating Germany 2.5, 1.5. We saw Vincent Keimer. He lost because he didn't take a knight in the center and he allowed a pawn to remain for too long. But then it got even worse. Alexander Donchenko had a fantastic endgame. He was the game we were looking at where black had 3 kingside pawns and white had the extra exchange. He was objectively winning at points, but he got in such severe time trouble that he not just squandered the win, he in fact lost that game. His opponent, Valery Kazakuski, was able to queen, win that game, and lead Lithuania to match victory. I circle Lithuania as a dangerous team. They are deep. They have many grandmasters for their lineup that you may not have heard of, but they are speed demons. They play great in online chess, in blitz chess, but they're also great classical players. So Lithuania lands, I think, the biggest upset thus far of the Olympiad, but maybe we shouldn't consider it that major because of how good that team is.
The depth in a team is so important as well, because you can afford to rest key players and still basically be at the same strength when you've got that depth in your team. Lithuania, not necessarily underdogs for the rest of the tournament. Everyone will have one eye on them to say, we really need to watch out for these guys. They might be coming for us. An excellent win over Germany today, and we will be keeping an eye out on their results as we move further forward in the tournament. Further forward, because this is only round number 3 of 11. Ladies and gentlemen, there's plenty more chess to follow. And would you look at this? That's an absolutely delightful schedule to follow. Actually, there's not much to trip you up there at all. Guess what? We're back here tomorrow at 3 o'clock CEST. We're back on the 15th of September at 3 o'clock CEST. There is one little catch though, and that is next Tuesday. The 17th of September is a rest day, so you will spot that the date on top goes directly from the 16th to the 18th of September, Monday to Wednesday. That is not a typo. There is one day where we are not broadcasting and we get to give ourselves a little bit of a rest. However, we will be back here tomorrow afternoon, 3 o'clock Central European Summertime, for more. Lots of action today, Robert. I feel like I've got my theme of the day as well. Remove the A and H pawns and keep the king in the center of the board. I've got no idea what tomorrow brings, but today's been a great one.
It's been fantastic. We saw Italy beat the Netherlands. We also saw the team from Lithuania beat Germany. In the women's section, we saw Romania tie Georgia, and there were other matches that were also tied. So some of the favorites coming in, are they the favorites anymore? That's a big question. There's still plenty of time left. 8 rounds, teams can get their act together, and for teams that are upstarts, that are upsetting some of the favorites, maybe it's just the beginning for them, and we'll see them on the podium come the end of the event.
So you have been watching the World Chess Olympiad, the 45th edition of it, the biggest chess event in the world. Absolutely phenomenal scenes here in the Bok Conference Center today, and we do it all again tomorrow, 3 o'clock CEST. We look forward to welcoming you back on stream. For now, have a wonderful rest of your evening. I've been John Sargent. Joining me has been Grandmaster Robert Hess. Absolutely fantastic stuff from you today. Thank you so much, and thank you as well to all of the people behind the scenes for picking the games, production, and making everything on this stream possible. But we wake up tomorrow and do it all again. Stay safe and good night.